this game 1 of today.
In Game 7 in Tech Round, very different complexion to a Game 1, for example. Players are aiming for different strategies according to their point totals, so we will see warping decision in terms of how players move into this Game 1. Yasuo and Thresh are our gods. Yasuo, of course, good for so many comps for so many different reasons. We'll see if we have Cho'Gath or some of the Giga Tank, Cosmic Hex scaling, or Cryogenic on stage 2.
Yeah, any reroll really can get a good value out of it. The mechs that you mentioned, and of course this is different because both of them are very good. These are great gods. Normally the default is to go with the Thresh because you can get so many resources, but Yasuo is amazing. So it will be interesting to see what is the angle for each of the players.
I'm sorry, I'm just like starstruck by the power of this lobby. I came out of my mouth and I was like, oh yeah, title dish soap. They could get the triple crown here. But then I'm like, G2X's original final winner. We've got YBY1 and Soju who are coming in as one of the top performers in the TFT Pro circuit for their region. I'm blown away right now. We're about to see some crazy things.
G2 that have done amazing also in previous Tech Round. And the players that we don't know much, maybe Deamain or Steel of Bora, they have a lot of points. So we have the highlight players, the elite players, and the ones that maybe we don't know much about. These are the players that are popping off already.
Yeah, Stilo is really the underdog in this lobby, but after yesterday's play, I think he'll be one of the more feared players considering how well he was able to execute most of his game plans. Diaomei as well, he played a great Stargazer game that I saw yesterday with the Boar. We'll see if he has a spot for it in this game 1. But right away, YBY1 starts off with a Cho'Gath 2. This is one of the prerequisites to play into the Cho Lissandra, simply because of how much faster the Cho'Gath can scale 1-2 start.
And you mentioned in the start, right? With Yasuo, maybe trying to find the Cosmic Hex here, Cryogenic just to get the healing. Both are very important. So trying to get a good hit here, YBY in their first God selection.
Gold Augment will be huge as well. Treasure Hunt, Loot Singularity, very strong options. It is going to be gold. It is going to be too tanky offered right away. I know Tidal is a big Space Group enjoyer. We'll see if he has the option, maybe, if this is gold from YBY1.
He wants to make sure that nobody else is going to take it, because I think that would be a really tough spot to be in, is what do you do if 2 people are on too tanky?
I think you have to ping yourself. You have to take it and ping yourself quickly.
Oh, okay.
So that, you know, it's like the self.
You're like staking your claim. This is my comp. You dare contest me, you will go 8th with me.
Exactly. That's first option. Second option, what you mentioned. Wait until the end. Just make totally sure that no one else is going for that line.
No one will grief you.
By the way, we're seeing from Tidal some kind of reroll game plan with a duplicator pickup. Versatility for Soju with the Pandoras. For Diaomei, it will be solo leveling. I know, Necra, you are a solo leveling master.
No,
anything to say on this?
I've literally only played 1
But what happened when you played it?
And I did go first. That's
there we go.
I didn't realize how powerful this could be, because I just am one of those people that I'm like, oh, haha, I'll take it for the meme. But
first play, early win streak?
Yeah, but I won. You try to win all of stage 2. You get so many stats to make this champion super powerful, and you can even see here a single item on a 1-star, 1-cost unit was able to take down that board, and you're gonna get a ton of XP from this.
I mean, Diaomei, he has the power of the gods and anime on his side, so I think solo leveling an especially strong pickup in this set.
So much plot armor, I'm telling you.
For Milo, also interesting in getting the bodyguard early, so he's thinking about the late game. This is combat power. It's a little power in the early game, but of course, he's thinking about the late scaling of it itself, maybe trying to play LeBlanc, trying to play something that makes sense with beefy units in the end.
Ooh, a challenger emblem getting dropped here for G2.
I do wonder what's the arbiter for G2X, because Challenger, you can play into Jinx, you can play into MF reroll as well, which is a combo that I think was underplayed in day 1.
Leona copy.
And you can play it into just Leona 3 into potentially Diana. I don't think we saw any like full-on main carry Diana. I think the setup is very specific for that line to be played, but we'll see what G2X can pull out.
Did you saw one during regionals at least?
Just like main carry Diana, no. I think Diana is a secondary to MF with a variation where you're carrying both when you have enough items. I think that's definitely viable. But main carry Diana a little bit too flimsy as a game plan to really consistently top 4.
I like to go into the trends of searches, and Diana is one of the top ones. Even though it's not played, it's like that emotion of possibilities to go into that line. And I mean, Graves is one of the top, and Diana is also up there.
Ooh, okay. Finds a Zoe pair as well to make the Arbiter just a little stronger. We're going to see Dish Soap's board. He's playing around the Cluttered Mines, so getting a lot of XP for keeping this bench full, but also is playing around the start that he loves the most, the Primordium package. I love this combination because you actually can use the Primordium package to print a unit, and maybe it will actually be cheaper than the 2 costs that you're carrying on your board, so you can get a bit more econ back.
Yeah, and you lose interest from having your bench full, having to hold more units, and this helps, take away that downside, basically. So a really strong combo there for Dish Soap. I think with Cluttered Mine, the biggest test of skill is being able to roll for your level 8 board and stabilize, and then still get value going to 9, sometimes even 10. If you just use it to get to level 8, I think it's not really as high value of an augment.
Okay. Yeah. Tidal, on the other hand, here playing a stargazing start. We have Mountain, so this is probably a Lulu start. But I'm not loving the items right now. So a little possibility for him of not having a good early game. He's already committing with the duplicator, so probably just going for the full loose trick here.
He does have Pandoras, so he could try to pop them off if he feels like it's really not working and try to roll for something better. But there's always a risk to that.
He got a Lulu with the tier.
Okay.
So that's so good.
That helps out a little.
Also going for Yasuo. Obviously, with the reroll, you want to get that power from the hexes. And it's half and half here. Economy and randomness from Thresh, and some of the players already committing to a strong, beefy line.
Tidal trying to get the 3 loss streak early, just to try and have the better chance to come back with a big roll down on 3-2. Lulu is a strange 3-cost reroll line. I think unique to really any set of TFT. It's a line where you want to roll heavily and play around just 2 stars on 3-2. You roll on 6, and later on in the game, you start thinking about the higher cap, which is hitting Maokai 3, hitting Lulu 3, and having this major next spike at the end of stage 4, start of stage 5.
Yeah, it's very usual that you go to level 7 maybe too early and you don't find that Jax.
So do
IBY? Very, very uncomfortable spot. So you things here, just maintaining flexibility. Has a Milo that he won level 9 on regionals with a million start. So great to see coming back to his roots here and just trying to maintain tempo with whatever the game gives him. Has Pandoras, so just trying to go into a flexible line here.
Wonder if
Soju was the person that you were saying was going to do Lulu reroll. I was like, yeah, well, those items you could roll them with the Pandoras.
Okay.
But you were talking about Tidal.
No, yeah, it was Tidal. Both Unstargators of some type. I wonder if Soju's going to play into Corki. I think he played 18 games of Corki this set. So there was, the Corki incident patch in the second TPC. Only 3 games in regionals, but
32 orang yang lolos ke D3 cuma 8 ya.
Scavenging a 4th or a 5th.
Even in regionals, though, was considered to be pretty abnormal. It was only him and Dish Soap that really played that composition. And when talking to Dish Soap, he did say that they were talking about TFT, not necessarily working together in a study group, but they have clearly shared tech. And if you're going to be uncontested, that might just be all you need. Because Soju only needs top 4s.
He's doing it with probably committing to reroll here because you already having the Merc, having the possibility of going into the Vex line, the Velvet line, and already having also the duplicators with Thresh. So Thresh is helping him, and probably will try to maintain all the reroll with the
Stilo of Bora doing Stilo of Bora things. Tempo start, AP start, 5 win streak start for him. Just the Morello and the Zoe and the Giant Slayer on the Zoe 2. A really strong board right away. And the chance to, again, start things off hot on this Game 7 as he finished yesterday.
Main apa ya? Ganjil ini ya.
2 losses for Diaume, not ideal. Not quite necro level when it comes to executing on the solo leveling, despite the Gunblade and the Sterax Slam. So slamming 2, maybe not subpar items, but definitely not conventional items in terms of flexible play, just to try and get that 5 win streak, and kind of punished for it with only those 3 wins there. So lost some value on his gold augment.
Gue masih dukung anu ya, YBY sama Soju tuh.
That is probably a fairly big difference, yeah. I agree.
With items, but I'm not in this game.
And so tough because he's committing to non-premium full items here. Precisely trying to go for that tempo line to that possibility of doing full win streak, and not having done it and now needing to maintain tempo will be tough for him.
As a duplicator as well, might be swayed to play into some kind of Jinx tempo line from this position. He's already level 6, 50 gold. Riven, it screams to me as the best possible next choice. I think really going to depend on his 3-2 augment to choose his direction in this game, try and scout and see where everyone else is going, and potentially consider an uncontested line.
I would use this to have thought about, in this spot, I would have thought about going fast 9 and trying to get in maybe like Marauders, I think. Like you could try to go for Master Yi or Fiora. Those would be the things that I would want to try to transition these items to.
Yeah, with the full win streak, it will be easier. That probably was his plan here. But not having the full win streak, now he needs to maybe pull the switch and try something else and only fight for a top 4. A difficult spot for sure.
I mean, at least you still got extra XP because the solo leveling is based on the champion takedowns. It isn't just the win streak to get the economy. That would be what you're losing out on.
On the flip side there, we did see YBY1 with Anima online. So one of the low point players in the standings who needs to make these big first or 8 plays as early as this game 7. He's committing to Anima, trying to go for a big win streak at stage 4 onwards after that cash out. Triple duplicator in the wings for title already. 4 copies of Lulu. Just missing a rod for pretty great itemization. I mean, this is a dream Lulu spot. Care package really helping out. A little smiley, I'm sure.
I think that might be my least favorite message from the care package.
You have a tier list
some people, because well, think about it. When you get a smiley face message from somebody, don't you ever feel like they might have sent it to you passive aggressively?
I don't analyze the care package messages as in detail as you, Necra, but I believe you. I think you're definitely an expert on this topic.
I love this augment.
YBY maintaining here a loose streak possibility into the 2 tanky. So, as you mentioned, just trying to get any additional resources to go into that Ornn, to go into the Samira. And for Yao, just make it the most. He knows he wants to lose at least 2 more rounds. And then trying to stabilize. Probably he will maintain loose streak onto 4-1 and even be a little more aggressive with the cash out and then pop off with the 2 tanky Samir.
Biggest question mark is Space Groove contested? Because 2 tanky, Samira Ornn, the difference between when it's contested by 1 or 2 players and when it's completely uncontested is night and day. It looks like there's not really any other Space Groove players right now. Potentially G2X might be considering it, but he has a challenger emblem, so probably not, in all honesty. And this is great news for YBY1. This is the kind of game he needs. A high roll augment. I think one of the biggest upsides on this match is playing into specific augments in a way where you can gain a lot of placements of just having that kind of high roll option picked up onto 1 and no one contesting. That's the key part.
Negra, you were talking about Fast 9. D-Shop is the one going into that line, already having the Misfit together with the Clutter Mine. So D-Shop, even though he got some duplicators, he just used it for tempo and just trying to full indexing into the line. Misfit is difficult to navigate because you're committing now, not getting full power, but when you get the full board, it's so powerful.
I'm excited to see how this actually plays out. This is an augment I'm a lot less familiar with. I don't have a lot of hands-on experience with it.
I mean, it's similar to a Kane, if you will. So it's like you get the more synergies that you get if you go to Fast 9 and get everything on in, you get a lot, but you need to get there. So actually, if you go to level 9, you got the full board in, you get additional power and stats.
Especially with the unique synergies. Better pick up on 4-2 because you just have less downtime until you hit that incredibly big power spike. Whereas on 3-2, there's a lot of ground to cover for
now. It's not possible on 4-2.
But he has to take these risks. He's on a point total where he needs to play for the highest cap game plan possible, even if the road to get to that high cap game plan might be risky and might be, full of dangers.
But Rost and Morgana still count towards this, right?
You can get some slight edge, but in the late game, he's going to have 7 unique traits, essentially all the different 5-cost soup added in. And that's where the augment really shines in terms of its combat power. You get so much HP.
So the plan is to survive here, maintain tempo as good as possible, get stronger board. He's not happy here with some of the roll down that he's getting. He got double try, so the randomness not in his favor now.
It looks like Soju is potentially committing off of the quirky potential into more of a mech Aesol kind of line, especially with Cryogenic. This is one of the hexes that we've talked about, really elevates mech to be a Giga Tank. He has so much HP, it's sort of take him down. When he suddenly heals for 40% more HP, that makes it last just so much longer and buy so much time for the Aesol. It could be Conduit Aesol as well with a Shojin Slam. If he is not going to have a third item, you can just play it non-mech as well in stage 4 and play around more like a AP flex kind of line.
Receiving info here, we have Anvils for YBY, for Chitux, but Disho got the reroll, so he's not needing it right now. Maybe he will use it for tempo, but he actually was trying to go for components, gold, something that actually enables him to maintain a little more tempo.
Go Soju, let's go.
And Soju still being on Milio 1 is a really sad thing. He had 2 Milios all the way on the start of Stage 2. You were really hoping for just a random natural high roll in your shops because that Milio 2 would allow him to save so much HP. He's at 64 HP now, not where you want to be from a tempo game plan. And that's kind of the lows and highs of TFT. If you have that small little thing going in your favor, it really sets you up for a much easier game. Wow.
Bard.
Do you ever take the Bard?
Yeah. Main apa ini?
Test play Bard. I'm in. Sign me up.
In EB.
We've seen the Bard being taken, but maybe to steal the. You remember? We tried to steal the Elder, just to steal, and then they take it off.
Yeah,
that was so good.
Take the PvEs, creeps.
Milo was asked, how many tank Yasuo hexes do you want? And he's like, yes, just all of the above. A very tanky Leona, a very tanky frontline buying time for this Zoe to slowly spread that Morello all across the board. Two players in the middle of the pack here, Diaume and Milo, just trying to fight to preserve HP in Stage 3 until they hit their, level 8 rolldowns, especially for Milo, where bodyguard training will get so many more stats on the board.
Yeah. Our low HP player here, YBY, finally cashed out only 100 anima, so just trying to get resources now, and will probably just pop off on 4-1. Deep roll down incoming here for YBY to stabilize.
Yeah, really wants the Ornn.
Ininya mana?
But
Ornnnya mana? Malah Nunu
yang quite nice.
Yep.
That's a pretty big high roll.
Especially being able to have this pair already and not have to be at the mercy of all the other AP players rolling, and then him just not having any moves left in the pool.
Yeah, rolling,
one of the
rolling.
most spot champions in Stage 4.
Rolling.
The versatility on the fast line boards, on the AP boards. If he's able to get the Ornn 2 and Nunu 2, I think he can stabilize on just the Samira 2, Ornn 2 for quite a while in Stage 4.
Let's see, Title is going to roll as
Ornnnya
well.
Bang, Ornnnya jual bang. Lu. Ornnnya.
Still a couple copies away from the Lulu and the Jax, but if you can get one more of either, you have 4 duplicators to finish them off.
And he wants everything here. He's being greedy, not breaking 30, just making sure he's close to everything, then do a deep roll down, and everything should be 3-star, maybe in 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah, he should be strong enough for now, 4-1. His general average board strength is not that high. Most people are going to be rolling on 4-2, so he's content to hold here on 30 gold for now. The Mountain also allows him to play the Ross over the TF7, which is huge. You lose Fate Weaver, but you still keep the Stargazer, thanks to the extra emblems. And
Hello? Apa nih?
Wow.
a beautiful shop coming through.
Lulu.
To sell here.
Probably gives up on the case. Keeps the Ross, actually.
Now he's going to use the duplicators to get the Jax, and that is beautiful.
We'll have to see when Title decides to swap the Pantheon and the Jax. You're trying to be greedy by having the Jax in the Cosmic Hex, but you want to eventually put him on Cryogenic to have the heal, which is just more combat power. So,
yeah, I'm maintaining the Ras because he's just an innovative good tank, getting already the Ascension, so he's looking to have everything 3-star on the front, not only the Jax, and getting the possibility of capping out a little more. Still of Bora finds the LeBlanc 2-star, so that's bad news for some of the players that were going for this line.
But what about YBY1? Hitting the Ornn 3 on that roll down, also having 7 copies of the Samira. You are broke, but you got the most important part.
I'm fairly certain he got a few copies of Ornn from his booster pack, I have to imagine, because he was sitting on, I believe, 1 Ornn or 2 when we last saw him.
He had 2 because he had rolled down a little bit before we got to Augment.
So to go to 9 copies when he was sitting around 50, 60 gold level 7 is a pretty high roll if he did not hit it off of the booster pack. We'll get some confirmation from our observers. If they manage to catch it, that's not always the case.
Biarin dulu nggak sih? Aman nggak sih ini?
Sama buat
ini. 2 pair of Sona.
Sona pair di 8.
Lacking some damage here. There's the Nami 2-star, so important. Now he's stable. A little low in HP, but this should be enough to save a little placement.
Kentangnya pindah nggak sih bang? Ke Nunu harusnya
Really
sih.
trying to find the Morgana 2-star, has the pair.
Ke
Didn't
Nunu,
chase the
Nunu
items
B2
for the
loh.
Nunu, so just trying to preserve as much as possible the...
Bagus itu kasih
This is a textbook placement game from Soju, a scavenger game. You load up, you see how your early game progresses, you understand, hey, I'm not really high rolling here. I have to fight for, you know,
I don't know, maybe
a 4th place ideally, maybe even just a 5th place, and you'll be content, considering both the low roll and
Morgana
the early game,
itu,
and now here on mid-roll on 0. It did hit Nami, but yeah, not having the main tank up 2-star as well, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for some of the fights in stage 4. Some players have hit more than expected, of course, with a title and YBY1, for example.
But they both had extra tools to allow them to do that. I mean, obviously, if you do get the orange out of the booster pack, you have to kind of hope that you're going to get those. But still, the duplicators for title, I feel like everybody should have known that that was going to come at some point in stage 4.
Yeah. And once again here, maybe some of them just going for the Yasuo to maintain the commitment on the Hex and be stronger in the late game. And some of them trying to look for what you said, Necra, to look for those additional duplicators, to look for the additional gold that they need to stabilize. Still Bora looking very good here, at least on the back, not having ideal items for the LeBlanc. And the front line is lacking a little, finds an early Blitzcrank that helps.
Still roll for the Mordekaiser 3 as well.
You kind of have to with the duplicator. You want to get value out of it somehow. We saw from Jedusor yesterday with the Zoe 3. It's kind of a similar game plan where you're trying to find some upside off of having lower cost duplicators.
All right, Dishop actually ended up going to 9. It does get a lot of things in. Tom Crunch 2, the Vex 2, the most important part since you can itemize it. And he's got a pair of the Graves and Blitzcrank.
He also has inconspicuous Ezreal still on the board. Hopefully, it will be yeeted into oblivion after this fight and make the board just a little bit stronger. Dishop is still very healthy. This is not like a fast 9, 1 life. I have to execute on 1 turn that we saw him actually play into a lot of those kind of games yesterday. A little bit more leeway, but he does have to clean up on this next turn, hit all the pairs, and truly try and stabilize his board and start winning out.
Oh, oh, well, now there's the pair.
Nice. It's probably the assault frame Graves here, so going for the choke Graves, just trying to maintain damage on the backline. And he needs tanks. He needs the Nunu that we know is so committed. Only the pair now, pair of Blitzcrank. Trying to find also the Morgana that we know Soju is also looking for. Already having decent damage, really needs a front line.
Yeah, you had to use your duplicator there to actually get the Rost upgraded. But I think he needs to hope that like maybe he hits the right matchup, wins, and then gets the PvE round to get a little bit more gold.
2 strongest players in the lobby right now. 2 of the APAC players, Title versus Stilo of Bora. Title on a 9-win streak. Is Stilo strong enough here with this AP flex setup? I don't think so. He's still on his way to 9. He hasn't used most of his gold yet. He hasn't hit his biggest spike just yet. I think he's still trying to hit the level 9 spike and start playing around 5 cost as well. And he's still missing the Mordekaiser 3 as we mentioned earlier. So Title taking over. I mean, an insane win streak off of the Lulu 3 spike.
Yeah, you've also got the Ascension, so you're going to be getting a bunch of damage as the fight extends. But it looks like on the right-hand side as we keep up to date with who has won or lost their fights, Dishop took another loss, sitting at 6 losses in a row.
Yeah, 2 life here, 17 HP for Dishop. Difficult spot, but he's ramping up. If he has time to find the items for the Graves, already with the pair, trying to find a 2-star. Cheetos here finds directly the Urgot 3-star, a good unit. Normally you don't see a 3-star too much, but it gets good damage here and will be a great support for the Kindred.
Yeah, it is the MF Urgot, the OG kind of TPC2 comp that popped up there, being played here by G2X. Once he gets the MF, I think he's going to be in a great place. A lot of 3-cost reloaders in the lobby, I think, is one of the great things about TFT. More of these 3-costs out of the pool. You have an easier time to hit. So probably some decisions around what comps these players went into was, you scout on 2-1, you see Title's playing Lulu, one's playing 2 tanky. I'm going to have a much easier time playing into MF Urgot in this game as well and try and, beat the variance that way.
Dishop did a deeper roll down to 0 and still has yet to find the front line that he needs. You get the Shen 2 out of this, but Graves pair, Fiora pair, and you are going up against Soju's board with this Nami 2 and all the front line that Dishop would love to have.
Yeah, 4 pair, important. each of them can change the fight immediately and give him either tankiness or combat power. So just trying to hold on. 2 life for Dishop.
Ini tebel banget itu Morgana ya?
He needs to maintain a new one with the humble bar on the other hand.
Ini lagi loh. Buset, tebel banget
This will be an important transition point for both of them.
Okay, the Vex is going to do enough versus the Nami, and that's going to be a win on the board for Dish Soap. But Xiaomei on the other side does take a loss to YBY1's board.
We talk about the difficulty of finding Nunus with those 2 early Nunus that one had. Dish Soap actually had a similar to what a game that we talked about yesterday with the Stargazers, where he had a strong board, but he sacrificed the stability of that TK2 to try and put it into a higher cap setup, which is the Blitzcrank and the Nunu, and is kind of a calculated risk. He hasn't hit those copies, so he's potentially weaker in the front line right away, but hoping for a higher cap if he's able to hit. I think he's hoping for some of the new players like Soju to go down and get those Nunus back in the pool to find stability, or the high roll to Blitz too as well.
Chi2 rolled all the way down to 0, has 1 misfortune missing in order to get that 3-starred, but you at least have the Urgot to rely upon in this game. Going up against Dish Soap's super vamped board, this Vex is going to start targeting down the Urgot, so this Urgot actually can't get enough damage down, and now this Kindred is being walked on. That is an elimination of Chi2.
And on the left, Xiaomei the same, going against the Boogeyman. Tidal, being so strong with the Lulu, and we have a double kill right now.
At the very least, in this lobby, the Great Wall of China has been scaled by the rest of the competitors. For Xiaomei in particular, we saw he had Pandora's, and his itemization was not ideal. He had a Rage Blade in his Karma. He had his Mighty Mech on the wrong side against the Lulu board. So just everything went wrong in that last fight for Xiaomei. But everything is going right for Dish Soap now. We found the Grave Stew in the shop, one of the big scaling power spikes to help him out in the late game. Maybe Dish Soap can turn the corner, can do what he needs to do in this game 7, and win out.
Soju in danger position here. He cannot improve his board. He's in level 8 jail. And now Disho with a subtle mirror here going up against Milo that couldn't find the carries he needed, so he just had to maintain a Vex together with the Nami one. So doesn't look good also for Milo here.
Especially Milo being stuck on 8 with bodyguard training, not really getting the most value out of his first augment is really not ideal, where Disho has already turned the corner, has already made it past that dangerous time where Misfit was not giving him too much value. And I expect he's going to take over the game. For Soju, still alive, 1 HP and a dream, but we mentioned it. Soju did not have the high roll start he was hoping for. He will probably be content with a 5th if he can take it.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a tough ask. The people in his combat pool are going to be a lot of the 3-cost rerollers, and how do you beat that with this board?
He wants to get Milo here. I don't know. Yeah, he has this in rotation, so that would be the ideal spot. Maybe try to take a win against Milo and then having to face off with good possibilities. Sona 2-star for steal of Bora and keeps getting stronger also.
Yeah, Milo's quite weak. I mean, still Nami 1, Vex 1. It would be a dream matchup. Yep. Of course, a lot of players rubbing their hands, hoping Soju goes down, so Nunus go back into the pool.
Oh, it is Milo.
16 HP window is a little bit too much to ask for from Soju if it's a win at all. So we'll see how the fight concludes here.
Yeah, you're just going to have to hope maybe that Milo loses harder than on the next combat.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't look easy either way because it's front to back, so no access to the backline here for Soju. There's a big Leona 3-star. Lacking damage for Milo, and he's closer than he looks.
Yeah, you still have to win this fight. The longer it goes, the harder it looks with this Vex actually ramping up with the Rage Blade. But the 2-star Nami is going to win out in the day. Is that Morgana is able to hang on. And so, wow, Soju might actually get more than just a 6th place. We've got Steelo of Bora, YBY1, and Milo all on single-digit life.
If Soju somehow scams a 3rd place here, this is like the textbook game to define his entire set. This is what Soju does best.
He's got the 3rd in his name.
Tricks his viewers. They're all hoping for a 7th, but he's like, no, I'm going 3rd in this game.
Coming up, his viewers are rooting for him, for sure. At the TAC crown? Okay, well...
Maybe final lobby. Finally they turn the corner.
Well, let's find out. It's going to be on the right-hand side. T3 Soju going up against this Steel of Bora board, and YBY1 against Milo.
Elimination on the left. Anyone who loses here will take the L and probably the 6th place. And for Soju, this is good possibilities. The matchup is not the worst. The stone is the one popping off there for him. but the front line is just holding too strong, and Soju just doesn't have the damage.
And Soju played against Steel of Bora right after he spiked with the Mordekaiser level 9. I think Soju's going to have the biggest loss. He's also the lowest on HP, so it might just be, unfortunately, a 6th place for Soju. Not the best matchmaking for him in that last pivotal fight. I think facing someone else, there could have been up to a 4 placement swing. But not Soju's best game in terms of what the game gave him. Still a 6th place.
YBY masih
yes, a little unlucky for sure. But we have our top 4 secured in this game. And the win looks like it might be between Dish Soap and Tidal. Tidal has all of the pieces on the board there for the Lulu and the Jax. But I wonder just how much further he can actually power up that comp.
Dia punya apa sih namanya itu?
So he's looking at maybe more times here just to get time here against Disho, but Disho also has scaling together with the Vex and scaling more with the Grapes.
Wow, he hit the Nunu right after Soju went down. Who could have thought? Finally, they go back to the pool. They're so very grateful. YBY1 looking at the big picture also, I think, gets enough points, even with just a top 4 here to stay alive in the tournament, considering his position at 22 points.
Good TG.
Danger zone now for YBY and Steel Bora. Players to watch here and see if they manage to maintain. Steel Bora grading points and YBI in the bottom. So needs to get as many points as possible here, Negar. We're talking about him. He's the one who needs to get 3rd or better 2 times in a row to actually have a chance.
Yeah, but YBY1 is great at getting 3rd place.
He is. 3 times on tech run, he can do it again.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, and I think that's why it's so surprising to see YBY1 in the danger zone. He has a history of getting 3rd place in the Tactician's crown. Nothing better than that. But you would hope that they would be able to add up at some point to a 1st place. But YBY1 takes a huge hit, needs to hope that Stilo of Bora loses harder. But it's not to be. YBY1 finishes with a 4th place in this game.
The positioning from YBY1, he was trying to really stack the left side, trying to kill as many units as possible, knowing he would probably lose a fight against Dish Soap, and hoping Steel of Bora also was taken down. Not the case. Steel of Bora, we mentioned it, he sacked a lot of his HP in stage 5, going to 9, now he's made it to this board. He's looking to be quite strong again on the 5 cost, right? Bar 2, Zona 2, the Mordekaiser 3 came through as well. The Blitz, once he hits it, he can potentially be a player playing for the win out as well.
Mungkin nanggung tadi cuy, nanggung satu rondo lagi jadi pakai tamken tuh. Tamkennya udah dijual kan.
Against Dish Soap now, and you don't have the HP to withstand a loss.
Yeah, he already won against Tidal, so a little of an edge there, but he hasn't faced Dish Soap right now, who's so strong with the misfits and having the Graves already being so ramped.
Oh my goodness.
No access to backline, so full front line, front to back for both of them.
I mean, that board is exploding. Steel of Bora does not stand a chance in that matchup and does get eliminated, and so Dish Soap looks like he's going to be taking this game.
Oh yeah, menang nih.
This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Dish Soap. The
Title masih kalah sama ini ya,
sama in this game 7 to not just stay alive, but to start climbing the ranks game by game to try and make the final lobby, to try and fight alongside Title for their 3rd TAC Ground Championship. The All-Star 1v1 at the end of this game 7, we couldn't have asked for a better showdown.
Feels like a clear winner, though, when you take a look at both of these boards. Not a lot of room to upgrade it on Tidal's behalf. You did get an extra Stargazer emblem that you can add into the mix, but Dish Soap's board has been so strong since he's able to upgrade these 5 costs. Let's see this showdown in action.
Eyes on the Fiora, she's able to sneak onto the backline. The Ascension also with the faster fights in the game, not going to be as impactful overall for Lulu. Nunu, if he gets a 2nd pick from Lulu, that could be absolutely massive as well. But there's just so much HP on the board here for Dish Soap.
Good crowd control, but it isn't enough. It's too powerful here for Dish Soap. Has so much damage that Lulu doesn't have access to the backline. Tidal should change size, but Dish Soap knows this, so it's so difficult here to just make a change.
I don't know if much positioning helps here. Does it?
This next item is also way more impactful for Dish Soap, I have to imagine. Second item on this Nunu, or second item, I guess, on the Fiora as well. I think would be more impactful than anything Tidal can add to his board. Neither player has any gold to really do anything with. No extra resources. It's going to be all about positioning in this last late game fight.
For Tidal, it's so difficult. Maybe to try to have a chance here, maybe get some outs here out of the Blitzcrank. It's only Blitzcrank once, so it's so difficult to get anything additional. Once again, the Lulu is on the other side of the Vex, so the positioning once again helps Dish Soap, and he has the strongest one.
on triple Yasuo Hex as well, so he can really be too fancy with how he changes up his board, how he changes up his positioning. The positioning looks even worse in my opinion here with Jax on the weak side of Dish Soap, and it looks like that'll be the case here. The stun should be big, but I think the Vex is still healthy.
No. Oh, wait.
The stun. Doesn't matter. Dish Soap still wins the fight, but a sliver of HP on the Vex. Is there a hope here for the Japanese player?
I mean, there's a Morgana too to add to the beefiness of the front line, but you're still sitting on a Nunu 1.
Yeah, and this has 2 Nunu, so actually knowing that that's the out for title is stronger.
Oh, Aatrox 2.
Holding also the additional bricks, and already has 3 holding the 4th one, so making sure he blocks the out from title.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play keep away now, because there isn't a whole lot that Dish Soap can do to his board either. He does need to look for something like the Jhin or the Akali, but I would rather try to play defense with my offense for now, and if you find it in the shop, then you can sell something. But this could be the last fight as Dish Soap and Title face off against each other once more.
Fiora still alive. How many more cast can Fiora get off? She does go one more time. A lot of extra damage added on. The Nunu stuns are huge as well. Stopping all that Lulu DPS from coming through. The fight does not look close. Dish Soap completely takes over. He is the misfit in this game number 7. And Title has to be happy with that second play, considering how strong this level 10 board looked.
Beautiful end round. 2 players with 2 crowns each, making it work. A beautiful play by Title, maintaining tempo. Looking for the win out also with the Ascension, but the Bishop just played it perfect. Misfits was just too strong and capping out in the end.
What a great game. You saw a couple
of... just too strong and capping out in the end.
What a great game. You saw a couple of different takes. When you saw Yasuo and Thresh being offered, you could clearly see that there were 2 sorts of directions that you could go for in this game. Either trying to get maximum value out of your tiny duplicators, and so you could end up using something for a 3-cost reroll, or you saw Dish Soap ended up taking things into a fast 9 direction with a couple of other competitors looking at XP augments.
Mana nih? Mana teaserannya coy?
Solo
Teaser set
leveling
18.
there for Dalmye, and it some cases it worked, but I think if you were against the 3-cost reroll, you kind of got out-tempoed in some of these spots.
Yeah, exactly what happened, right? You either go for the full line that you need resources and need to go fast line and just tempo with full flexibility. That's what you also did. Or you commit to that reroll line and just try to get a beefy tank and a beefy unit there in the back line. Also, that's what Title did. Both different playstyle completely, and both 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know. I think there's not much more to add. It's the Counter's game plan, especially with triple Yasuo and triple Thresh. It's the exact definition of 2 different games played very well, but in the end, I think he was unstoppable.
Maybe you take the road less traveled, but we do have our analyst on standby with some updates from the other lobbies. So, what do you got for us?
Well, we've been keeping tabs across all of the other lobbies to try and see if any of our players that are currently in those bottom 8 could maybe make redemption, could maybe save themselves. One of the lobbies that we were watching was, of course, the Kaiwang lobby, as we wanted to see if the regionals winner Team Americas would be able to claw back. Unfortunately, that one did not work out, despite it looking really promising. He was streaking until 4-4 on the back of the worth to wait Lysandra, but then he fell down into a 5th, and that is going to be very difficult for him to redeem himself. However, there was some other exciting stuff in that lobby because Horo and Elon were also in there. Horo just playing bully against the Anima Commander Anima board from Elon, streaking 10 losses on a single Ornn, just trying to really snap that streak. In the end, did not succeed, lost out, and Along finds himself a 2nd place with a really cool
I had to do my friend David Impetuous Panda a favor and keep tabs on our boy Safo over in the other lobbies. Really need a strong finish here, so let me set the stage for you, right? We take booster pack, we get some econ, Primordian opener, looks around, there's some people playing open fort. He says, listen, I can't play 1st or 8th right now. I need to play tempo, I need to play for a strong placement. Plays into Space Groove, finds a Gwen 2 on stage 3, textbook, slams items. Anything he gets, it goes on his board instantly. Pilots it to a very humble, respectable 4th place that I will say was due to some unlucky matchmaking. I think he had some potential to go top 2 there. Didn't work out. But the interesting part of that story was that the top 3 were all from CN. And we are seeing a lot of strength come from multiple lobbies where CN is doing very well.
That's absolutely right. Across all of our lobbies, basically your lobby was the only one where CN unfortunately took those bottom 4 placements. I don't know, you guys were cursing them, I think. But on our lobby 2, which is the last one you guys didn't see, we had some exciting stuff, especially towards the end. We'll get to that in a minute. We were, of course, watching the players on the brink point. Hypno trying to save himself, did not work out, could not find his units for the 2 tanky, goes down in an 8th. He can save himself with an 8th, with the first place, and a little bit of tiebreaker luck. There is a chance. It's not going to be easy, though. And then we did see Jedu play a really cool early board with Diana Vanguard into Space Groove to get himself another 3rd place. Was point leader coming into the day you guys were talking about that. So that was really cool, but for the big story.
The big story is a pick'em alert. There was a 3-star 5 cost coming from Xiaoga, who was in the bottom 8, 21 points. Finds the Graves 3, and that was the story of all the lobbies. What? 3 of the lobbies were won by players who were sitting in the bottom 8 of the standings. So now, as we go later into the tournament, we are going to see the standings flip on their head.
We will go to be able to see those in just a minute, but I didn't catch my breath that they're here. We got a 3-star 5 cost, so please take a look at this esports update about the Convergence Fest.
Hey everyone, as you've already heard, the TFT Open is returning to Vegas. And this year, we're teaming up with Riftbound to bring you Convergence Fest, December 11th through the 13th. This year's Open is our biggest yet, with a record of 1,024 competitors. The format should feel familiar, but there are a few changes this year. On day 1, all 1,024 players play 4 games in their opening lobby, and the top 2 from each lobby earns a seat to day 2, cutting the field down from 1,024 players to 256 before the night's over. From there, day 2 plays out accordingly.
1,000 player
2
nanti
rounds
di
turn
Vegas ya, Open,
256
Vegas Open.
players down to 128, and then down to 64. The final 64 players enter the checkmate stage, where the first player to reach 20 points and win a game claims their lobby and moves on to the finals. On day 3, when the final checkmate game comes to a close, one tactician walks away the Vegas Open champion, beating out more than 1,000 competitors for the
ramai
Tactician's
juga yang
Belt
itu ya,
and
yang daftar ya.
$100,000. For past
1,000
Opens, one of the
slot
major pain
yang
points
dibuka
received
nih.
was securing a competitor pass to actually enter the tournament. This year, in addition to competitor pass sales, you can earn your way to the main stage. We're happy to introduce the Tactician's Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers, your direct path to the TFT Vegas Open. Tactician's Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers will be open to all players ranked Platinum and above. Each tournament begins with 64 players, and you'll need to finish top 4 in your lobby to advance through the 4 rounds of elimination until only 8 players remain. If your run-ins early, don't worry, you can jump into another tournament right away.
Yang bukan yang
The
nggak
top
di
4
Vegas
players in the
nggak usah
final
kan?
lobby will earn a competitor pass
Christian
to the
Gauntlet
TFT
Vegas
Vegas
ya.
Open, while the remaining 4 players will earn an attendee pass. On top of that, the highest point earners in each tournament will take home a GA Plus bundle. You'll need to register at riot.com/tacgauntlet and sign up for the tournament that you want. On tournament day, log into the tournament realm, ready up on the website, and you'll be placed into your games automatically. No manual custom lobbies, and scores are pulled the moment each game ends. And if you want to try this out before the Vegas qualifiers open in September, we're live right now with the Space Gods Tactician's Gauntlet. Head to the site and sign up to play this weekend. Entry is open to all players and costs $10 per entry. Rewards are based around in-game currency, and of course, the glory of outplacing your
Daftarnya bayar
Competitor
anjir.
Pass sales begin September 15th, with early access available based on your rank. Every pass includes main and side event entry, exclusive event rewards, and official drops. And if you want a chance to earn your spot, sign up to compete in the new Tactician's Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers. Thanks everyone, we can't wait to see you in Las Vegas for Convergence Fest.
Ngapain anjir? Daftarnya bayar.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited that Riftbound is going to be joining the party for our used to be TFT Open.
I mean, so much lore from the Convergence itself now with Runeterra and everything of Riot Games that makes this possibility. And players have mixed. There are mixed players. Some players were asking, hey, is it possible maybe to play both? Can I do something about that? It's not possible, but I feel the community will stand together once again.
It'll be so fun, but let's take a look back at our standings so we can get our head back into the competition. After now 7 games, this is only 1 away from our next cut. And so if you are on this page right now, this is where you may be
YB1
eliminated
susah
after
sih
this
tembus
next
ke
game.
ini ya.
We're
Spek
expecting
ketiga ya.
33-ish points for the cutoff.
Susah sih
Players
tembusnya
like
sih.
Kai Wang really need a miracle and a half to try and bounce back, if not similarly so.
I think he's almost
Tank memes,
mathematically eliminated at this point, just based on how tight the point
Nih,
spread
Nanande
is.
cuy.
When you take a look at
Nanande ini ya,
24th to 18th place, only 2 points separating them,
Yeah,
and they're not out of the woods yet.
We saw D-Shop there with good possibilities. Here's the start of the Great Wall of China that we've been mentioning. Gijosko, the only one in this middle of the table with good possibilities still. Only got 3 points now, but still with a good chance to qualify to tomorrow. Same for Upset Mats.
Yeah, the debut player is looking to bounce back from this poor result, the bot 4 in this game number 7. But the top of the page is
masih aja loh Along ini loh.
Along a bit of
Along sama Jedusor masih di atas
starting to, try and take away the lead from Jedusor here.
He's creeping up there, but Tidal has made a huge splash today, being able to move up the standings even further. And I'm really excited to see that we've got Bra also going to be continuing to keep a top spot there. We will be focusing on this lobby once again as we look at game number 8, because we've got a couple of players that are on that bubble. Even though Dish Soap ended up with a first place in that last game, he still needs to make sure that he's going to be finishing out this game with a top 4 to avoid elimination. We've got a couple of players alongside him. So I'm excited to get into the game and see what happens after.
And the contrast I think for someone like this, so it's not just about surviving the cut. It's about making final lobby. You can't just settle for, oh, I need a 6th place survive. You need to continue playing for 3rd, 2nd, or 1st to continue taking huge leaps forward every single game if you want to make it past that game 13 cut at the end of the day.
And for that, you need to take risks, and you maybe need to play something different than what the game's telling you. He got duplicators. He had the possibility to play into the reroll with the Velvet and the Jinx. He said, no, I need to cap out higher. I need to try to play more aggressively. And he went directly to level 9 with the mid fix and worked out first place.
Yeah, I do think that 2-cost reroll, when everybody else is also looking at 3 costs, might have been really hard to keep up with the power level of the lobby. So I thought that was a great choice to just say, okay, hey, I'm gonna bypass this. Might be hard for me to roll anyway when there's still so many 2 costs in the pool. I'll just risk it all.
Jinx has been, in my opinion, one of the biggest losers of the TAC round meta compared to regionals. It has not performed well at all. In theory, it is meant to be a consistent top 4 option with a very low cap. You're expecting a high top 4 rate. It was a 35% top 4 rate, worse than some, fast 9 boards even.
Okay,
so,
next.
Really not the ideal. But we're moving into game 2 now. It will be Yasuo. It will be Varus. So reroll options are there for the players who are looking for consistent placements. But for the players who need a big leap forward like YBY1, it's all about high risk, high reward.
Wow, but we also have a Sona encounter that's going to make these levels cheaper.
It's so interesting because the gods are telling you, go to reroll. But Sony's telling you, go fast 9. So all the lines are open right now, and it will depend on either the spot, the playstyle, or whatever, I don't know, aura or situation or feeling the players have to go into this game. This is a very important game right now. This is game 8. So we will have elimination. 8 players will be eliminated, and some players here in a dire possibility, especially YBY and C2X with 28.
I do think the Sona encounter is actually not that bad for reroll. Intuitively, it seems like, oh, you just push levels, make it to 10, add the 5 cost, win the game. But for level 6, it's cheaper to get there, and the relative gold you're saving for a cheaper game hunt overall, I think is impactful. You have a higher chance to hit your 2-star spikes earlier on 3-2. And just play above 50 gold and slow roll on stage 3.
Agree? Totally. Especially 3 costs, right? Anyone, you have that possibility, and you also played a tempo. I know maybe you're in a contest. Lines are open. And D-Shop, what he has, Necra? His favorite early game, always trying to play Primordial and get out of it. Holding also Lisandra, holding Kai'Sa to fair chance, and the Gwen that gives you the out for the space loop. Also having a tier. Keeping open himself to anything that the game gives him from now on.
But you also have the option to Tekken Rogue. If you end up getting the Briar upgraded, then you can probably put items on here, and then you just have the option for the synergy. Does end up selling the Gwen, so he's going to keep that package. But maybe you shouldn't have, because you got offered too tanky.
Lihat dulu lobbynya gimana?
Oh, Milo already took it though.
Okay, nggak jadi.
He pings him. I'm sure Milo.
Kalau gua ini ya.
I ping.
Bodyguard sih kalau gua ya.
Is tough. not having so much power in the
Bodyguard,
early game and trying to
training.
go for that fast 9.
Yeah, go yeah.
He decides to go for it. This is the risky line that we're talking about. Dishop is not thinking about advancing to the next game. He's thinking about the finals. And this is exactly what he needs. Play to a combat outlet that is strong in the later stages of the game, but right now he's losing power. So he needs to play anywhere that he can to preserve HP.
Especially with Sona and Counter, I think it's already enough upside to make
Meeple
Bodyguard
sama Space
a
Group.
very viable
Bagus
pickup for
emblemnya
Dish.
cuy.
So we'll see if he can get some
Emblemnya
better
bagus,
value
bisa
than we
kemana-mana.
saw Milo get in that last game. Clear mind for Stilo of Bora, just trying to play for, again, fast 9 with Sona makes a lot of sense. Treasure Hunt, I think one of the more interesting options picked up are Diao Mei, as well as spreading roots here with 2 good options, but I think you mostly want to lean into the Space Groove line in particular for YBY1 here.
Loh,
Yeah,
nggak bikin
already
anu.
slamming the Ionic Spark,
Bikin,
so going into that
V-sets.
AP line fully into a space group. Probably we will see the Riven AP just to give more
mukanya
value
Disop
out of the shred
sedih
that
banget.
he has. Normally the Riven is AD, but I think in this option it will be better.
Soju main anima.
35 points already with the
Oh,
anima in,
interesting.
and also thinking about that cash out possibilities. Has a brawler emblem, so maybe thinking
The
about
brawler
Master Yi,
bisa
Fast 9.
mastery.
But obviously we know this is a flexible player that lacks to maintain tempo. It will be interesting to see what he
Saya
pop up
harusnya
with this.
bikin Kraken.
And
Apa
for Stilo of
stargazernya?
Bora, most likely,
5-7.
or I think 100%, this is going to be a Xayah game. The rare Xayah game, you can't always play it from a good spot. It's fantastic. Clear mind, plus this Talon 2, which should put in a little bit of work in the early game, as well as the Serpent, which is a
Talon
very
2
good
lumayan
pickup
bagus.
for Xayah overall. We'll see if Stilo of Bora can execute and what his roll down looks like, especially on stage 4, when it looks like it will be an uncontested Xayah, most likely.
Yeah,
Menang.
makes
Tung
sense for
tung tung tung
him.
tung 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 tung.
We've
Pulang,
seen
cuy.
Xayah pop off. You mentioned this earlier. Also,
Anu ya,
Panda.
Serpent
It's
ya?
not easy to go into
Yang
the line
racun-racun.
that you said just now, but when you go into it, if you actually manage to get there, find the Jin maybe later stages of the game to get that initial pop off, it's a great composition, and we've seen players also even do a top 1 on Tactician Crown with it.
Leona nggak
trying
sih?
to play into
Ada
LeBlanc
printer nggak sih ini?
has the Rage Blade slammed, has the Jeweled Gauntlet slammed as well.
Camping Leona
Itu nggak
here for
ini ya?
Cheetos, we will receive confirmation.
Masih Leona?
Yep. Mana plus print
Oh, masih Leona
with
cuy.
the Winsus.
Nanti LeBlancnya lemah
It's
itu.
very good, especially the Diana that is
Ini
holds the item so well.
LeBlancnya lemah banget anjir.
No Leona right now, though, so it will be a fairly slow Leona 3. We'll see if he can continue the win streak
Atau nggak mungkin nggak
having
pakai
the Leona 2 for
kayak,
now, just holding
arbiter
on to
nanti.
the Mordekaiser 2 instead. And the Diana, really good positioning here in this fight, just wrapped and immediately ulted onto 3 different units. Can the Belv and the Zoe clean up is a question.
Now I have a question for both of you. You have the 2 tanky line selection for Milo, but I see that there is a spreading roots choice by YBY1, and he has a space groove and a meeple emblem. Do you think he's going to just go vertical space groove?
100%. And that's
No.
the downside of 2 tanky. You cannot mind control the rest of the lobby to leave you uncontested. The results on 2 tanky, contested or not, is extremely different in your expected AVP. I think most players, when they pick 2 tanky, they posture, hey, I'm going into this line. Everyone, don't get off of it. But really, the vertical space players do not care if you're playing 2
Faust
tanky
ya,
because
bisa
they
tuh,
will most likely find
Lupe
the
lumayan.
1-2 in the roll down. They'll hit the Nami 2
Dapat
because
Lupe
they're rolling
lumayan
on
cuy.
8. And the Samira is not a
Dapat.
main, a really important part. It's the Blitz really as a duo carry for the vertical space group line. So YBY1 is completely unflustered by the fact that Milo is actually happier that someone is playing 2 tanky because he can drag his AVP down.
It will be tough to navigate for sure. Needs to first don't be grief, and then it will be very difficult to find also the Blitz and everything
Cara.
that you mentioned, Panda.
Ini dapat apa
Bojack
nih?
here for
Mana emblemnya?
title, so just trying to get good
Apa
possibilities
namanya?
here.
Voyager.
We already saw an
Dia main
interesting 3-star Zoe
Main,
popping off.
Asol
Maybe we
harusnya.
will not see it again, but makes sense a little with the augment that he
Asol
has.
atau apa
One of the
namanya?
best and most versatile emblems in the game,
Part.
especially if Title can find a way to get a Dark Star +1 on 3-2 potentially. That can be a
Soju
really
masih
explosive
3
line
kali
with
low
open
streak tapi darahnya masih
glove as well, which
73.
is perfect for an Ace-Hole,
Bagus.
which is what we saw from Stilo Bora actually on that footage in the pre-show. A Voyager plus a Dark Star +1, and then that's just a crazy combo.
Kayaknya itu ini ya. Standar ya?
I see a double anima alert.
Oh.
Dish Soap has teched in anima here.
Dish Soap juga ada
as
anima, deh.
has K3 Soju.
Disop sama Soju udah ini belum?
As well. He knows he's weak right now.
Ketemu belum?
Training is not giving him too much value.
The Griff itu, karena Griff itu Soju sih.
So he says, hey, if I'm losing, I might as well throw an anima. Am I gonna open fort and try and ruin
Disop
Soju's
punya
streak?
anima sama sama
maybe just
Primordial.
hoping for both of these players to get their loss streak and get some amount of extra resources. I think neither player is
ketemu
entirely
Soju sih harusnya
dependent on
Soju masih kalah ya.
As a tool that's in the
Ya, si Disop punya combat.
Yeah, probably going for, I mean, not breaking economy, holding units, and if he finds a way to tempo out of anima, knowing that maybe he will not do the 400, he will just tempo, play aggressive, and just try to achieve the level 9 in a different way.
YBY sama Kitub lagi
YBY with a plan, the vertical space group.
Battle streak.
Finding us, things that fist that makes good sense here on the board and does amazing damage. Access to backline, pretty good unit to access, and also get the free meeple together with it.
Really important 1v1 there against G2X. YBY1 is the win streak, 5-win streak player coming into stage 3.
Loh, tadi menang tadi, Disop.
And YBY1 of course needs a big result in this game.
Ya, tadi 44, sekarang dari 50.
Alive of continuing to be one of those elite players we expect to see in every final lobby at TAC round.
Ya, menang tuh. Biru di atas.
We saw Samira 2-star from YBY and he's not playing the space group. So either he's using it or he's just griefing right now.
So Disop cuma 100, 200.
It doesn't work actually, but I feel he's just making sure the rest of the lobby just feels weaker, at least on the middle stages of the game.
He has an emblem. He's playing space group, so I mean Samira is a great pickup for him.
Lawi Per. Yang Master Yi, I don't know about Master Yi, man.
Because of Soju.
He's finding Yi in the shop. I wonder if Disho wants to play around this. He has no item slammed right now. It's a consideration. He has the Belveth online as well. It would commit him into playing AD, which is a lot less versatile of an itemization tree compared to AD on this patch. Does buy it. We'll see if he decides to slam any items. Has an anvil open as well. He could look for an Edge of Night, but again, it's a huge commitment from Disho, where he maybe wants to wait for his augments. He's speaking anyway. He's low HP. Doesn't need to play for high tempo just yet.
Yeah, I think for sure, especially when that's coming up just after this fight. We'll have to wait to see what the power of the augment is going to be as well.
You can have like a random emblem he wants to wait to play around. If it is a Yi synergistic emblem, fantastic.
YBY, let's go.
Maybe scout other players and
see
what they're doing.
1-3 lagi coy, enggak sih? Kamu butuh satu terus.
Many people are going
kamu harus satu terus, kalau enggak kamu enggak lolos.
Bora you called out is going to be for the Xayah line, and then the 2 tanky for the Samira for Milo. But it is going to be another gold augment for everybody.
Apa namanya? Augment anjir.
Xiaomei on the treasure hunt. Maybe decides to sack one more because of the uneven XP with the Sona, but no, decides to go now. I think this is the expected 3-2 roll down we tend to see from Jinx players.
Diana B2
doesn't want to make it. I think it's too expensive. Not going to be on his final board here on level 6. It's going to be the Primordians plus Jinx. We'll stop rolling on Jinx too, but the Diana is coming back and back again, and he hasn't found the Jinx 2 after proccing Treasure Hunt, which is not really ideal from this position.
We can still make the 30 gold, but as we check in on what everybody else is doing here, we do have the care package for YBY1 and Milo. We have some artifacts for G2X and Dish Soap, and scaling augment for K3 Soju to be able to get some more XP.
For the Xiaomei, it's a difficult spot here. He needs to roll, he needs to get the chances, the bounty here from the treasure hunt, but he needs to be stronger every time. The Vex, the Velvet was a good catch, trying to find obviously the Jinx to get a little more commitment out of the Winsus and have a better chance here. YBY, 27 points there on the top. He needs to really pop off. See the Veigar 3-star coming up here for a title.
Construct a Companion is one of the best tempo augment pickups on stage 3. You immediately have a fantastic 3-star carry to take over your stage 3. A great pickup when you're on a win streak and you want to find something that can continue that win streak. This is a great answer from Tidal here. We'll have to see what kind of board he ends up finishing on with the Voyager +1 alongside this Veigar game plan. No need to print, so you're not forced to play into 7 meeple in this case.
I love seeing this early. Because I think we've seen a lot of competitors get into this trap where they feel like, you know, you don't have the Veigar online or you have to start printing it instead. And that can really hurt your game plan if you have to stick to 7 meeple for a long time.
Yeah, totally. You don't have someone else to preserve, and winning this is so huge. YBY needed to maintain tempo. Tidal getting the win here, and this is exactly what he needs, because we can think about it as a Veigar 3, but of course it wasn't free. That's a total augment funneling directly to him, so the later stage of the game will be weaker for Tidal. He needs to win these rounds.
Stun, aku suka stun.
Storm going to be really big for Steel of Bora, if he goes for that, for a future Jhin. Very, very impactful in the late game with all the different stuns coming through. Now, the flip side there on the augment from YBY1, he picked up Care Package, which is an augment that gets some value right away, but not all the value of the augment. And that is probably the difference maker. Despite being lost from YBY1, it really throws a wrench on YBY1's plan. He would have loved to have like a 10-win on a vertical space group. This is the dream space group line where you can really continue playing a very high tempo game throughout every single stage, really.
Yep. On the anima cash outs here, Dish Soap is continued to keep it in, but obviously I think had to take one and did end up playing the Master Yi with a really great psionic item.
Okay. Yeah, committed with the Portable Forge, found Light Shield Crest.
Bang, ini bang, liatin Soju dong bang.
Artifact, not necessarily committed, but he said, hey, the spot is good enough. It seems uncontested.
Kayaknya bukan Master Yi si Soju ya.
So I should have an easy time playing Kindred. This is kind of bad news for Dialme because there was a Jinx 2 on Dish Soap's board. There will be Kindred being taken up or bought off by Dish Soap as well in stage 4, making it harder for Dialme to find his future spike. I'm already a little bit worried for Dialme's Jinx game. The roll on the knowledge rate on 3-2. He's winning now, as expected, but I think he's going to have a hard time top 4ing this game.
Confirm here for Soju, very low right now, 21. At least 2 life for him. But of course, trying to pop off. Gets the duplicators here.
That's a very early 400 cash out as well on 3-6 for Soju. So able to do it on 2 lives, only a 9 loss streak required. Killed a lot of units, I have to imagine, with this Aurora.
Okay, laman apapun itu.
You go for the Reforge, trying to get away from the AD Anima item.
Okay, main Anami. Okay, makes sense.
Here, the roll down on Space Groove. So all of a sudden, Milo is in big trouble. This is the nightmare situation as a 2-tanky player.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Orange 2 already
means
that there's several copies out of the pool for a couple of different boards. But you still have a little bit of ways to go. I like holding on to the Vex just in case you end up high rolling the level 8.
Yeah. It's a great read also because the Orn was not very contested. People had already Samira to start. They had other units, but not the Orn. He finds the Nami. No, Samira is not possible, but he has the items ideal for her. So great spot recognition here for Soju, griefing the lobby while maintaining tempo.
It does give another loss over to Dish Soap to help out with his Anima cash out.
Dish Soap mau 200, okay. Riven B2.
Wow, Riven 2.
It's exactly what Soju needed. He's still only sitting on that single copy of Nami. I think he really wants to roll before the other players start their roll down and just guarantee that the Nami already he's a lower HP player. Milo, not happy, but he said, you know what? I'm going to grief you guys as well. I'm going to get my Namis on the board. It's like a Wild West showdown between these 3 players. We'll see who comes out on top in stage 4.
Tadi tuh si Soju main
terus main because you're hoping that you're going to get a little more econ out of
Gak banget dia main AP ini ya. Pas 8.
20 gold now for Soju to be able to roll. Dish Soap sitting and with a hedge fund of 60 and uses a lot of that to level up. And take a look at this. A level 8 coming in from a lot of different competitors, hoping that they can get their 4-cost units. Dish Soap doesn't have to roll very far in order to find the Master Yi 2. Steel of Bora is not going to be able to find the Zaya just yet. He does get some pretty significant frontline upgrades.
Okay, saya B2, nice.
There it is.
Bye-bye.
Only problem is no Nunu at all, not a single copy, and that's the unit that you know is going to be giga contested every single game by so many different boards and comps.
No, he didn't get the Master Yi. My eyes deceived me.
Udah.
Wow, for Dish Soap, this is tough. His plan was to roll level 8, be stable with a comp that is not contested, but the Tamkench was contested, couldn't find the Kindred, didn't find the Master Yi pair also. He's now 0 gold. So he really needed to win this round
di
to
shot
actually then pop
susah
up on
ini
level
main
9.
Master Ninja.
So the spot is not looking good right now.
Bisa tembus.
Especially with bodyguard training, you really want to have, hey, I'm uncontested. I should
bisa menang
have
sih.
an easy time hitting my
Dia punya
star
combat
4
ini.
cost, and then I can push to 9, get more value from bodyguard training,
bodyguard
and have
training.
a great game. When you're playing a B-tier comp like Master Yi,
Grup H nggak
you
usah
are
lagi,
expected
soalnya
to
udah
have a bit of a high roll because it's uncontested.
ada
If you
grup
don't,
ada grup
you're
H.
playing a B-tier comp, so that's not
Ada
great
apa
news for
bodyguard
Jisoo in
training
that
jadi nggak
sense.
usah. Ada grup H
Do you
lagi.
ever take Earth because you know you have a component angle on
Eksklusif
your
sih.
bench?
Item booster pack bagus.
I think he just needs the gold. You get more value from bodyguard training.
Okay,
You
booster
have a
pack.
chance to hit
Wow.
a shiny
Ece.
maybe as well, but
LeBlanc
instead you get
B2.
LeBlanc and Lulu, not the units you were looking for.
There's
Is it
one
Pumpkins?
copy of Yi.
Really good hold on the Blitzcranks as well. Two pivotal units for so many late
Master
game
B2.
boards.
Okay, we have a carry. Not even the pair
Kindred
of Kindred here. Lacking frontline, lacking the Kindred.
Nying,
There's
apa
the
itu
pair.
roll down-nya anjir?
He has to try and go
Menarik
9.
banget roll
This
down-nya.
is already off of his roll down, settling for maybe a 4th, maybe a 3rd at best, but he knows the 1st and 2nd is not going to be an option considering the variance he's had to deal with on this roll down.
Oh, big update.
Nggak ada
Kate
yang
from
main
Soju
Master
actually
Yi,
did
ada yang main
hit the
Kindred.
Nami 2.
Ada sih yang
I wonder
main
if
Kindred,
some
tapi
of
cuma
that
satu
came
ini.
from the booster pack. A lot of influx of
Ada mulu,
gold
nggak nge-hit anjir.
coming through from them. A lot of components there for title and G2X.
Begini kayaknya yang level nggak sih ya, tapi pairnya banyak anjir.
Respectively,
banyak
and
banget,
then
ada 5.
YBY1 taking some combat power there, Ascension.
Just saw Diaome's board there. I kind of foretold this. It just looks very doomed from his 3-2 roll down. He's not even close to the Jinx 3. He's losing fights on stage 4. He's lost his window of time where he is going to be the dominating player in this lobby. And he's going to have a hard time unless he hits the Jinx 3 and the Velvet 3 right now. He has 30 gold to work with.
Well, he takes the Belveth, so that's going to be a little
Rex
bit
saya
of
masih belum
breathing
metigal.
room, but you're still off of the Rek'Sai and the Jinx.
And the
He's
board
reading still, yeah.
are only getting stronger right now, right? All the 4-cost players are rolling down. They're using up all their
Posisi
gold.
begini
They're
aman nih.
rolling to 0.
Bisa dibedain
Is
apa posisinya?
Belvet 2 or Belvet 3 and a Call 3 going to be able to do enough damage?
Oh, I don't know.
He knows that mathematically it's very difficult for him to hit everything 3-star, but
Soju
he
udah
has
level
to go
9.
for it. You need to preserve HP right now, and one round with 2 gold in interest is not good enough.
YBY1, level 8, 0 gold, vertical space groove, 0 Nami. This is the problem when you threw a contest. Soju very smart, very intelligent, rolling on 3-6, getting in early. And now
Kan
they
nggak sih
should
itu?
pay huge dividends. Despite the HP the YBY1 has, it doesn't really matter because your cap is going to be so much lower when your units are already out of the pool.
You're going to see
Yeah,
that
okay.
start to hemorrhage in terms of the HP total, but we'll have another god
akselerasi,
offering here.
of
5
course.
cost and a 4 cost. If you want to try to gamble a little bit, you might be able to
Milo
get
yang
like
ambil ini
Blitzcrank
kan?
and Nami.
Yeah.
Yang
Great
ambil
option,
2 tanky
especially for
siapa
the
tadi
ones
dia?
that weren't looking for the Yasuo. Yasuo
Ano,
gave
Milo?
attack speed hex. So that will be very interesting for the Saya, for example, are some of the more AD carries.
Ya.
Milo also in a tragic
lumayan dapat
position
dupe.
here. I mean, very far away from his 3
Jauh
stars.
loh.
I think at
Jauh
some point
banget
you
nih
have to
Milo
realize
nih.
it's going to be
Ke
almost
B3.
impossible to hit unless Soju goes down, and Soju has turned the corner, right? Milo was praying, hoping, please
Amira
don't
masih
hit your
5.
Nami 2. Soju, please don't stay
All
alive.
masih 4 anjir.
But it's not the case. I think it's the worst case scenario for both Milo and YBY1 here. I imagine if other players found Namis in their shop, they also should be holding some of these Namis because of how impactful it is in the overall lobby complexion to grief these 3 players in particular.
As a reminder, our competitors that are on the bubble of elimination are Dialme, Milo, Dish Soap, and YBY1. G2X, of course, as well. So 5 players right now hoping that they are not going to be in the bottom 4. That would almost ensure their elimination after
Nah, ngasih
this
ini
game.
nyawa masih 2 Sojunya.
For Milo, a little more leeway, but yeah, Chitux and YBY need a 3rd or better, something very, very strong, and then mathematically have maybe chances with some of the other players. YBY in a difficult position, as we saw.
No, nggak ada item.
Hitting the rest of the comp that he wanted to. Title being strong on the he finds the Morgana too, so that's strong there for YBY. Meanwhile, Chitux just playing a strong.
Ya? Okay.
Normally, we should say fast 9 comp, but he's still level 8, so very difficult to find the Vex and the Bar right now. Just playing flexible and trying to maintain with what the game gave him.
I think Chi2 knew we were on his board, and he's like, "Oh, I'll solve the Nami. I don't want to be labeled a rat." Three, very famous players here looking for the remaining copy of this Nami.
I was gonna say he's cosplaying a Fast 9 board.
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite everything together yet.
Itemnya bagus banget.
Title holding a Nami in the shop. Oh my goodness, it is going to be a mad dash for these top fours.
Tapi itemnya kurang ya?
Impressive looking board the title is put together. Of course, getting the constructive champion,
secondary damage juga belum ada.
But I think you're going to really start to struggle if you can't get anything else once you see all of these boards having their forecasts upgraded.
A fake loss for title. I think he faced the strongest player in the lobby right after he hit a spike. Steel Bora is already level 9 on stage 4 with the Zaya 2 with the full itemization. I think Steel Bora is most likely the player to win this game, simply because the other players that maybe contesting that from the game plan spots are having a hard time contested on the space groove line, for example. We talked about it, right? Zaya, if uncontested, if from a good spot, is a 28% win rate in day 1. A comp that I think players should be playing more, and Steel Bora has picked up on that.
He rolled deep here, the Boom, trying to get the additional items here for the Veigar, and finally finds the possibilities here to get good carry items on Veigar and then transition the utility for Karma.
I gotta say, Soju and Chi2X are also both online though, so if they're able to, I think they might still be in contention to try to take this game away from Stilo of Bora.
Especially Soju, I think the Blitz 2 would be a huge pickup for Soju if he's able to make it that far. We're seeing a bit of a roll down here. No blitzes for now is the unfortunate part. No kind of like, natural blitz on 8. You can start dreaming of that high roll first place. Similar for Stilo with the Jin and the blitz as well. I think blitz overall is going to be the contested 5 cost in this game.
But getting to level 9 first means that you do have better odds.
Milo udah B3 Milo aja. Wow.
And so I can appreciate that.
Milo udah B3 semua tuh.
Maybe even considering whether or not he can make it to 10 is that in the question?
Kayaknya ke belakang.
A great chance. If he doesn't have something else to go for, doesn't hold in the Nami, he's too contested. I mean, 10 makes the more stems. You can always get a +1 in the space roof line.
Bisa ke belakang itu
so you know exactly how to pivot out of it.
A big test for Dish Soap. The Master Yi is able to beat Chi2X AP board despite Chi2 going down. He's already down, actually eliminated the first player going down. Chi2X back-to-back bottom 2 positions in this Game 7 and Game 8 lobby. Tragic result for the CN player. And for Dishop, really good news. He needs to have some time to make it to 9 to get the extra value from bodyguard training.
That is going to eliminate Chi2X from our tournament, but it was a very good run. Can still hold his head high as a 3-time regional champion, the only player to have ever done that in the global competitive TFT scene.
I mean, Milo made it. Horn 3, Samira 3, 1 life, 5 HP. Is it enough? Is it too late? Was it too hard with 2 players contesting the space group line? We're going to find out now. It is going to be Milo title up against that Veigar 3 and the Bard 2 now coming online for title on level 9. So he's found a way to find a new big spike for his board.
I do think if there was one person that you would want to face right now, it probably is title. Just because you're still carrying a 3-star 1 cost, if that Samira can actually focus down Veigar without that big stun finishing it off, then maybe you're able to hang on. Oh my goodness, that Bard 2 proves me wrong. And that is an out for Milo. Maybe an elimination, depending on where the points fall. Expected cutoff is going to be 33 to 34 points.
Yeah, danger zone totally key, as you mentioned, totally confirmed elimination. And title going for the meeple power. So strong. It's exactly what you want with the Veigar. You want the secondary carry to go into the Bard, full utility for now, and very early finding a 2-star. Especially using for the people that just got here and are watching the game with us, is Zona encounter. So the levels has been very cheap, only 2 to increase level, and you got immediately to these levels.
The artifact finally picked up from Diaome's treasure hunt. Prowler, Claw, Akali. Can she teleport her way into the backline? Can she cheese some fights? Diaume needs all the help he can get. She's now very close to that Kindred from Dish Soap. She's moving all over the place. Looks like it's going to be enough burst of damage coming through. Dish Soap taking out a notch. She is greeting, trying to go 9, but Diaume finds a lifeline to potentially fight for a top 4.
Also holding a Master G, so Bishop knows he cannot win with this composition. Thinking about the Master G 3-star as an out, and maybe if he finds enough gold, going for that angle.
YBY1 right now on a 3-win streak alongside Soju with a 9-win streak. I have an update that YBY1 has actually hit a Blitzcrank 2. Still sitting on a Nami 1, but this was a player that really needed some points in this game with only 27 total. A first or a second place and would secure a safe...
a safe path. Stilo Bora finds a new pair, finds a Jin pair, doesn't get his main upgrade, but especially we're looking at Diao Mei as well with the Akali. So fun to watch her zooming through the board. Can she stay alive? Can she seem to fight here yet again for Diao Mei? Looks like she's stuck on the middle of the board now, and the Nami's doing so much splash damage that she will be taken down as well as Diao Mei. Stilo Bora looks like he has a fight win here against Dish Soap. Isaiah stacking. The Yee's coming though.
Oh, the Yee's actually doing a lot of damage.
Wow.
And Stilo Bora goes down as well. Double elimination here, and we have our top 4.
And for Disho, being so low in points starting today, gets a first and now ensures a top 4 to maintain his alive, but he's looking for more.
And the punish on Stilo, not finding any Nunus on his 4-2 roll down, still having just that Nunu 1 on his front line. Meant that side game that looks so good ends up being a 5th place.
Title?
The level 10 that you mentioned, Negra, here for Soju, just trying to ramp out, getting any additional units. We see the Rask in. We see also the Pantheon getting additional synergies to the rest of the comp. Now going up against YBY. That has a strong board for playing around the Nami 1 still.
I mean, this is the test of strength, though, as YBY1 is the other win streaker in the lobby. If Soju can actually take a win here, then he might be the player to run away with this game.
Harusnya sih menang Soju ya.
And so
Soju punya
YBY1's
item
board
anima
does get a
soalnya.
bit of a power spike to it, but the Nami 2 is the big difference maker. So much splash damage to be able to target down the rest of the units, and YBY1 takes a big hit.
Dia level
6
10 lagi.
Master Yeast for Dish Soap. I think he knows he might not be the strongest player compared to Soju, but he's trying to find a 7th key now. There may be a way for him to sneak this win for himself. Bodyguard training now almost at max value as well for Dish Soap. So the 2 players from the Americas, they were 7th and 8th at the start of stage 4. They have climbed up the HP standings, now looking to be the 2 strongest players in the lobby.
Punya 6 Master Yi, hati-hati. Master Yi B3, hati-hati.
It's very difficult to contest this job here because Soju doesn't have gold. YBY wants to go level 9. I know he's weaker, so he needs to win us against Soju.
Okay, it's happening.
Dua lagi.
Still 2 copies off, no duplicators. Hasn't found any for now.
Okay.
The option is still there. The Fiora is also an unexpected upgrade for Dish Soap. So 2 big upgrades he's looking for. 1 to win the game and 1 to maybe also win the game because Fiora 2 is so powerful.
Mana ni Master-nya coy?
You want him to
Tahan
win
kah
twice?
sama orang lain?
I mean, Dish Soap would like that, I think.
Dish Soap doesn't need any more points to avoid elimination, but the name of the game is not just to be safe. It's also to actually make it to the grand finals tomorrow. So every extra point that you can garner is going to help you out a lot. I see a Master Yi being held on Soju's board. He knows that's going to be a win condition. Look at him flaunting it too, moving it on the bench. Be like,
I have one, buddy.
Iya, ditahan itu sama Soju satu
very
Master Yi.
difficult to find the last copy here.
Master Yi is stuck. It cannot get past this Shen.
Morgana was too tanky as well for Soju. I mean, Soju's playing a level 10 Space Group board plus an Anima cash out. Just too much to deal with for Dish Soap and for YBY1 despite the caliber of play here. Dish Soap, has to sell the Yeez. Picks up the Rost upgrade, looking for the Fiora upgrade. He finds it. Do you downgrade the Kindred? Just sells the Rost straight up.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's nothing else that you can do. I think the Fiora 2 is going to be better here.
YBY1 also hit the Nami upgrade already, so now there is a potential that Dish Soap goes 3rd here. YBY1 can win the next and upgrade fight against Dish Soap. It will not be the ghost fight here for either player.
Oh, YBY1 also had found a Yi just in case. Holds it. But let's see, the Nami was good enough to be able to win against Dish Soap when it was Soju's board, but can YBY1 repeat the same feat as the Tom Kench gets thrown away? Everything else is falling before this Light Shield Crest can actually get some value. As the Master Yi gets surrounded, it's going to be off the back of this Kindred that Dish Soap keeps hope alive, but that is not going to be enough. 3rd place for Dish Soap, still 38 points after this 8th game.
Soju, you can sell the Yeez.
Dish
Soap's out. All 3 Yeez were being held by both players, just in case. Props to YBY1. This is why he's one of the best players in the world. No Namis on his level 8 board at all. It looked very, very dicey. Two-way contested. Still turned the corner, made it to 9, used the Blitz 2 to win some of those fights. The Promised Land. That being said, Soju is him.
Pemain terbaik semua, cuy.
I mean, but you have basically mirrored fights. It's going to be about positioning for both of our competitors. You actually see the Blitzcrank getting put into the back still to try to get some value out of the Hex, but the Namis are now cornered across from each other.
I mean, coming across front to back fully for both. CC will be so important also. Shen doing the final fight here. Ascension comes in. And this is where Soju gets so much stronger. And he's trying to figure out of it.
Tank Morgannya masih hidup.
Soju looks to be unbeatable. A 14-win streak to take down YBY1, to take down Dish Soap, to win when the game gives him that win. Last game we said, hey, he cannot win the game. He's playing for placements, but Soju found the path to success here in this game number 8.
Anja.
Dominant
Soju, let's go.
Who would have thought that getting a 400 anima cash out would lead to a first place?
Many players would maybe play into Mac Acel, for example, but in this case, he not only played for a very strong board, but he brought down the AVP, expected AVP of 2 other strong players in the lobby with him, which is where we see the real experience and the elite lobby understanding from Soju shine.
Yeah, Milo taking a 7th place there with the 2 tanky, and then we saw YBY1 trying to contest the space groove. They both ended up 1st and 2nd, but we know what you're all here for, and it's time. Please enjoy the dev drop for set 18 and Enchanted Wilds.
Teaser, set 18. Oke, hutan. Temanya memang hutan ya?
Welcome to the Enchanted Wilds.
Enchanted Wild.
Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees, or harvest death with the old gods, no path through the forest is the same. But don't worry, TFT hasn't forgotten its roots. They've just grown substantially with a diverse biome of comps, an updated fan favorite mechanic, and, oh yeah, Carousel's back.
Oh, Carousel, let's go.
Get lost in the Enchanted Wilds.
Enchanted Wilds, anjay.
My name is Whitrock, but you can call me Witty, and I'm the set design lead for Enchanted Wilds. And to start things out today, I want to talk about one of our big verticals for the set. It's something of a passion of mine.
Betul.
As a Summoner's Rift enthusiast, I find myself pathing towards the Rift Beasts of League, one of our big verticals of the set.
What
Early
the
game,
fuck is that?
I play around my strongest Rift Beast, using the traits Alpha Mark to upgrade them and receive a buff. No smite required.
Itu monster anjing.
It's not just blue and red buff. We've got purple buff to give the ever-adaptive Gromp poison damage, and orange buff for the Raptor to allow them to stack up armor reduction. But I'm not done at just 3 Rift Beast. This is a relatively straightforward vertical, right?
Okay, vertical, okay.
So I'll look to field at least 5 to activate a Stampede,
Stampede?
running my shop with upgraded beasties. To cap out my board, I'll look for a late game buff on the wings of the one, the only Elder Dragon. Wait,
Anjir, Elder Dragon,
so
let's
circling around the
go.
board. That's better. Elder Dragon takes up 2 slots because she's a dragon.
Okay.
But she'll count as 2 towards her Rift Beast trait. So you can just add 1 more beastie to take advantage of the Alpha Mark to activate that Elder buff you know and love from the Rift. Enchanted Wilds is our wildest set yet. It's got the least amount of 2-leggy, chalky, fleshy. What do you call them?
People, Witty.
They're called people.
Okay. You've been out here way too long. But who needs people anyway? Wisps are way better. Our allies of nature are our set mechanic, and they may feel familiar to those who are slinging charms in the days of magic and mayhem.
What is that?
Not sure what charms or wisps do?
Wisps?
Here's a quick refresher. Wisps appear in your shop as temporary single-use sources of power and
charm lagi, charm.
for resources like XP or gold, or even risky deals with conniving forest denizens. You can purchase 1 wisp per round, and they'll appear in every other shop. Wisps will always appear in the rightmost slot, with most just lasting 1 round. As the game progresses, wisps tend to get more powerful, and more powerful wisps also cost more. Our evolution from charms to wisps brings small tweaks to the mechanic, like their power and availability, balance, and larger changes, such as the wonderful variety of wisps. Wisps are also lovable magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one you buy will dash, hop, swim, or fly across your screen
animasi
with
nggak
our
guna
original
anjing,
look.
mau aja nih.
And with all the new visual
Mau
flair
aja nih,
wisps,
animasi
we've
nggak
also
guna
got a
itu
clarity
anjir.
buff for the mechanic, which will have color types and a strength indicator for what types of output they have. That'll be important during a fast rolldown, where looking for the color of a combat wisp may just allow you to grab Hand of Baron, a Rift Beast
ada ininya ya.
exclusive wisp, which gives
Ada
all your beasties Baron buff.
Merah battle apa
For
combat
those of
gitu.
you who
Atau
really
mungkin
love
ada yang
wisps,
kuning.
we've got a trait for
ikon.
leaning even deeper into the mechanic. Blossom.
Blossom.
Every single wisp comes with an upgraded version you'll be able to purchase once you activate
Ada
the
mastery,
Blossom.
ada ahri, ada set.
Take Homing Fireflies, which has your casters spawn a Firefly to deal damage with every 20 mana they spend.
Firefly,
Take the upgraded version, and they'll need to spend less mana for the same effect. Or take part in a minor blood ritual. Sure, you lose 6 player health, but maybe that lesser champion duplicator is worth it. Or with Blossom active, maybe the 3 player health is even more appealing. Some Blossom upgrades will simply make the Wisp refund gold upon purchase, like Flip Frenzy, which flips a coin granting 1 gold until you lose. Other
Blossom
upgrades
bisa
can add
ngurangin
more
harga
rewards to
anu,
the wrist,
Wisps.
like Major Gambit, which gives you 10 gold if you win the next combat, and when upgraded, will also give you an item component. As you deepen your connection with Wisps, through higher breakpoints of Blossom, you'll be able to buy Wisps and get a refund, have them appear more often, purchase 2 per round, and even access their prismatic potential. I like to run 3 Blossom for more powerful Wisps for most of the game, because I'd rather tend to other matters, like the trees. Ivern is a 5 cost whose only trait, Green Father, allows you to create a biome by gathering seeds as he casts.
Ya kan pasti ada
Cast
Ivern sih
enough,
harusnya ya.
and you can cultivate an entire board, whether that be a forest, bog, canyon, or even a waterfall. Each hex will empower units on them in different ways, and if you complete the biome, the last hex seeded will always be the God Willow.
Wait, so you're the guide to these enchanted wilds now? There's more than one ranger in these parts.
There's 3. Y'all can take a break for a bit. I've got a trait or 2 to break down.
Ini banyak juga harus pelajarin.
Hey Tacticians, Kevin here to talk about one of our big verticals with a positioning puzzle, Elderwood.
Elderwood, okay.
While simple, Elderwood is the perfect base to mix up with the many splashable traits and flexible threat-like units, like Ivern, Taric, Maokai, and more. Each breakpoint of Elderwood will reward you with a new plant, starting with a tree that acts as a living shield, stunning enemies on death with its sap. A sticky situation for sure. Later breakpoints also provide a plant that empowers Elderwood allies as long as you can protect it, and the trait's final 7-piece unleashes a protector alongside your bountiful botanical beauties.
Ada summon
now let's
kalau
mix
7.
things up. You can add Azir to activate Executioner with Ezreal to get those abilities critting with precision. Then it's just one more Old God and the power of death will be on your side. Or you can do away with all of that in pursuit of a fiery combo of Cannon and Shen, which provide burn and wound, that'll stack with other burns too. Or look to splash Sprykin, so your Elderwood 5 cost can ride atop the BFF, because true friendship is standing on top of a big Sasquatch. Or go wide as you can, and try 3 Elderwood, 2 Invoker, 2 Executioner, 2 Vanguard, 2 Defender, 2 Inferno, 2 Adapter, and 1 Caustic.
What's Caustic?
That was a lot. Many of our traits have lower breakpoints this set, so be sure to experiment with comps and wisps alike. If you're the type of player that'll turn a spark of creativity into a fiery comp, keep your eyes out for the return of Set 2 Lux, a legendary capstone to just about every origin in the set. As the avatar, Lux can appear in your shop with most of our origins. She'll count twice for that trait you've purchased her as, and that trait can't appear on Lux for other players, unless you sell yours. Lux can have many looks, all the while firing a big laser. But you know who else can do at least one of those things? You, with our new cosmetics. Take it away, Alex.
Ya, gue butuh battle-nya doang, anjir. Gue butuh pengetahuan unitnya doang. Kosmetik nggak terlalu penting. Don't care.
Hey everyone, Alex, product manager on the cosmetics team here. And today I'm going to go over some of our released patch cosmetics for Enchanted Wilds. Let's get started with Chibi Soul Fighter Jinx, who's made her super mega debut as a TFT original look. She's crashing in with her own way to celebrate victory in the form of her own beautiful boom. And I think she's got the perfect place to have that victory too, Jinx's Tournament of Chaos. Turns out, all it takes is being able to field 7 allies at level 7, and your once underground resistant hideout takes flight. Hey, I recognize that Colosseum in the background. If charismatic lunatics blasting through the sky aren't your style, we've got a reclusive Lunar Unbound soaking in the springs. Spirit Blossom Springs of Phelios Unbound is also the easiest way to unite brother and sister in the way of a heartfelt finisher. Or you can unleash your inner demon in day trading, pencil pushing form. Chibi Office Aatrox is complete with vesting stock options and a blatant disregard for company property.
What?
He's capping things off with a full screen boom available in the rotating shop. Huh, I wonder what those buttons do.
What the hell, GG?
Last but not least, we've got Coven LeBlanc Unbound, who could also be any of these other tacticians. Maybe she's even me. Maybe not. All right, let's check back in with the dev team as they mix and match traits and champs.
Oke, ada trades. Sekarang saatnya trades.
Man, I just love soaking up the rays in the wilds.
Team.
You just like relaxing and rerolling Sunbeam.
I mean, they can make any comp into a reroll comp, powering up with each 3-star on your team. What's not to like?
Collecting 3 stars is for those without the discipline to not constantly press D. Me, on the other hand, I'm a Moonbeam aficionado.
What? You think just because you can press F, that makes you better than me?
Yeah. Plus, I just like watching Aphelios and 5-cost Alune take over the board.
Aphelios,
I guess seeing the full moon crash down after ramping up all those moon shards is pretty cool.
And I guess your 3 stars do make for a great frontline for Alune.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What?
We should start an astronomy club?
No, I was thinking we can combine these 2 boards.
But wouldn't that make an eclipse?
Enjoy.
Fielding both Sunbeam and Moonbeam will allow you to unlock and pursue a hidden trait, Eclipse, which will execute the lowest health enemy unit every couple of seconds after the sun and moon overlap in combat.
Eclipse may be our hidden trait, but one of our least hidden 5-costs definitely wants to be seen and talked about.
When fielding Draven, you'll get to choose a bounty, a mini quest that's focused on
Draven,
his dreams, his goals, or his failure.
Some bounties will be easy, like getting takedowns to get some XP, while others can be a bit trickier, like winning combat as the only surviving unit to receive a super powerful reward.
What?
That's a tough one, especially when Draven's attacks target random enemies in range.
What? Random?
It can be hard to peel for yourself when you aren't targeting that Rengar or Kha'Zix that's found a new home in your face.
Rest in peace, Draven. You would have loved the TFT Open.
He's not dead. You can try a new bounty the next round. Also, he's a video game character, Kent.
I know, but I just think he would have loved to be invited. You know how much he loves arenas.
Is this a cry for help? Because I know somebody who can get you an invite. Speaking of...
Hey Tacticians, Marisa here, and I want to make sure you heard about Convergence Fest. If you missed our earlier announcements, this year we're going back to where the TFT Open all began, Las Vegas. As is the mantra in Vegas, we're doubling down. There'll be 1,024 to be precise, competitors vying for that coveted Tactician's belt. But that's not the only thing that's doubling down. This year, your ticket will get you double the games. Riftbound is joining us in Vegas, so everyone will be able to bounce from watching the TFT Vegas Open, to battling with your Riftbound deck, to checking out Artist Alley, to watching Riftbound's regional championship, to chatting with your favorite devs or co-streamers, to... You get the point. There's a lot to do. Whether you're competitively minded or just here for the community vibes, we've got something for you at Convergence Fest. We hope to see you in Las Vegas from December 11th to December 13th for the biggest community celebration we've ever had. Secure your spot by pre-registering for attendee tickets on convergencefest.riotgames.com and stay tuned for more info on how to compete. With that, it's time to close out the step drop and get ready to venture into the Enchanted Wild.
Udah.
Wow, Enchanted Wilds looks so good. I cannot wait. The thematic looks amazing. But the one thing that stood out to me in that dev drop is I hope that they keep those icons for the Draven bounty.
Satu-satu ya.
In on a Sasquatch.
Sabar.
Welcome to the Enchanted Wilds. Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees, or harvest death with the old god, whether you ride in on a Sasquatch...
Ini siapa ya? Ini Ramus. Ini siapa namanya? Kobuko. Siapa namanya? Rakan. Ini mungkin Varus. Ini siapa namanya? Si Yorick. Ini siapa anjir? Nunu kah? Atau Volibear? I don't know.
Grow with the tree.
Nunu ya? Nunu kayaknya Nunu sih.
Welcome to the Enchanted Wilds. Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees.
Grom, kepiting, batu. Nggak tahu nih siapa namanya? Serigala. Ini blue buff. Ini siapa ya? Ini Ramos lagi. Ini si Hekarim. Parus, Caitlyn. Ini Nar bukan?
Or harvest death with the old. Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees.
Oh ini Alistar ya? Ini Alistar. Ini harusnya Sejuani ya? Ini Alistar soalnya banteng tuh. Ini Karim soalnya siapa namanya? Centaurus. Ini harusnya Sejuani. Oke.
Or harvest death.
Ini siapa namanya? Azir. Ini Malpit. Ini Rek'Sai. Ini Warwick. Diana, Ornn, Batu. Ini siapa nih? Nggak tahu. Nggak kelihatan.
With the old gods, no path through the forest is the same. But don't worry, TFT hasn't forgotten its roots. They've just grown substantially with a diverse.
Veigar, Nunu lagi, Ornn, apa namanya? Ramus, Rakan,
biome of comps, an updated fan favorite.
Leona tadi gue lihat.
Grown substantially with a diverse.
Ini siapa ya? Ini Shan tadi ya? Rek'Sai tadi ya? Ini Leona, ini Shen. Ini saya ya?
Biome of comps.
Saya.
An updated fan favorite mechanic and
Talu, sabar.
Biome of comps.
Ya kan ya? Ini harusnya Nunu sih ini. Ya.
An updated fan.
Ini Mastery. Ini Yunara.
Favorite mechanic and Carousel's back.
Ini mungkin si apa namanya anjir? Kasadin mungkin. Ramos, Kepiting, Diana, Warwick, Mastery. Ini kos berapa cuy? Kos 4 ya? Sejuani kos 2. Kos 4 mungkin, soalnya ungu. Ini ungu apa gimana cuy? Kos 1 Kasadin, oke. Ini Kale ya? Kale atau kayaknya Kale.
Let's get lost in the Enchanted Wilds. My name is Whitrock.
Udah punya ini belum ya?
Call me Witty, and I'm the set design lead for Enchanted Wilds.
Ada belum? Takutnya udah mulai nih. Belum. Udah mulai ini belum ya? Ini udah ada di sini. Belum ya? Nunggu besok kali cuy. Nunggu besok kali ya? 18. Ada sih. Mungkin besok.
Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees, or harvest death with the old gods, no path through the forest is the same. Substantially. And, first biome of comps.
Ya masih sama tadi.
An updated fan favorite mechanic, and Carousel's back. Let's get lost in the Enchanted Wilds. And I'm the set design lead, our big verticals for the set. That's something of a passion of mine. As a Summoner's Rift enthusiast, I find myself.
Oke, red buff, Rom, Hitting. Ini nggak tahu siapa nih. Itu ayam, serigala, blue buff, batu, sama Elder.
Pathing towards the Rift Beasts of League.
Berapa nih? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oke, 9 ya.
One of our big verticals of the
ini
set.
enggak kan?
Early game, I play around my strongest Rift Beast.
Oke, ini awalnya 4 Rift Beast. Terus punya ini. Oke, terus?
Using the traits Alpha Mark to upgrade them and receive a buff.
Oh, ada Alpha Mark-nya ya. Masih Alpha Mark. Jadi unitnya ke-upgrade, entah skillnya atau apapun itu. Ini Yorick.
No smite required.
Leona.
And it's not just blue and upgrade them and receive a buff.
Ini Karma kan ya? Karma, Akun, Leona, sama Yorick. Oke.
No smite required. And it's not just blue and red buff. We've got purple buff to give the
Masih Caitlyn ini.
ever adaptive Gromp poison damage. And orange buff for the Raptor to allow them to...
Oke, beda-beda ininya ya. Oh, ini AD cuy. Ini caster ya. From caster. We're about to give the ever adaptive Gromp poison damage. Oke.
Give the ever adaptive Gromp poison damage. And orange buff for the...
Terus ini AD, si ayam. Bonus buff for Raptor. Allow them to stack up armor reduction.
Raptor to allow them to stack up armor.
Dan dari siapa nih?
Reductive Gromp poison damage. And orange buff for the Raptor.
Leona, On, sama Varus. Okay.
To allow them to stack up armor reduction. But I'm not done at just 3 Rift Beast. This is a relatively straightforward vertical, right? So I'll look to field at least 5 to activate a Stampede.
Tuh, ini kehitung nih. Oke, ini kehitung ya. Ini kehitung coy. Berarti tadi 10 coy. Tadi 10 ya, aninya ya. Rift Beast ini bisa 10. Oke.
Running my so I'll look to field at least 5 to activate a Stampede, overrunning my shop with upgraded beasties.
Why is that? Kalau 5 Rift Beast bisa nge-upgrade ini, bisa nge-upgrade Rift Beast-nya yang di shop.
To cap out my board, I'll look for a late game buff on the wings of the one, the only Elder Dragon. Wait, why is she just circling around the board? That's better. Elder Dragon.
Oh, ada ininya ya. Dia skillnya siapa namanya? Skill lagi. Skillnya Elder Peer.
One minute and title still in that range, but of course we have a lobby ahead of us.
This is the lobby that we're going to be watching, so we'll get a glimpse of what Jedu has been up to at the top of our standings, but of course we'll check in with the other players in here as well. YBY1, we've been following them last 2 games. We'll see him here again, as well as VCLF Serenka, Kuyosko, Darthnub, Who, and Stilo of Bora. Have we agreed on a sleeker name? I know the casters have been saying Bra, but every time they do, I just kind of jolt because I think someone's talking to me.
I saw that after his run yesterday, people on Weibo have been calling him 3-bra. So that might be the tech, as it looks like our gods are selected. We are seeing Soraka and Yasuo going into this.
Belajar lagi ya, anunya ya, statnya.
We already know most likely a lot of Yasuos are going to get picked up right here, usually considered a much stronger in terms of the MVP and of the immediate impact on the board. Suirenka here, one of the CM players that have been escaping elimination and moving up the rankings one by one, our newest contestant coming in from the TOC.
Starting off here with that 3 cost also means that if somebody gets something like an early Orin, you could get really good tempo, but doesn't seem to be the case across our players, so it will be a little bit less impactful. Unless Stilo can maybe assemble those animas. Could be an option there with your
apa nih ini ya?
There were 2 Auroras and 2 Samiras, and those are the ones that caught my eye. Those that give you at least the most direction for things that you can angle from the get-go.
What is
there are going to be some people who might try to just keep a 3 cost on their board, but I would expect most people outside those 4 to maybe just consider you're starting the game with 3 gold.
Yeah, I think whenever you have a Yasuo, you know, the 3 cost itself might not be that important.
Main
really
dulu kah? Soalnya ada punya JD.
The cosmic hex to kind of grow up on your unorthodox front lines. It enables a lot of these remote compositions to reach higher levels because you have that unit stacking in early.
10 gold lumayan.
Jedu are opting to make 10 here. You can see, actually we just saw a couple of other players also start to sell their board. Looks like everyone else is going to be opting to have something on their board. Jedu might be one of the few that's actually making 10 this early.
Now we'll have to see. I'm seeing some interesting choices across the board there as well. Stilo of Bora has a Jinx, has a Rek'Sai, and a Misfortune, so could be playing around both options of the earlier Primordian boards that we have seen time and time again throughout this Tactician's Crown. But let's see.
Treasure Hunt, I don't know.
It will be gold,
I don't like the
will
reroll.
be transformative, and
But
if
still,
you're Jedu, You're hoping for your favorite augment. He said yesterday, I believe in Wasian's chat, he's addicted to the Jax augment. Reach for the stars, doesn't get it offered here,
Often does go for frontline foundation. We saw him already today going for that comp, but with a lot of econ, he's deciding to go for the instead, looking like a setup for a standard fast 8 type of board. YBY1, you know, he's on the lowest point total here. He's waiting for everyone to pick their augments before he commits, hopefully into something high cap.
Minus 3 gold, cuy.
You just
minus 3 XP.
Yeah, this one's not really it.
The interesting one picked up to me is Brubba picking up No Scout, No Pivot. So this can be something like Primordial, but also does open up some unique, spicy lines depending on how he's feeling.
Reroll
Lissandra. Check in with that board, of course, to see. I also asked what our aura farming for Serenka is. It's going to be Vex. So that is certainly something you can work around. One of the best ones to get offered. But you need to get there, right? That's the bigger point. You need to assemble around Vex. She alone is not going to be able to just carry everything. So that is the challenge for Serenka here. But yeah, I really want to see Brubba to see what that No Scout, No Pivot looks like. And if it is Primordial,
two things I would like to call out. We did see Giosko playing around Singularity and has upgraded both Cho'Gath and Lissandra. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to slam an item. You really do want to be able to play this from ahead to get the additional loot as fast as you can. But on the other side, we saw Jedusor, when we last saw him was picking his Arbiter, he did decide to do the chance to get gold at the end of the fight. So he is indexing extremely hard on getting econ as rich as he can. Where his final direction goes, he actually has plenty of flexibility.
Really can't still go anywhere. YBY1 just trying to win streak this stage so far, but he has committed his items. I feel like he's probably going onto the groove line once more. That has been the go-to for a lot of these players who have to just roll down an 8 and find something to stabilize. But as we saw from yesterday, you know, the 3 AP flex lines, the groove, the AP flex, and the shepherd, if you're forcing those to test, they're usually kind of the weakest positions in the lobby to make it out.
That's keep in mind here. Also, just to update you, as we do see a Lulu here, Stargazer is the medallion, so not generally something you would go into like a Lulu reroll, like the mountain, for example. So that is not necessarily something our players are going to be looking for. Here is that aura farming for Serenka. We mentioned it already. And the challenge here is just going to get through the early stages without bleeding too much, making sure the board is strong enough to get you there. And that is going to be the game plan for most of our players.
Does look like Serenka has the stronger board compared to VCLF. There is a chance that the two of them will match up against each other here. VCLF is still keeping his options open. You know, the two Vigars there, very interesting to see if you can find one of those hits. We don't get the 100 HP match. Easy win against Jedusor.
I do wonder if you would actually be considering a 4 replicator mid game. This isn't something we see all too often, but there are players who do value the 4 replicator just because of how much damage it puts on your board.
Yeah, you can get it extremely early, which is one of the strong points. He's definitely keeping the misfortune for that. You don't even need the Nami to activate a very high vertical trait early on.
As we mentioned, Soraka, Yasuo going to be the options here. Lots of our players are tendentially going for Yasuo, but here that's Soraka, just a little bit more preferred on the early round.
I have to say that's a feel bad for Brubba. He's locked into that Belveth Jinx line. He would really have wanted something like the Cosmos or Cosmic or Acceleration Hex.
With a 3-component opener, I would actually expect the average board strength to spike very hard with this next fight. A lot of the players in the lobby were greedy components.
Vertikal lumayan bagus kayaknya.
Haven't slammed anything. This is our Anima player, but
I was wondering. So
even the loot subscription or the loot singularity player hadn't slammed anything, and so there are players who may not have been able to test any wins before they could slam. And now, having gotten an additional component, they can slam something that might be able to sneak away the win streaks from players like Serenka, VCLF, or YBY.
So the thing is, Brahu is on no scout, no pivot. He cannot play too many units on his board as he's trying to get to the Primordians. So he also only has 3 units, but they don't meet each other here.
When you play no scout, no pivot, you need to get Primordian in as early as possible, or it just locks out all your other units. You cannot put another Nova unit in because you need that gold generation. So this is kind of a very annoying spot when you play this. You can't pick up any units. You have to wait for the Belveth, or else you're just kind of stuck. And this is why a lot of times if you don't have the 3-piece for the Primordian, this can become
ini
kind
apa
of a
namanya?
trap.
Moving into our final round on 2-6.
Belpetnya mana bang?
YBY and VCLF are the two players that are contesting the win streak. Darth Nub did lose that first round, so he may not be able to get the full 5 streak, but he can certainly play spoiler. We've seen a Talon 2 do some disgusting things on stage 2, so being backed up with this frontline Nasus, who will survive quite a bit, there's a world where Darth Nub is actually able to snap one of these streaks.
Okay.
Oh, this is good news for YBY. One of the few players to pick up the Starlight right here. He does have a decently strong board. Of course, this Gargoyle Stoneplate is additional item for the stage 2, but this is probably one of his biggest tests right here. Can the Talon actually find its way into the backline towards Lulu? Doesn't look like it for this angle. It's going to need another 2 jumps at the minimum.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go to the Pantheon. Oh, it does actually go to the backline instead. But at this point in time, the Talon Rogue Talk has already procced, so depending on where these Lulu casts go. Oh, it's going to double cast onto the Lulu, so maybe the bleed is enough. One more cast might actually do it.
It's just there's 0 upgrades on the sides of YBY1, right? That's the big difference maker between those two. Dashnub is going to be able to get that win and does not allow YBY1 to run
Lulu B2 di level berapa? Level 5 tadi kan ya?
To do just that on the back of just a Lysandra 1. You know, we have the show in play. He's not doing too much right now. He's looking a little hungry.
Level 5 Lulu B2 aja
si YBY. 5 streak, right? We can all acknowledge that.
Average ini ya.
Average shopnya I'll say it. This 3 timebreaker Lysandra 1.
It's just injustice. That's what I would call it here.
I know. If you are YBY right now, you're like this guy. I can't.
Cry me a river, Gangly.
Nice.
Yeah. We should be looking at Gyosko's board because he does have to roll down and get his win streak right here. There's a lot of Chos and Lysandras held by VCLF. So it's a big question to see how much can he get here. Can he continue to get the Dark Star streaks going?
We are also getting word that YBY1, who was carrying that Lulu, had 2 Lulus in shop on level 7, level 5.
Baru 3 tapi dia
nice little shop he had there. I believe he picked them up. That's why we're seeing a Lulu 2 pop up on the
5
side. So big upgrade there for the YBY1 board.
Oh, this is a bit of a rough roll down coming in from Gyosko. You ideally really want to get that 3-star show by 3-2 to start the stack up, to start getting cash outs from your augment, but he's not going to find that, and we're going to have to hope for some sort of a bailout on 3-2 augment. Either reroll enhancing.
We rolled again.
6.
One last roll just to get the
level 4
ini
gimana kasasinya, Bang?
It's good tech. You have augments next, set yourself up for success and really benefit from it.
Ini ya,
You never know
ada
what's behind the next door. Could be prismatic.
Ada beberapa cara biar bisa lolos ke world ya.
I think makes sense if you're
Kalau nggak salah ada poin.
However,
poin apa namanya? Poin dari kompetisi gitu.
Sure you don't want to restart into Kaisa?
Terus ada yang menang
Yeah, this looks like on a roll to me. I can see a world
I
where
think he's considering item grab bag
Terus
just
apa lagi
because
ya?
items are so important for that show list.
Kayak kira-kira gitulah.
There's a world where you can say like I really need items to get
Pokoknya
this
ini,
show
pokoknya ikutan
onto the
Tactician
road,
trial
but
gitu.
I agree on the roll is probably the
Terus
more
mungkin bisa
direct
menang
choice here.
di Tactician trial mungkin. Terus dapat tiket buat bisa ikutan world. Terus ada kesempatan lain yaitu cup. Kan kemarin ada Darkstar Cup, Stargazer Cup, sama Anima Cup ya, atau apapun itulah namanya lah. 3 cup kan. Nah itu kalau satu kalau menang juara itu kalau nggak salah bisa ikutan world. Terus di 3 cup ini ada poin yang dikumpulin kalau nggak salah. Kalau misalnya kamu 2 gitu, atau 3 ada poinnya. Kalau poinnya mencukupi bisa dapat tiket juga buat ke World cuy. Kayaknya ya. Walaupun gue belum pernah ini, belum pernah menang, belum pernah ikutan, tapi kayaknya gitu sih. Kalau mau ikutan World ya. Pokoknya rank kamu harus tinggi biar ikutan Tactician Trial. Habis itu menang kalau bisa. Kalau nggak bisa ya
certainly something we'll need to do. Of course, we're going to be keeping tabs on our Anima players. I was kind of looking at Serenka there to try and see if he maybe had an angle
bisa lolos lah ke final gitu.
Stilo Bora just a little bit, but I don't think so. I think the comp is too locked in.
Oh ya, kalau mau ikutan cup ini ya, pernah ikut trial bang, pernah kemarin cuy.
Just around the Nami, doesn't really want to give that one up, and I don't think
nggak lolos ke day 2
enough to actually be a problem for Stilo.
Kalau mau ikutan cup kan yang ini ya, kalau mau ikutan cup kamu harus bagus poinnya di set sebelumnya. Gitu loh. Jadi kalau mau ikutan cup, kamu ikutan trial sekarang, habis itu ya mungkin bisa ngumpulin poin. Habis itu baru set depannya bisa ikutan ini, bisa ikutan cupnya.
Does give him the option to actually roll a little bit on level 8 to try and stabilize around the Vex rather than just sprinting straight to 9.
I agree.
Agak lama sih, tapi ya.
Definitely something to keep in mind here.
Kalau cup ya.
Looking at BCLF, 100
kalau Tactician trialnya nggak tahu sih ya.
Talking about the board being a little bit
tahu sih yang setahu gue itu doang ya. Poin-poin itu dikumpulin poinnya. Kalau cukup bisa ikutan ini, bisa ikutan world.
Able to find the Emilio too. That guy is he's a demon.
Level 7.
Oh my gosh, he just finds the Briar right
jadi
now.
Jadi set sekarang buat next set ya prinsipnya.
Sitting on our bench for the last 3 rounds is now finally getting onto the board.
Jadi Gandhi set sekarang buat next set ya prinsipnya. Itu untuk cup doang cuy. Itu untuk cup doang ya. Karena ada 3 cup tuh. Kalau mau ikutan cup itu ya kamu harus ganding di set sekarang. Buat main di set depan. Kalau mau yang lebih pasti silakan cek complete TFT ya. Gue nggak tahu. Gue nggak paham sih. Gue nggak ngerti 100% cuy. Kira-kira gitulah. Kamu yang lebih jelas silakan cek complete TFT ya, terus lihat-lihat lah. Gue aja masih belum paham 100% gitu. Pokoknya rank kamu harus tinggi lah, itu ya intinya ya. Pokoknya ranknya kamu harus tinggi, terus ikutan Tactician trial. Terus kalau bisa menang, kalau bisa ya.
There we go. There it is.
Blah 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 blah.
It's the Annihilator and the tentacle. What is that called? The frontline tentacle. Yeah, we all know what it is. It's a frontline item. Gonna stabilize you a little bit. Has the option to play into the space groove or in a mech, but given that we are holding on to 2 Namis, does feel a lot easier to get into there right now.
Yeah, I feel
punya
like
apa namanya tuh
at this point you can see the
jadi gue cara penilaiannya bang ya, makanya buka complete TFT cuy, buka website completetft.com ya, silakan baca-baca di sana tuh gimana cara ikutannya. Daftar itu ya harus daftar di complete TFT cuy. Nanti kamu dikasih ID-nya ID ya, kartu lah, semacam kartu lah. Macam kartu complete TFT online.
He does find a loss here, but it's all right. I mean, look at his spot. He's been sitting on Cluttered Mine, streaking the entire game on a
Nami B2.
What? Whoa.
Okay.
Graves, okay.
All right. This is how APAC plays, Clement?
No roll, Nami 2. I'll take it.
On 7.
Crazy.
Oh iya, dapat 7 ya? Dapat 7 Nami B2 aja. This game, man.
We've got a lot of game left. Let's see how the cards fall.
All right. Let's bet me something, okay? There's no, I don't think he can lose from this spot, to be absolutely honest. The only way he can lose is like 3-star 4 cost.
Okay.
He has a Graves on 3-7.
Yep. Sure does. I didn't even notice that.
I will say for Gyosko, there's a huge high roll potential coming. If he can find the May the 4 be with you, it'd be really good since he knows the next augment is going to be gold. due to power up.
Bingung gamenya best of berapa, urutan berapa poin, yang menang, yang poin berapa. Makanya itu ikutan dulu coy. Gue juga sebenarnya nggak paham banget ya. Tapi kalau mau ikutan Tactician trialnya dulu, baru nanti kerasa oh ini begini gitu loh. Sebelumnya gue nggak paham sih.
And he can hold the units that he wants to transition to on his bench.
Pokoknya penjelasannya juga nggak dijelasin gitu loh.
Generally, when you're holding this much gold
emang nggak terlalu dijelasin coy.
Mau gimana? It just feels like you need to make a decision on the spot. But Jedu actually does not feel that pressure right now. He can farm.
Tapi yang bisa gue kasih tahu sih buka kompet TFT ya.
While he looks for his LeBlanc 2.
Kompet TFT tuh ada tuh.
VCLF 100 HP
kalau mau ikutan Tactician trial itu ada berapa orang yang bisa ikutan di satu server, terus butuh berapa LP kalau mau ikutan. Aku bilang cek competTFT.com, sono cuy ininya. Informasi yang dibutuhkan untuk ikutan pro player gini di TFT ya. Kalau mau jadi pro player TFT.
Is going to be going for Pandora's. I don't think you have time for Pandora's.
Ini nggak ada duit coy.
Anything else though, unfortunately, that was.
Waduh, itu delapan sih. Gak ada duit.
This game is.
I think maybe it was Giant Slayer, but yeah, I don't know. That was a rough one.
If I'm playing solo queue, I'm going on like a loss LP benders directly after this one. I'm losing 300 LP. It's not even my fault, man.
Just free falling.
Yeah. He took a gambit with no scout, no pivot without Belveth, and I feel like he got punished very, very hard for it. The 3-2 roll down was for that specific champion.
Item pindah dong.
He had to go to 1 gold before he finally hit. Oh, and Blitzcrank. Okay, that's you see, it's just
right. You might have been right.
Yeah.
I'm starting to believe that this game might be over.
Great
but,
to Blitzcrank.
It's all there. Kedupe sih. Itu tetap aja dia.
This game, say congratulations.
USB 2 di 8.
This spot is
ini dia punya anu ya, Kedupe tadi ya.
He's 4 points beyond the cut, so he needs all of those first points.
Kedupe dari
that just makes YB1 really difficult. I believe he is on the Medallion Lulu line.
Bisa menang sih. Bora.
I actually think VCLF's board, his game has become much more interesting now that we've seen Steela hit so fast, and we know that YBY is playing around the Lulu reroll. So VCLF is.
That? I'm sorry. He just hit Graves too. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't. Steela did?
He had Graves 2 on his board.
Okay.
I called it out.
Oh, okay.
He had it.
VCLF, though, is now in a spot where he actually feels like he has to skip it. Maybe strong enough to still do that.
There it is. Okay.
He had it in the last fight. He was hiding it in the second row. Maybe that's why you guys weren't, but like it has been there.
Okay.
Fun little quirks of how that works. We do need to check in, I believe, with Sorenka.
Linknya tuh linknya anjir.
21 did
link
find a win
anu ya,
in that
link TFT compet.
So probably should be able
link compet TFT itu cuy, silakan baca. Jangan lupa bikin anu ya, bikin kartunya ya. Bikin kartu
there's a lot of players on the AP flex right now. Tons of them are trying to go into the denied, and they really need to find a lot of team items coming in for someone like Sweet Renka.
Semua orang yang ikutan
they have the
ini punya kartu itu ya.
The front line, it's very hard
kartu
to get that new online. Bra who now down to 16 HP.
Hati sini, Bra who sih. Darah nggak ada, duit nggak ada, belum B3.
Kind of a flippy game plan coming in.
Yeah, Bro was one of the players that was sitting in the top 8 going into the day.
Kali B3.
After this game, he will most likely fall out as he is. I mean, he will certainly fall out. He's sitting in 8th place right now in the standing. But even in 8th place, at this point, it does not kill your run by any stretch. There are plenty of games left to be played. I think from here on out, the goal for Bra is to figure out how to reset, not
dari
to
anu ya,
get
dari
too cold off of this game and come back to the next one.
He just found everything, so there's a chance that he wins the next fight. I quickly want to mention for Sorenka, though, there's also Blitzcrank in place. We found LeBlanc too. We have, of course, the next farming, so that is why these wins have been coming in. But let's see how it plays out against the board like Yoskos, who has been farming those stacks since the very start. I think for Rubber, it's hard because you see no scout, no pivot, and you know it's really good with Primordian. And then maybe you have a really good Primordian start, but then just nothing works out in your favor. I mean, we did see him right after that go down. If you roll to 1 or to 0, and you can find 2 copies of Rek'Sai, and you lock yourself in with 2 Briars, I think it's just so tragic.
Yeah, I think Clement said it best. He did take it without the Belveth, and so he was flipping the game on finding a Belveth. We're seeing the effects of that, but it has certainly been a tragic game. I do want to talk about Darthnub, who we're seeing now. We saw him earlier, similar to the spot that we looked at with Jedisor, where normally it's very hard for you to hold this many things on your board. The nice thing about running Cluttered Mind is that you get to hold things like the Bard pair while you're still rolling for what your final board will be without feeling too bad. The difference between them is that Jedisor is sitting on double the amount of HP as Darthnub has. So he is running out of time. And at some point, he needs to either find this LeBlanc 2 or find another way to stabilize his board, because he doesn't have the Nunu 2, he doesn't have a LeBlanc 2, a Karma 2, or the Bard 2 that he's aiming for the high roll with either. And he will start to freefall. At some point in time, his board is going to just fall over to the rest of the lobby.
This fight is incredibly critical for Darthnub. If he loses here, I feel like he needs to start selling his Cluttered Mind and going into donkey roll mode here. And Rubra does find a good win streak against this board AP Flex that only has a 1-star carry.
Very difficult for Darthnub. We know that 3 of those LeBlancs are already out. Many else are being held somewhere, maybe looking across the lobby. I don't think many of our other players are currently holding onto that LeBlanc. But we're also seeing YBY1 getting closer and closer to that Lulu you were calling out with the medallion. So that is something I'm actually very interested in.
And that's a huge power spike when he does hit. When you think of 3-cost reroll, there's always a huge disparity between the 2-star version and the 3-star. But when you're playing on medallion, the amount of damage amp that you're getting per 3 cost coming in is going to be so huge that you turn your board into something that is losing all of stage 4 into something that is winning all of stage 5. I think YBY is in a very critical spot right now because the amount of gold he has does not signify that he's going to be hitting the number of units that he needs to really stabilize this board.
Well, as you can see, we're in a quick little game pause there. One of our players has disconnected. We'll try to get them back into the game as quickly as we can. Then, of course, continue that run. But I feel like there's a lot of interesting stuff in here already. That medallion we were just talking about, I think, is the biggest difference maker. Maybe a question to you, Clement, because I mentioned at the start of the game, we don't normally see people go for that Lulu reroll on the medallion. That's usually, I would say, a mountain speciality for the Stargazer.
Tadi ya, yang Kesal tadi ya.
What do you think kind of changed that for YBY1?
I think hitting the Lulu just early, and the fact that Medallion Lulu actually generates you gold when you get to the level up, it actually generates you extra gold per cast. It's kind of a good deal to go into. There's nobody else on the Stargazer Alliance, perhaps. So I feel like he found him a decent spot. The most important thing when you are given AP items is you don't want to go into the macro AP lines. If you look across the board right here, there's 5 other players on fast 8 AP lines. So if you can find a pathway out of it, I think you take it.
I think for YBY, what you need to consider is the inflection point in the tournament. More so than even just the board and the strength of the lobby itself. What matters the most is what? When he came out of the last game, where did he land? 23rd place? He's right at the edge of extinction right now. He has 2 games left to get himself out of that bottom 8 once more. And yes, you can technically get yourself out by going 3rd, going 4th. But really what he needs if he wants to continue on in this game is to find a top 2. That is the only way to consistently put him back into giving him a shot for that top 8. That's where he wants to be. That's where we've always seen YBY.
Yep. I'm actually very surprised he was this low in the overall standings from yesterday into today. But we are back into the game here. Players are all back and connected as we check back in with CLF.
Finally going to go for the big roll down. He went on to level 9, but a lot of the units are already out of the pool. He hit the Bard 2 instantly. There was 2 Bards on the side for Darthnub, and he still gets it. Incredibly high roll from him.
Kok BC yang jual?
This is where fast
Kenapa BC yang jual tuh bukan ini?
Broken though. They need to have
jual itu,
that allows
BC-nya masih B1 loh.
units to have enough time. Rammus 2 is a very nice find. Carrot with the Shen as well.
Okay.
This looks like a pretty stable board. The Ross 2, I think there are some players that actually would not have even made the Ross 2 and just have 6 extra gold to find something like the Sona or the Morgana or the Shen. But for now, his front line does look relatively stable.
I think if you're VCLF and you're looking at the rest of the lobby, you're thinking, I'm on 37 HP. My combat augments are decent here, and I think I can win enough fights to just get there naturally. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about is that Blitzcrank, as a lot of the players, like you mentioned, Clement, are on those AP late game boards looking for it. So that one, I think I'm a little bit worried for him. But a pair of Sona, you're not going to be too mad, I think.
Still doesn't have the raw damage. Front line, not killing things just fast enough, but I have to say VCLF overall this role was pretty lucky. Usually you only play this style of it when you get the bar 2, right? And then Promise 2 becomes more...
Shen 2.
Okay, he's doing it.
Well, someone that's unfortunately not doing it is who I said earlier he hit everything. I have to correct myself. He didn't hit the Rek'Sai. Is one copy off, but YBY1 just found that Lulu 3 that we saw on the right-hand side appear. Is also sitting one copy of that. Jax is not going to be able to, of that Pantheon, is not going to be able to get that one on.
It is 9 health between 2nd and 7th place here. This is going to be the most important fight of the game, as it should decide where our top 4 and bot 4 end up, or at least most of the lobby on one fight.
Yosko finally does manage to find the Jhin. He was searching for it on the
huge fight.
Yep. And it looks like Bra might be going down here. Frontline collapses instantly, and there's a lot of backline access coming in from this Lissandra. Bra took a gambit, did not pay off, and to try harder.
No.
Well, not the only player that is facing the wall right now. YBY1, despite that upgrade onto the Lulu, is also going to get punched by VCLF. Let's see if that Pantheon does come online to maybe help him out here just a little bit.
Nice.
Is in shop, will be found. Is that
nice.
good enough?
I don't think so. I feel like the Lulu 3 came online very slow, not enough gold being injected, and as a medallion player, you actually need a lot of these 3 stars. He just has a much richer board with the Jax and the Aatrox online as well. This is a very middling medallion Lulu board.
Pantheon 3 is very tanky though, and he is going to be up against Jetasaur, who is level 9 and has rolled all the way down to 0. He's just on the Victor to his secondary carry, so maybe this Pantheon can hold up. There's going to be a lot of cast coming in from the side of this Lulu.
Yeah, the Lulu, I think, is the biggest factor here. Is she does get that really nice AoE, but it's just not enough damage in time that LeBlanc will reach her. YBY1 will take a big hit. And keep in mind, this player is at the bottom of the standings. Darthnub also now getting knocked down. Will not take
yang diambil cuma 3 orang. 3 orang 8 orang.
Respectively, bad news for APAC fans.
Yeah, YBY1's fate is in someone else's hands. He was already 4 points beyond the cut. Now he's projected to be about 6. Mathematically still possible, but very, very unlikely.
Steelo has been cruising this game since finding the Nami 2 on 7, finding the Graves 2 on 8, and having the 400 cash out. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of on autopilot from here on out. He's kind of on rails.
He's actually quite humble. He didn't even take the power frame. I thought with that front line, I was like, okay, if I got the blitz, I might as well go for power as well. Goes for the assault frame, adding another tank to his front line right here. Knows that he has enough damage to kind of just work through everything at this point. And we're going to be taking a look at Sriranko's board. A key item for him is going to be that Gwinsu's Rage Blade. Still hasn't been able to find it just yet. And goes out here against the strongest player. Unfortunate matchmaking.
I will say, for Saranka, I'm not too mad at this 5th place, to be honest. For the majority of like the mid game, it looked like it might be even worse than that, given how much HP was lost early on. So I think this is one of those 5th places where you go like, actually, that's like a 3rd.
Well, there's some matchmaking there too, right? Because once you are one of the players with less HP than the average person in the lobby, and you have someone like Steelo who is destroying everywhere they face, you have this boogeyman that you're just praying you don't rotate into. I think it's fitting that we saw Steelo be the one to eliminate him there, because we saw Sriranka play such a risky play style in the early game.
I'm actually really excited to see the matchup on the right-hand side. Here's the VCLF up against Yosko. A lot of upgrades have been found on the side of the Yosko since we last checked. We have the Sona 2, we have the Shen 2 online here as well. But the Yosko's board is also enabled by that Jin we were talking about earlier. And it will be VCLF who will take the upper hand between those two players. Very interesting.
Yosko, I believe, is sitting on the Jin pair, which I will say this game actually looks like he might have gotten bailed out a little bit. His early game looked a little bit scuffed, and the goal was, can I find the Jin on 8? Because when you're playing around the Dark Star composition, it's very strong on stage 3 and in the early parts of stage 4, but you're not really bridging the gap through stage 5 unless you find that Jin. And I think it's a heads-up play to not only take that on a roll, but also to take duo Q. Not sure if that was one of his drops there, but he played for the outs that he knew he needed in order to make his board stable on stage 5.
Yeah, with how bad his roll down actually went, I feel like this is a pretty decent finish for Yosko. All 3 boards here above him, very strong AP boards. Some of them might even have found an Elder Drake. So I think, you know, he didn't hit on the duo Q. He didn't find any of those additional emblems for Darkstar. This is a pretty decent game coming in from his original spot.
He was looking for that Jin just now, does find the Karma too, so now fully itemized. Is maybe going to be a factor, but I think with some of the other boards that are in this lobby, like Stilo of Boras, who he's running into, there's not a whole lot of chances for him to actually turn this one around. Left-hand side, though, Jedusor is going up against VCLF, and I just quickly want to point out, Jedusor somehow is back into a top 4. This guy is playing on a different level. Him and Along have just been lights out this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think Jedusor played a great game from his spot. He was able to tempo out early very well. Even though there was a 5-way contest in the macro AP line, he still found his footing regardless with a pretty lucky LeBlanc.
I would say a very similar thing about VCLF, who recognized his spot going into stage 4. Hey, there are a lot of people playing this macro AP, like Clement's talking about. What if I just skip level 8 and just pray for the high roll? I'm going to go 9. I'm going to look to play the 5 cost. And if they come to me, I can still find a top 2 for my strong early game.
Biggest story here, both of our players still have more than 1 life. And VCLF has found an Elder Dragon off of that last round. Let's see if he's going to be able to place it. The answer is no, not for now. But he does have the gold, so maybe there's a chance he can go to 10 here. We need to check in on how far along he's on his levels to see if that is a possibility. But for now, we're getting a measuring of strengths between VCLF and Stilo of Bora, and it's actually not that one-sided. Will be going into the favor of Stilo of Bora here, but
level 10 mungkin bisa menang.
Crazy, to be honest. I thought that one would be way more on Stilo of Bora.
I was just about to say, the Blitzcrank is going to make the huge difference right here as we see 2 of them flash across for VCLF and the Elder Drake.
On the other side, though, Stilo is going to be upgrading this front line, going from an Orb 2 to a 3-item Morgana 2. And that will be quite an upgrade. We saw before Stilo's front line was just absolutely melting to the side of VCLF. All he needs to do is buy time for the Annihilator, so maybe the Morgana will be enough despite the upgrades coming through for VCLF.
VCLF on 1 life, 7 HP. Can he find an answer to the 13 streak? Stilo of Bora just bullying this entire lobby, but the last fight looked close enough. If there is a chance to take down this Blitzcrank early, then I think there is, and he is down. But so are the damage dealers for VCLF, so that is going to be a first place for the APAC representative. Good news for the Americas, though. VCLF was also pretty far down in the leaderboard, so this second place means a lot.
You're right. We were talking about players like Swirenka and YBY as the players from the bottom that needed a good placement, but we kind of glossed over the fact that VCLF was that exact same position, and I really like how he played. I'm surprised that he was able to contest that ridiculous board from Stilo, but I think the fact that he was able to put all of his damage on one side and say, hey, you know what? You have the damage, but if I can break through your front line, maybe there's a world where I can scam a win. Came up a little short, but I still think an excellent game played by VCLF.
Yeah, and I think the story about this game is navigation when you are contested on that macro AP line. YBY1 tried to go down the Lulu path, couldn't really hit there, and for the other players, I think tempo was king. Jedusor early on preserving almost, I think, 80 HP going into stage 4 allowed him to get that LeBlanc online much earlier before Darth Nub, and that propelled him into a top 3.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that's mildly controversial here. I think the Lulu is not it. Every time I've seen it, it's done poorly, and YBY1 just proved that one more time. I understand if you have like the perfect alignment, there's a world.
Tolannya mati sama sama Anima. Item Anima.
Huntress and Serpent, that's for sure. And we've
yes,
even
I would rather take none of these.
They've seen even those do some work, so I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, our standings are ready, so let's take a look together at how they're looking after that game 9 in today. And YBY1 finds himself at the bottom of this leaderboard after this unfortunate 7th
place.
Last 4 players all bought forward in their last game. Only Milo
yang
up the standings right here.
ini?
Dishop also falling down a bit. So
8 orang udah
it's
dibuang.
looking very dire for a lot of our heavyweights. Li Tuchuan, YBY1, Dishop still not out of the danger zone.
We'll see in just a second where that breakpoint is. It's just 1 point ahead of 17th, 43 points. BCLF now digs himself out of the hole, puts him into top 16. We're still seeing so many of the Americas players here take up that top 16. Not sure if any of them were able to break into the top 8, though.
Only one America's player got a top 4 in that last game, so really hard set of games. On the other hand, Xiaoge, is he going to repeat Destiny? Can this man only go 4th place or maybe above at TAC round?
That's insane. 2 different TAC round appearences for Xiaoge, each of it a 4th, and now makes for seeing our top 8.
Jago banget sih.
Wow.
Tuh 6-6-6 jir. Ini
You
juga
are
bagus nih.
instantly drawn
6-6-6.
to the top 2 players, right? I do quickly want to shout out Soju breaking into the top 8. Bensek also sitting up there, still holding on, not having the best results thus far. And Title also in this top 8. The Beasts are back.
Soju has found one win. The rest of his placements have all lived in that 3rd through 6th range. Just classic textbook K3 Soju, and it's been working. We saw him back in set 7. He did not have the run that we knew he was capable of, and I think a lot of people doubted whether or not Soju would be able to continue that tempo style that worked so well domestically. And thus far, it's got him.
For adaptive grump poison damage, and orange buff for the Raptor to Enchanted Wilds is our wildest set yet. It's got the least amount.
You've been out here way too long. But who needs people anyway? People.
See?
You've been out here way too long. Feature are set people anyway. Wisps
ini ya. Mekanik set depan cuy. Wisps ini mirip charm di set 12. Tuh, burn and wound enemies for 2 seconds dengan harga 2 gold. Ini mekanik set ini ya, set depan ya. Ya kenapa nggak ada yang baru cuy? Harus banget gitu pakai set yang kemarin. 12 kemarin. Oke, ada Ezreal, ada Karma, Yunara, set. Oke, set tank, oke. Niko Buko, ini nar ya? Harusnya ini nar sih. Oke, berarti ini mungkin 4 brawler ini. Ini 4-4-nya brawler, oke. Blossomnya mungkin ini Blossom nih. Ed, Karma, Yunara, Blossom. Executioner kalau nggak salah ini nih. Ini Executioner kalau nggak salah ya. Mungkin ini Executioner juga nih. Karma.
Are way better. Our allies of nature are our set mechanic.
Nah.
And they may feel wisps are way better. Our allies of nature are
oke. Ini Fai kan ya? Ini Serigala, ini Yorick, ini mungkin Fai. Ini Karma juga, ini Kamil ya?
Our set mechanic. And they
Kamil kan?
Wisps are way.
Nah, sabar.
Way better. Our allies of.
Ya, ini Fai, ini Kamil. Ini siapa namanya ya? Ini Nar kah? Ini harusnya bukan Nar sih. Aduh, apa namanya ya ini ya?
Nature are
apa namanya ini nih?
And they may feel
something. Oke, Diana, Leona. Ini robot apa namanya? Spirit apa gitu.
Familiar to those who are slinging charms in the days of magic and mayhem. Not sure what charms or wisps do? Here's a quick refresher. Wisps appear in your shop as temporary.
Kenapa pakai yang set lama cuy? Kamil, oke. Ini siapa namanya? Kok mau sama Cassiopeia ya? Ini ya, ini Cassiopeia nih.
Very single-use sources of power in combat. For resources like XP or gold.
Ini Kale kayaknya. Ini siapa nih? Ini ada Lilia, oke.
Or even risky deals with conniving forest denizens.
Ini Tristana, oke, ada Tristana juga.
Or even risky deals with.
Siapa nih yang kecil nih? Ramus kah? Kelihatan ya?
Conniving forest denizens. You can purchase one wisp per round, and they'll appear in every other shop. Wisps will always appear in the rightmost slot, with most just lasting one round. As the game progresses, wisps tend to get more powerful.
Oke. Gue juga mau baca ini ya. Atun, oke. Ini punyanya Alun doang ya. Terus Lunar, ada Spellweaver, oke. Alunnya. Blossom, Hunter, oke. Sentinel, Rift Beast, Vanguard, Invoker. Bagus juga nih coy. Ini nge-tank tapi ngasih Invoker juga, bagus kayak sih si Sentinel. Ini Brambleback anu ya, red buff ya. Ini blue buff, ini red buff. Rift Beast, Ravager.
And more powerful wisps also cost
dulu dong.
As the game progresses, wisps tend.
Ahri, Blossom, Spellweaver, oke. Raka, Flora, Fatalis, Executioner, oke. Kayak yang tadi.
To get more powerful.
Dulu sabar. Yang lihat itunya anjir.
Wisps tend to get more powerful.
Tivir, oke, Primal Hunter. Rengar, rival berarti kayak apa gitu, yang satu trade doang. Cannon, Inferno, Executioner, Vegar kok 1, Eldritch, Frykin, Spellweaver, oke.
Powerful.
Terus dibaca-baca nanti ya.
And more powerful wisps also cost.
Dah. Coven, Caitlyn, Coven, Hunter, oke. Di sana Faye, Sprykin, apa itu Sprykin ya? Tadi ada sesuatu nih.
More powerful. And more powerful wisps.
Morgana, Coven, Invoker, Dira, Torment, Summoner, Yorick, Blossom, Ko1, Jagana, Summoner. Oke. Red, Brawler, sama Blossom.
Also cost more. Our evolution from charms to wisps brings small tweaks to the mechanic. Like
kalau set 12 kemarin charmnya itu nggak ada animasi kan. Kan di set 18 ada animasinya aja, tapi nggak guna sih menurut gua anjir. Nggak guna untuk battle-nya ya, cuma animasi doang.
Power and availability, balance, and larger changes, such as the wonderful variety of wisps. Wisps are also lovable magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one you buy.
Tuh, kalau dibeli itu muncul tuh. Kalau dibeli muncul ini. Tuh, kalau ini muncul ikan koi, muncul burung. But it's fucking useless, man. Sorry. Nggak guna buat battle.
In the Tactician's Crown, where history might be written, we've been seeing those standings. You can see them in our lower third here as.
Guna aja.
She'll count twice for the of Elderwood. Will reward you with a new plant, starting with a tree that acts as a living.
The upgraded version, and they'll need to spend less mana for the same effect, or take part in a minor. They feel familiar to those who are.
As the Summoner's Rift and.
As the game progresses, wisps tend to get more powerful. Wisps bring small tweaks to the wonderful variety of wisps. Each one you buy will dash, hop, swim, magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one you buy will dash.
Aduh sabar, gue lagi pause
also lovable magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one.
Orn, Elderwood, Defender, oke. Timo, Sprite, Invoker. Fiddlestick, cost 3. Flora, Fatalis, Defender, Spellweaver, oke.
You buy will
Yunara, Blossom, Executioner, oke.
Dash, hop.
Diana, cost 3, Lunar, Ravager, Vanguard. Banyak juga yang banyak ini ya. Punya 3 trade. Nar. Elderwood, Sprite, Brawler, berarti tank ya harusnya ya. Narnya ya. Ya minimal yang tanky lah. Soraka tadi, Varus, Inferno, Rapid Fire. Kayak set 13 nih. Bukan, set 12 ya? Set 12 nggak sih? Ya, set 12 ya? Sama banget, Rapid Fire. Bukan sih, bukan Rapid Fire waktu itu ya. Waktu itu Executioner ya? Atau apapun itulah.
Swim or fly.
Sabar. Itu ada sesuatu tuh.
Across swim.
LeBlanc, cost 2. Elderwood, Spellweaver. Gale, Solar, Rapid Fire, oke. Ramos, cost 3. Striking Defender, berarti emang tank. Azir, 3. Eldritch, Executioner, Summoner. Banyak banget yang cost 3, yang trade-nya 3 biji, Cok.
Or fly across.
Alistar, cost 3, Elderwood, Blower, oke.
Your screen with our original art. And with all the new visual flair of Wisps, we've also got a clarity buff.
Akali, Inferno, Adaptor, Revenger. Revenger apa ya? Something lah.
For the mechanic, which will have.
What is that?
Color. Clarity buff.
Kubuko, Striker, Brawler. Saya. Elderwood, Pay, Rapid Fire, oke. Apa nih? Cinderling, oke. Berarti buah nih. Monster jungle ya. Rift Base sama Hunter.
Which will have color types and a strength indicator for what.
Next.
All of them.
I agree. I think the Yasuo component anvil situation is a very, very good overlap for a lot of those rerolls where you're just really trying to buff up that hero, that raid boss type of unit. But of course, I know Clement loves playing Teamfight on the component anvil, so that is the other option you can go into here.
Aku pengen baca-baca itu, Jir.
I would definitely classify Dishsoap as a very tempo-related player as well. He typically likes to play strong boards, and he is so attentive to details that allows him to get positioning wins. He is a very strong in stage 2 and stage 3 off an orthodox board. So I hope that Dishsoap can find a landing. We talked about the projected spot being about 48 points. He needs to get a top 2
Apakah bisa Soju ikutan
a very tight situation. He needs those augments to be perfect. Who's going to get the expedition now that we have silver first?
No snap picks coming through from anyone. Cognitive tax is picked up for Soju, so just going to be taking some econ. Seeing the Conjuring...
Mau ambil ini nggak? Survivor gak,
the rod augment, where once you do Survivor damage, you get a handful of additional rods as well. Slice of life is picked up. The crafting augment
bisa selamat.
Rerolls on items built.
Bisa 100
Ringo immediately going for some combat power. Makeshift armor alongside the Alessandra 2, but it is Tian Long who is the expedition player. Probably the most high roll opener you can find off the silver augment.
Absolutely, that's the one most of our players are hoping to see once you actually see those silver augments, and he was lucky enough to find just that one. It will take a while to get online, though. So he needs to lose 33 gold through that rightmost bench slot. And of course, we do want to check in with the caretaker for Xiao Ge, and it is going to be Jinx, which is a fantastic Thank you very much.
Wow, pretty much one of the best options that he could have got for him, and Jinx is very greedy in terms of getting those swords for the Deathblade, so this is actually a great map for it as well. A very strong start. He might just be going 1-2-1-2 the entire way today.
Ini Lulu ya?
Bensak is going to start making Dishsoap sweat a little bit, starting to use this Lulu as a crossover to his composition. Dishsoap already on the Stargazer line.
He's not the only one that's sweating right now. That is a medallion lobby once again, and an early Lulu once again. Bensak, don't do it.
think with Dishsoap posturing the way that he is thus far,
dia Dishsoap main Lulu juga kayaknya, mungkin
if we saw Bensek actually
Sojin atau mungkin bisa pindah
invest much more into Lulu. Dishsoap
Nami
is set up in
kayak Soju.
a board that would give him the additional rerolls on items built as well. That said, I actually don't think Dishsoap is even necessarily locked into Lulu from here either. He could just play more of a tempo game into the Nami line if he feels that is better. But it does feel from the way the lobby shaping up right now, like Lulu is a little bit more likely.
Already committed onto the Shojin right here. He's keeping his options open with the Vigar, but not having any luck just yet. Let me take a look at one of the Windstreaker boards here. Title on 100 HP with a 14% chance to get Leona. This is actually one of the best ones if you're going into a Shepherd board.
Yeah, just print your Leona. There's a Vagar printer and there's Leona printer, and one of these does not come around as often as the other, but if you can get it, like you mentioned, Clement,
aduh, mana nih? Ayo Soju menang lah.
Dependent that you actually hit a couple of those, it's only a chance, so sometimes that can go a little bit more in your favor than other times, so wouldn't be too worried about it. On the other side, we are seeing the board from Xiaoga.
This is Xiaoga, yeah. But Xiaoga is completely disregarding the Jinx and just using it as econ. And I think it might have something to do with just the opener that they had. I mean, having both access to the Alawi and the Victor does give you such a strong board, especially with items being able to be built from the Anvils. You know, the awkward thing about playing Jinx with Caretakers is that you don't actually level all that much. You are rolling for it so long. You don't get full value.
Tadi Yasuo
better together, which means that we will be getting additional HP. Curious to see if Tianlong does opt to take that as the expedition player who's trying to make sure they do not die before they get their cash.
And he did.
Yep, there it is.
On the right side, we do have, I didn't catch what hex it was, but usually whenever you have a Yasuo, a little bit better for some of the reroll players here. I'm really curious where Li Tuchuan goes with this, because when you think of a Deathblade, there usually aren't that many comps that are without Deathblade considerations. You know, the Corki Riven is much more of a top 4 line. I don't really expect Li Tuchuan to go there and still expect to win. Going first place is his only out at this point. So this is going to be some very unique compositions. He's actually holding on to the Caitlyn, and we have seen things like the Caitlyn Corki or playing into the Aatrox Nova as kind of surprise picks before if you get really, really lucky.
Getting some extra HP from that Hex here on our front line. As
so good.
We are going to be beefing out these boards just a little bit. Checking in with Xiaoga once more after we were talking about this Caretaker not being picked up. I am a little surprised with the red buff, with the AD start, that he isn't actually going down that route and says that's a free line. Nobody else is on that Primordian Jinx reroll, but he's just going to play tempo, says I don't care.
Sorry.
And we can do a short scout here. It's looking like only 3 18 players in the lobby, so this is actually on the low end from what we've seen today. A decent position for Xiaoga to kind of pull this one off. And Title, of course, as we were talking about, because he has a Leona printer, already heading towards the LeBlanc. I feel like he has a very good position. The early Leona 3 with the Cosmic Hex is just a perfect setup for this.
Posisinya jelek banget
I will say there are many times that I am very afraid to put Nikali 2 on my board. Sometimes it feels like she can just die a little early. And 3 players were contesting the 100 win streak, Ringo, Title, and Xiaoga. And actually looks like we might have 3 players actually streaking with through the entirety of stage 2.
Huh?
Yep.
This would be
the case. I think all 3 are going to be able to preserve that one. At the bottom, we're also getting 2 5-loss streakers from Tianlong and Bensek. So that means our entire lobby is going to be very rich, except for those players that find themselves in between here. So Li Tuchuan Soju definitely losing out a little bit. Dish with the 4-loss streak is also not going to be too mad about it, but still not going to be making as much money for now. That could be a problem as we go into the later rounds if these are not snapped soon.
Yeah, I feel like Soju's just going on to his top 4 Corki style. He already had his 1 first today, and he's very far ahead of the cut. So
he gets 1.
It's pretty comfortable there. And for Li Tuchuan, I think his position is the most interesting. He has the worst gold situation, coming off of no streak, needing to go first place in this combo. And he's also holding on to the 4th Caitlyn, which is really surprising. And I'm very curious to see if he actually tries to pull off a medallion board. He is rolling.
Oh, wow.
Right.
With the medallion board being built, generally speaking, you want to be playing the Jax, which does mean that someone like Disho is playing Lulu, or Bensak, who had the Cosmic Hex with the Lulu already in the back line. That's going to be one less unit that should be easy to 3-star.
Very dire position for Lee Tutuan, I'd have to say. Not even finding that many copies on his roll down. He does stop at 40. We'll see if he gets some rewarded by the augments later. You know, some missing connections would be great, some reroll enhancers.
Yeah, those could be the answer here, depending on what rolls around next. We're just hopping across the board to see that Xiao is able to preserve that win streak up at the top, and so will Ringo, and we will get gold augments next across our entire lobby.
Explosive gak sih?
Taking a look at Xiaoge's win streak board right here. Of course, he's going into an AP line. I feel like with the win streak, he really wants some extra combat, but he rolls that away. Maybe looking at explosive growth to... I will stop jinxing.
He's like,
what else are you looking at?
I don't want any of those. Big grab bag it is in the end for Xiaoge. Says more power is actually more, and Ringo going to be constructing a champion.
Oh, and he finds the Vicar. Wow.
Okay, Vegar.
Just hit.
Roll. Vegar roll. Yeah, Vegar
That's
B3.
such an interesting find right here. That really opens up different types of playstyle. It could be a game where he doesn't even try to print anything and just goes with the 5.
Kemarin si siapa namanya?
You also could opt to print, and you print something like the Poppy 3 instead,
which
is another way
kemarin
to
ngambil beginian nih, kayak si Ringo.
So lots of flexibility
bisa top 4.
Oh, and then now the 2 win streakers are going to be fighting. The Vagar 3, you have to imagine, is enough of a spike to take out Xiaoge.
Kayaknya kurang
The
sih.
front line
is the problem, right?
They both have some pretty weak front lines relative to the amount of damage that the other person has is the problem. Oh, one more cast for
Vagar.
Kill?
Hey,
Wow.
Wow, that is a crazy loss for Ringo.
I think that was frontline diff. I think that was frontline diff. Arilai wandered off into some corner, left the Vagar unprotected. None of his friends were there to say, "Get down, Mr. President." And he was delivered to that Lissandra just a tiny bit too early. Xiaoge going to be getting that fight on the back of the upgrades onto the Meepsy.
The board I'm most interested in right now is Dish Soap. Bensak has been with a Maokai on a Cosmic Hex for so long. We also saw Lee Tutuan playing around the reroll. So what lane
kan tadi udah ada yang main Lulu, Bang.
I think he takes Econ well, which means he technically could contest Bensak, but judging on his bench, I think he's going to tell us the answer. Looks like he's going to say, all right, you guys can re-roll your 3 and 1 cost. I'm just going to try and play Space Group instead.
Nami, coy.
He needs a high cap board at this point, and I don't think the way this Medallion Lulu is shaping up for him is going to be enough. So I do like the pivot right here.
Ya, malah
he
apalagi di kontes.
Is not going to be able to pick up any
di kontes aja udah males
like to have that a chance at the Nami.
Kontes lagi.
And we're going to take a look at the augments here. Abyss. Sorry. Cryogenic, and the other one I think was extra HP.
I believe it was Blessing Size, yeah. But having both the Cryogenic and Cosmic as the first 2 always feels a little awkward to me, because you want to have your strong tank on Cryogenic, but you also want to be giving it the additional HP every turn.
Yeah. It's a weird thing where, like, what do I do now? Disrupt does get the additional Lulu here, maybe to just help out, get a little bit more gold for now. Does decide to roll for at least the bonus rolls.
Maybe he is going back into it. I'm not sure if this is a stabilization roll or if this is him trying to commit into Lulu and see if he can find it early.
As Makes did point out, he stopped once the bonus rolls were down. I feel like this was an opportunistic roll to see if he could stabilize HP or find a forecast. If he found the Nami...
Or the Samira too, right? An Orn, something like that. I think he was just looking to find a little bit of stability. To maybe also get a little bit of direction. Anything you hit here would have been really good, but unfortunately does not walk away with it for any big upgrades, so we'll just need to get through it for now. And on the other side is Ringo. Haston's found an upgrade to that front line, and you can see the sheer power of that Veigar 3 once more as Dishsoap takes yet another hit. We do need to kind of check in on Qianlong's expedition. I don't think it's too much longer now, is it?
Well, he's already set up very well for an ASOL board. I believe he'll get it just after 4.
He's going to be getting 5 off of the Belveth that we're
9 itu Belveth 5 gold kan ya? Berarti 04 satu lagi.
He does have a Morgana if he really needs it.
Satu lagi
he can just sell that. Benzak getting the Lulu 2
here.
This is so bad for... I think Dishsoap was rolling for either Nami or Lulu 2.
Yeah.
Neither signal actually showed up, so he's still kind of in purgatory.
Yeah, frustrating spot for Dishsoap, certainly. But Benzak, again, has been stacking on the Cosmic Text for so long. And what we saw last game, I mean, Makes was down on the Medallion Lulu largely because YBY wasn't able to find it early enough to really do anything with the gold that you're generating. Benzak is at 53 HP, which is not that much. I would really like to be 15 healthier going into stage 4 because there are going to be fights that you are just straight up losing front to back.
And the front runners in this lobby are just so far ahead. Taito I think has a perfect spot. Xiaoge has perfect HP. So there's actually a lot of pressure going on to these players that have very nebulous positions. Li Tuchuan, Dishsoap, Benzak, I don't think they're in great spots. Li Tuchuan actually gets a Nova emblem, which is actually huge. Doesn't need to find the Kindred to activate potentially the Caitlyn or the Aatrox.
Found the previous.
He's going for the Aatrox, so it will be an Aatrox Nova board, of course, utilizing the full slam on the entire side for a lot of knock-up and potential backline kills.
Let's see how far he does roll right now. And again, we are seeing another board where the Jax is going to be contested, so Benzak, I'm sure, will not be
kayak
about that.
Nih ya.
Here's that expedition.
Wisps.
And a lot of gold, though, in 10 seconds, so you got to start getting the rest of the things on here.
Yep, 10, 9. Order of operations is a little bit all over the place.
I think he doesn't want to level to 8 here. He wants to make sure he has enough gold to actually hit the rest of the board next turn. So I think he's just accepted that he's going to lose this fight. He doesn't want to use any of his free rolls on 7 either.
Oh my goodness. Goes up against Xiaoge, who is still on the perfect HP, as you called out, Clement. And that will be a little bit of a test to see if the board is good enough. Aurelion Sol versus the other Aurelion Sol. And I don't think Qianlong's board can contend here. Is going to get a hit despite that Radiant Death Cap, and Qianlong is now on
satu nyawa anjir.
I know this is a Soraka lobby, but I still feel like I would have gone to level 8 and rolled anyway.
Yes,
there's a lot of AP players.
Way too nervous for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I think there's a world where Qianlong actually gets severely punished by not just going to level 8. I don't think, you know, the 8 gold that he would have gotten for a natural breakpoint, I'm not sure that was actually worth it.
Isn't able to find the pair of the mech or the ASOL 2.
What?
With a little bit of gold left. Ooh. Also, he's going to have to sell the Blitz just to hold on to the Morgana pair.
Sell the additional
try and
dig.
What?
And we have found nothing. See, if you had run this round, everything would have been there. I just know it.
I don't think he should have waited because Xiaoge and Title were like on full streak, very healthy and going for AP flex points. This is way too risky in my opinion.
Very, very tough spot. Does go up against Li Tuchuan, who has not found the upgrade on the Aatrox just yet. So there is a chance that he will at least hang in there for now and get another shot at getting those upgrades onto the Mighty Mech, onto the Aurelion Soul, which should be the case here. Hold on.
Goodness, the Caitlyn
Our front line is fraudulent.
No, I think it's okay. We still have the new. We're still doing a lot of damage. Granted, they are 1-stars, but you have to remember this is the Silver on the Mighty Mech and the Radiant Rabadons on the ASOL. So, yes, it's not going to be the cap that we're looking for, but for early stage 4, there are plenty of matchups that we should be able to win.
I was just very shocked how quickly that Mighty Mech keeled over, to be honest with you. But there is going to be upgrades found across our lobby as Bensek does get the Jax 3, is still looking for the Lulu 3 copies of her, as well as some of the additionals on the bench. That also means I think I want to see Dish Soap one more time. 26. He's one of our players that is looking for those high finishes, and he has found a Nami. He's sitting on a Nami pair, so no upgrade here either.
0 gold right here. If you see a former world champion in this position, I think it's actually in your interest to kind of grief him in this spot. Take a major competitor off the board here. It's totally in your self-interest. So that actually puts a lot more extra pressure on Disto when you see someone in a vulnerable position. This next boon is going to be absolutely critical. Can he actually find the Nami in this position?
Anjir.
Okay. Goodness.
Okay.
God damn, hampir coy.
7th spot. Can he get it? No.
Solar Hex. Giant's Belt being offered. If you are playing ASOL, Solar Hex is a very powerful one if you don't already have to heal. Blitzcrank found for Dish Soap. We really need to find this Nami 2, though. That is the problem with this board, is unless you have the strong front line and the Nami 2, you just aren't going to be able to do enough damage against a very strong front line. You need the upgraded back line, and you need to be able to stall, because you are really only playing one form of damage, which is Nami.
And of course, there are still scary players in this lobby, right? Xiaoga's streak has been snapped since then, and so the titles, but these boards are beefy. Tianlong is trying to catch up from the bottom up, has found the Aurelion Soul 2, has found the Morgana 2, as we just saw. Still missing that Mighty Mech 2, which is going to be a massive upgrade, but the pressure is going up, and Dish realizes that, or as Shop realizes that, as he does give him the
Oh, huge sigh of relief for Distop right here. This should be able to propel him over, I think, players like Tianlong and Li Tuchuan that have quite significant low rolls. But as we were talking about, there's a lot of front runners in this lobby. Tidal, Ringo, and Xiaoga are basically coasting. Half of stage 4 already done. 70 HP. A lot of them are going straight level 9 right here. It's going to be incredibly difficult for low rollers to survive.
Soju, despite playing the uncontested Corki, has unfortunately been trapped on this Corki 1. Up against Xiaoga, not even able to break through that front line. He's going to take a massive hit there. Dish Soap does find a win. It'll put him over Bensak and Soju, respectively. It's looking very dire for Soju, the lone American who is sitting in that top 8 right now.
Dish just found the Riven, so taking out of Soju's full just a little bit, as he was also looking for that Riven, of course. And for Bensak, I mean, I'm not going to say I warned you, but I did warn you. I said don't do it, and yet here we are, once again, 4-6, no Lulu 3. We're sitting on that Lulu 2, 3 losses down. Yes, he has another life to give before he's going to be on the chopping block, but the pressure's on, the other boards have peaked, and if Bentek cannot get this Lulu online and then somehow have a magical matchmaking run, it's going to be very difficult.
I will say Xiaoga is the board to beat right here. A lot of 1-stars across the board, only on the 1-star Blitz, the 1-star Vex, and he does survive another round. If he can get the Lulu in and then
Tianlong lost. Whoa, that is a huge loss there for after Tianlong had already hit the
But he didn't have the Mighty Mech 2. That's the big difference there. Yes, Morgana 2 is great, but it's not going to be good enough to let your ASOL actually dish out all that damage. So very, very unfortunate. I think it does come back to what we were talking about, guys. He just took that extra turn, he took another hit, and allowed the competitors to find a lot of those units he was looking for.
Yeah, in a contested AP lobby, I definitely would have favored another line.
Soju nggak ngehit ini ya,
Now K3 Soju finally does get his Corki online here, but this is a board where we've seen, unless you have a sizable frontline advantage, you typically have a hard time winning over completed AP boards. It's going to come down to matchmaking RNG for him to see where it goes. Again, I think Tidal and Xiaoga are kind of the lobby leaders right here. He has to avoid those two.
Aurora. On the other side, Bentak did complete the board like you mentioned, so finding the Lulu 3 is big. We saw the Milio 3 put in a lot of work in the last fight, and it's important to note, this time around, the Milio 3 does have a third item. He was able to get the Nashers onto the Lulu and put 3 strong items. So it's going to be Bentak up against Soju's Ghost, but the real fight here on the right-hand side, it is Tidal, like you were saying, Clement, one of the front runners of the lobby. There's a lot of damage going to Corki and the Milio, but watch the Ramus because that's going to be the differentiator. Once the Ramus falls, the rest of the board will follow. K3 Soju from 15 HP is going to take a huge hit. Unfortunately, fallen 7.
You said there's a lot of damage coming from that Corki. I looked at the opposite enemy line, and I see a LeBlanc 2, a Karma 2. There's more damage coming from the other side. There's no world where you're winning that matchup there for Soju. Unfortunately, a little too late, a little too weak for this particular lobby as well on the earlier stages, and cannot just cruise into those top 4. After we've been praising him for being able to play up to the state of the crown, we see him fall back to TFT here a little bit.
I feel like Soju's game plan was trying to prey off the desperate players in the lobby and just go like, okay, I'm gonna, 4-2, I'm gonna hit every upgrade, I'm gonna coast to a 3rd place and then call it a day. Did kind of backfire this time around, not hitting the rolls. Li Tuchuan now going up against Dish Soap's board. Dish Soap finally does get the Aatrox cutting through the backline. Is there more damage to reach it?
You need enough targets for the Caitlyn to not break through. And yeah, you can see once the Aatrox was displaced and taken care of, the rest of the board just didn't have enough to break through. The Blitzcrank has done so much for Dish Soap ever since he found that on stage 4. And we can see the HP parity has gotten much closer together. Ringo on a 5-loss streak.
I will formally apologize if Bensak wins the lobby on Medallion Lulu. He's been on 3 wins right now. I'll formally apologize if he wins the lobby. Li Tuchuan, 1 copy off of that Talon. For Ringo, the Karma 2 would really be nice, but I think you're not too unhappy about that Sona 2, Bart 1 that currently are holding a lot of those AP items in the backline. Last second movement, is it good enough against the matchup from Xiaoge and just glancing across the board? I do think it is. No upgrades in the backline for Xiaoge on the opposite side. Let's see if Ringo and Li Tuchuan can hang on to their lives.
This is such a fun board from Li Tuchuan. He's trying to find enough backline damage, but he's missing key components right here. He really wants that Talon to be level 3, dashing into the back and then just bleeding the units to death. Isn't able to hit it early despite hitting the other 2 3-stars, and because of that, the Medallion isn't really that powered for the Twisted Fate either.
Dish Soap took a big loss.
Dari mana anu coy? PCB 28 nih.
But he also took a big W because he got that Blitzcrank 2 on the board.
PC 28 kayak mana
where this matchup is, there might be some players in the lobby that people feel they just cannot beat.
Yeah, hopefully for Dish Soap,
that last loss, there's a world where that last loss was actually your last loss. He's very close to getting to level 9. If he can win these next 2 fights, or at least survive, his board can get much stronger on level 9.
I think he might need to actually win them to survive, depending on how it shakes out here. It is going to be Xiaoge on the other side, and that is good news, because we were just seeing this board, and we know it's not super upgraded. Left-hand side, though, Li Tuchuan, after that Talon 3 hit, trying one more time to take down a board. Now, with the Talon in the backline, that adds a little bit more of this AoE into the lines behind the front line, and that allows him to actually take the win here against Ringo. Both of those players hanging in there on single.
Kenapa begitu?
Ringo would build a companion now down to his last life. I think a huge part of it was Soju contesting on the same line. He didn't have a Ramus 2 the entirety of stage 4 and lost another 4 rounds coming into stage 5 here. He did go straight for the 5 meeple, but he didn't have enough tempo. Actually still had to continue rolling. Usually when you see the Veigar 3, you expect someone to be able to speed level 9. That's how you want to play this line. Wasn't able to do it, and now he's stuck in a very precarious position.
His best chance is, actually, I was going to say, is probably against Tidal, who is one of the few players that is greeting their gold right now, trying to go level 9. He has not spent any in quite a bit, while Ringo has been rolling every turn to make this board as strong as possible. If you cannot beat Tidal right now, you're not going to beat him for the rest of the game.
That is absolutely correct, but I'm not sure it's going to be in the cards. Coming out, both frontline fall at the same time, but the targeting might be on the side of Ringo here, as he does get on the better side and does get the upper end. All of our players hang in there, 4 of them on single digits as we move to Elder.
I want to know who Dish Soap lost.
4 orang ini,
Like
darahnya
was
1.
so strong. But at just 3 HP, the nice thing now is that he will be able to go level 9 next turn. He lost to Li Tuchuan.
Wow, I think because his solo tank positioning, there was a chance where Li Tuchuan could sneak that Talon into the backline. It's probably the only way he could have won. Wow, Li Tuchuan with that 1-cost reroll medallion board actually pulling off something like it. Dish Soap's board is surely far more expensive.
He has a handful of rerolls that he can use on 9. It's going to be a very important roll down for him. Shen would be a huge upgrade. Finds the 1. Yep. Not only does it give us Bastion for this Orin. Oh, there's a pair.
Can we get...
Oh, Rammus 2 could also be an option. Okay, decides to skip it. It's going to sell those Ramesses as well.
Looking for that Shen 2, chasing it,
Doesn't
but
find
does
it.
go down. No option to get the upgrade for Xiaoge. Similar story. No Blitzcrank 2, no Bard 2 is still going to itemize that Bard regardless, as we don't have any other AP carries beside a Karma 1. So both of them unupgraded, as Dish is going to be finding Title on the other side. We saw that Title can lose, but can he lose against Dish's board?
This is the fight that will determine whether our Tactician's Crown champion can stay in the tournament. Blitzcrank has wrapped into the back line, and Title will certainly fall from this. There is no damage left. Title will take a hit. He will not be out, but 2 players are eliminated, Ringo and Xiaoge. Bensack takes a hit but does not fall. Oh no, Bensack actually wins and is currently in first place. 41 points though. 2 below the threshold means a 4th place does not guarantee Dish Soap to stay alive in the tournament. He is not out of the woods yet.
He's not. He needs a higher finish than just that. And apparently, Bensack's Lulu medallion board has transformed into the boogeyman here. I'm taking a little bit of joy in that for now, as we do see Dish and Li Tuchuan get ready with the positioning last second there to try and guarantee another wrap on the side of Dish Soap, as he does find Bensack on the other side.
He gets the blitz on the Jax 2 immediately in the fight, while all of the damage is on the Aura on the right-hand side. The Jax is displaced. Is that enough for the front line to actually fall? The second win gets so much value on the board too. It's front line against front line, purely front to back. Another non-cast takes out half the back line, but now the Jax is on the loop with the Nami. What the fuck? Alive against Bensack, and Title will fall. Dish Soap finds a 3rd out of nowhere.
What the fuck?
He's not out of the woods yet. We need probably a 48 to be safe, but that was a huge fight. Less than 300 HP on the Blitzcrank, but the Blitzcrank with his passes is able to sneak past the Jax, kill the backline, and now this fight is going to be absolutely critical, because Li Tuchuan actually won the previous fight. Can he protect the Nami against the Talon? He's trying to position so that there are no sneak buys.
It's going to be a ghost. That is such a high roll for Dish. So let's draw our attention to the left-hand side as we're seeing Li Tuchuan up against Bensack.
The Blitzcrank is going to be heading the left way around, trying to find that wrap, as the front line needs to stay stable here. The Nami is under attack by the Talon. The Ori has fallen. Blitzcrank has gone into the passive, but he will be able to clutch up one more time for Dish here, as he does move into the top 2. Li Tuchuan with an amazing cook on the medallion.
Second. Okay, nice.
Is going to be taking that 3rd place, and Dish Soap's Blitzcrank is like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Every single one of these fights is just down to the last hit. Dish Soap finds the Shen 2, and a 2nd place there. You have to imagine he's going to keep him alive in this tournament. Both players feeling very good. Bensack had started the day not great despite being in a great position, and is now slingshot himself back into maybe contesting that top 16 or even that top 8.
Who would win? A fully upgraded Space Groove board or Medallion Lulu on the other side?
It's going to be the 50-50 to see which tank Blitzcrank actually knocks back here, and he actually gets the main one straight into the back line. Lots of damage onto the Lulu right there, but Jax just comes straight back. The right side of
Dishsoap's board is collapsing. Can you get another assassin?
1v5, I don't think so. But if you're Dishsoap, this is a very, very good second place. And I'm sorry, I apologize. Medallion Lulu by Bensek takes this game into a first place. I dadded it. I said I don't like it. I like it a little bit more now. I will apologize.
A little bit of option coverage on your side makes, because if you're right,
kalau ada emblem sih beda lagi ya.
Wrong, then Amiya gets to win the
ada emblem tuh beda lagi anjir. Menang itu di
I make sure I have all my bases covered. Trust me. So very, very exciting to see in that last game. I do want to give another shout out to Li Tuchuan here with this board. I think this was amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A board that none of us really thought had the stuff to compete with some of the cap boards that we were able to see. And another nod to Dishsoap for going from what we thought was a completely doomed spot at the beginning of stage 4. All
seeded will always be the Fireflies, which has your casters spawn a Firefly to deal damage with every 20 mana they spend. Get the upgraded version, and they'll need to spend less mana for the same effect. Or take part in a minor blood ritual. Sure, you lose 6 player health, but maybe that lesser champion duplicator is worth it. Or with Blossom active, maybe the 3 player health is even more appealing. Some Blossom upgrades will simply make the Wisp refund gold upon purchase, like Flip Frenzy, which flips a coin granting 1 gold until you lose. Other upgrades can add more reward to the risk, like Major Gambit, which gives you 10 gold if you win the next combat, and when upgraded, will also give you an item component. As you deepen your connection with Wisps, through higher breakpoints of Blossom, you'll be able to buy Wisps and get a refund.
Tarik, dulu.
Deepen your connection with Wisps. Through higher breakpoints of Blossom, you'll be able to
Karma kos 1. Oke. Rek'Sai. Oke, Rek'Sai itu ya Rek'Sai. Ini aja Rek'Sai. Nah, tuh. Tarik Emerald Aspect Vanguard. Oke, berarti dia cuma Vanguard doang ya. Emerald Aspect ini khusus dia kan harusnya.
And get a refund, have them appear more often. Purchase fund.
Oke.
Have them appear more.
Mau kos 3 Caustic Invoker Adaptor. Oke. Amumu Inferno Juggernaut. Oke.
Often.
Elder Dragon Apex Predator punya dia doang sama Rift Beast. Oke. Lux Inferno Avatar ini kalau nggak salah bisa ganti ya. Kalau nggak salah ini bisa ganti-ganti nih. Kayak Lux set 9 ya. Kalau nggak salah. Add 3 to your win streak. From Rift Beast Adaptor. Okay.
Purchase 2 per round. And
Malphite Eldest Monolith. Okay. Monolith ini punya dia doang nggak? Ini dia kos 4. Eldritch seharusnya Newmon ini mungkin, I don't know. Warcraft Serigala, Rift Beast, Ravager. Okay. An impossible number of archers are from the trees.
Even access their
Warwick, okay. Cassiopeia, Coven, Spellweaver. Okay. Ini bukan Eldritch nih. Nah, sebelumnya Eldritch ya. Lilia, Fae Defender. 4. Dan 10 temporary Radiant Armor and 5 Remover. Wait, what? Dapatkan 10 temporary Radiant Warmog dan 5 Removers. Apa ini? Prismatic ya? Ini Prismatic bukan nih? Dapat 10 Radiant Warmog cuy. Hah? Ini kayaknya Prismatic dah. Prismatic ininya nih. Prismatic emblem ini nih. Apa nih namanya? Namanya apa ini? Nama threadnya. Blossom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mungkin ya. Kayak 10 Blossom Prismatic. Terus bisa dapat Wisps. Terus dapat 10 Radiant. Bla bla bla.
Prismatic potential.
Tuh, Prismatic potential. An impossible number of archer.
I like to run 3 Blossom. for more powerful wisps for most of the game.
Raptors, Beast, Summoner, Rapid Fire. Oke, udah tadi ya. After 5 seconds, allies gain 300% damage M. What the fuck? Ini prismatic juga nih. 5 detik dapat 300 damage M, cuy. Interesting. Itu prismaticnya ya, prismatic blossom, cuy.
To other matters, like the trees.
Bentar, bayar nggak? Gratis kan ya? Gratis ya, nggak kelihatan gitu. Tuh, 0, 0, 0, 0. Tuh, 0. The champions explode on death. Dealing 200% max health magic damage. Iya, 0 ya. Gratis, gratis, gratis.
Ivern is a 5 cost.
Nah.
Because I'd rather tend to other matters, like the trees. Ivern is a 5 cost whose only trait Green Father.
Oke, Ivern cuma Green Father doang ya, trait-nya ya. Oke.
Allows you to create a biome by gathering seeds as he casts. Cast enough, and you can cultivate an entire board, whether that be.
Oke, ini bisa munculin kayaknya setiap nge-cast. Ini kenapa basah, Cok? Apa bahasa lu? Oke. Kayaknya kalau dia nge-cast bisa ngisi 1 hex dari apa gitu sesuai ininya. Sesuai di game itu bisa hutan-hutan kayak gini.
Forest, bog, canyon.
Bisa kayak gitu tuh.
Canyon, or even a water.
Tuh bisa ini juga nih, bisa waterfall katanya.
Each hex will empower units on them in different ways. And if you complete the biome, the last hex seeded will always be the God Willow.
Nah, itu God Willow apa maksudnya tuh? God Willow mungkin jadi gede gitu. Tuh, kayak jadi gede gitu.
Wait, so you're the guide to these enchanted wilds now?
There's more than one ranger in these parts.
There's 3. Y'all can take a break for a bit. I've got a trait or 2 to break down. Hey Tacticians, Kevin here to talk about one of our big verticals with a positioning puzzle, Elderwood.
Elderwood, oke. Elderwood ada siapa namanya nih? Alistar, Brock ya? Kita Brock kan? Ini apa namanya Jir? Karim. Orn. Apa cow? Ini Nar harusnya. Ayah. The fuck is that, man?
One of our big verticals with a positioning puzzle, Elderwood.
Ini Ezreal. Ini Lux kali ya? Bukan. Siapa nih? Ini siapa nih? LeBlanc kah?
While simple, Elderwood is the perfect base to mix up with the many splashable traits and flexible threat-like units.
Bentar,
like
10 tadi kak cuy.
Perfect base to mix positioning puzzle, Elderwood.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oke. Ini mungkin muncul tumbuhan mungkin kalau 5 gitu, tumbuhan. Tumbuhan tuh.
While simple, Elderwood is the perfect base to mix up with the many splashable traits and flexible threat-like units, like Ivern, Taric, Maokai, and more. Each breakpoint of Elderwood will reward you with a new plant, starting with a tree that acts as a living shield.
Tuh. Kalau punya 3 dapat ini 1. Kalau 5 mungkin 2. Terus kalau 7 mungkin ada 1 lagi tuh yang tadi warna bunga-bunga itu loh.
Stunning enemies on death with its sap.
Ya, tuh kalau mati bisa nge-stun.
Situation for sure.
Okay.
Later breakpoints also provide a plant that empowers Elderwood allies as long as you can protect it, and the traits.
Makin lama battle-nya makin nge-buff unit katanya.
Final 7 piece unleashes a protector alongside.
Oh, munculin ini. Kalau 7 atau berapapun itu terakhir munculin ini. Munculin Brock.
Bountiful botanical beauties.
Okay.
Now let's mix things up. You can add Azir to activate Executioner with Ezreal to get those abilities critting with precision. Then it's just one more old god and the power of death will be on your side. Or you can do away with all of that in pursuit of a fiery combo of Cannon and Shen, which provide burn and wound, that'll stack with other burns too. Or look to splash Sprite him, so your Elderwood 5 cost can ride a.
What the fuck was that, man?
With other burns too. Or
wait.
Cannon and Shen, which provide burn and wound, that'll stack with other burns too. Or
ini Nar atau siapapun inilah. Ini ada Timo, oke? Masukin ke buku.
Look to splash.
Lah, jadi Nunu. What? Narnya jadi Nunu cuy kalau masukin ke buku. Oh ini ya. Ini 1, 2, 3 ini. Oke, 1, 2, 3 ini beda trade-nya, gue nggak tahu apa nih. Itu mungkin Sprikin.
Sprikin, so your Elderwood 5 cost can right atop the BFF, because true friendship is standing on top of a big Sasquatch. Or go wide as you can, and try 3 Elderwood, 2...
Oke, Ini apa namanya? Warnanya B aja, anjir.
Invoker, 2 Executioner, 2 Vanguard, 2 Defender, 2 Inferno, 2 Adapter, and 1 Caustic. Wow. That was a lot.
Skinnya B aja,
Many of our traits have lower breakpoints this set, so be sure to experiment with comps and wisps alike. If you're the type of player that'll turn a spark of creativity into a fiery comp, keep your eyes out for the return of...
Nah, Lux kan, ini Lux semua kan, jenis-jenis Lux kan. Ini Coven mungkin, ini Elderwood mungkin, ini nggak tahu nama-namanya. Aduh nama, ini apa namanya? Inferno.
Set 2 Lux, a legendary capstone to just about every origin in the set.
Tahu set berapa anjir?
As the avatar,
Lux
can
Elderwood. Pebbles, okay.
Appear in your shop with most of our origins. She'll count twice for that trait you've purchased.
Dia akan terhitung berdua.
And that trait
ya,
can't...
tadi 5 jadi 7 sekarang. Dari avatar. Okay.
Appear on Lux for other players, unless you sell yours. Lux can have many looks, all the while firing a big laser. But you know who else can do at least one of those things? You, with our new cosmetics. Take it away, Al.
They still have to be dialed in, locked in these next 2 games.
I wonder if there's anything to be said about there being less variance. There's only now 16 competitors left split amongst 2 lobbies, where before you had a lot of different play styles that you might have clashed into. Is there anything now to be said about how many competitors from each region are left, or who you think you're going to be facing against?
I think this is where scouting does tend to matter more. If you have sussed out more of what other people are doing, you are in a better position to grief them. And I think that's especially going to happen with the Americas players, because they have 4 players stacked together from 51 points.
You, with our new cosmetics. Take it away, Alex.
Kosmetik gak guna anjir. Gak menarik.
Maybe not.
You just like relaxing your team.
Comp into a reroll comp, Sunbeam. I mean, they can make any...
Katanya kom ini reroll cuy. Katanya. Apa nih?
Comp into a reroll comp.
Leona. Serigala. Apa ini? Gak tau dah. Krok. Ini apa nih? Nunu kah? I don't know.
Powering up with each 3-star on your team. What's not to like?
Collecting 3 stars is for those without the discipline to not constantly
Ya, ini kok 1 kali ya? Ini nih. Apa nih? Solar, Rift Beast. Yang mana yang reroll coy? Solar kali ya?
SD. Me on the other hand, I'm a Moonbeam aficionado.
What? You think just because you can press F, that makes you better than me?
Yeah. Plus, I just like watching Aphelios and 5-cost Loon take over the board.
I guess seeing the full moon crash down after ramping up all those moon shards is pretty cool.
And I guess your 3 stars do make for a great frontline for a Loon.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
We should start an astronomy club?
No, I was thinking we can combine these 2 boards.
But wouldn't that make...
You'll get to choose a bounty. A mini quest that's focused on Draven
wants to be seen and talked about.
When fielding Draven, you'll get to choose a bounty. A mini quest that's focused on Draven.
Kalau Draven, Bounty Hunter ada misi ya. Ada misi kayaknya cuy. Setiap ronde. Bounty, single combat damage. Bounty takedown, hard bounty, survivor. Jadi ini yang biasa, ini yang susah. Hanya ya. Survivor katanya ini yang selamat dia doang, si Draven doang selamat, tapi bisa menang.
Draven, his dreams, his goals, or their failure. Focused on Draven, his dreams. You'll get to choose a bounty. A mini quest that's focused on Draven.
Bounty, yang ini ya. Draven menghasilkan damage 8.000 di satu player combat. Hadiahnya satu BF sword. Okay.
His dreams.
Ini Draven gets 6 takedowns, dapat 4 XP. Ini satu battle itu bisa ini. Bisa disimpan. Kayaknya sih nggak bisa sih. I don't know.
His goals or
nih. Draven survive 3 player combats. Oh enggak cuy, berarti bisa disimpan ya? Harusnya bisa disimpan nih. Draven selama 3 player combat berarti nggak usah yang anu ya. Kayak yang solo yang sendirian.
Their failure.
Some bounties will be easy, like getting takedowns to get some XP.
Yeah.
While others can be a bit trickier, like winning combat as the only surviving unit to receive.
Tuh. Menang player combat dengan dia sendiri cuy. Untuk dapatkan hadiah yang lebih bagus katanya.
A super powerful reward.
That's a tough one, especially when Draven's attacks target random enemies in range. It can be hard to peel for yourself.
Draven random agronya random ya. Bisa pindah-pindah. Kayak punya apa namanya? Roket apa sih roket launcher? Apa sih namanya anjir? Roket itulah artifak roket.
When you aren't targeting that Rengar or Kha'Zix that's found a new home.
Ada Kha'Zix, ada Rengar. Rengar gue lihat tapi Kha'Zix belum lihat ya. Ada Kha'Zix juga, oke.
On your face.
Rest in peace, Draven. You would have loved the TFT Open.
Wait. Belum.
50 points, and a lot of these
roll down on stage 3.
Sorry.
Bird of Redemption, an interesting option for the Cho'Gath with all the extra healing and the HP Cho'Gath to stack to, but no Cho'Gath 2 I think is dangerous to come into this line. He just scales slower, but obviously further from those 3 stars as well.
Obviously, Along and Genesis are going to have the right of way, and I'm also waiting for the players like BCLF that are in desperation mode to pick their augments before I finally decide where I'm going to go.
Jack's hero augment for Lisao on the Huntress.
Very high powered and allows him to play like a fairly uncontested line right here. I don't think you're going to have any Zayas or potentially Lulu's trying to take away your Jax. So it's a great position for him.
This is why it's so good. It's not just synergistic with the Huntress, but you're also not contested on this line.
Also starting with the Titans here, Giosko back to his old skills in the calc loss. This is his typical way to play the game, as we've heard from Panda many times, a much more of an open forwarder.
I did say top 16, this is where you decide to see, what you're made of as a player, and Giosko says, I think we all know what I'm made of. I'm made of lost streaks and high rolls and potential flashy first places with Mech Azel.
Giosko is so lucky that Upset Max took birthday reunion, because if he didn't take a tempo augment, he would be one griefing that streak.
This is the game 1 pairing between Giosko and Upset Max. We're all the way back after 11 games in the TAC round competition.
Yeah, and for Giosko, it's really about when he finds that third Anima character. He's sitting on the Jinx and Bel'Veth already. If he can get it, then it would put him in a very strong win-outs position. For Upset Max, this has been one of my favorite augments in the tournament and one of my favorite starts. Primordian into the birthday reunion. Probably your most comfortable start that you could ask for. Gold regeneration, a lot of chances to get to level 9.
Are you sure about that?
Strong board, though.
Yeah, potential win streak players here. VCLF on Patient Study, but also has that Leona too. The Stoneplate has the Zoe online and the Veigar, so a lot of extra damage in the back.
I don't think he's going to be too patient at all. He has 3 upgrades on his board, especially that Zoe 2. This is an insane high-rolled board. It really looks like a, like a fast start augment or something.
Do you prefer playing from a win streak or a last streak position with this augment? Because you do get rewards for both.
Yeah, you get less rewards for win streaking, but I think if you're going into the AP line, you would prefer to get Leona Zoe 2. I feel like in this congested meta, win streaking into AP flex is a little bit better.
Some viewers might think, oh, you're not getting value from an augment, but if you're 10 win streak anyway, do you even need an augment? I would happily trade away my gold augment if I have a 10 win streak going into stage 4 off of a Zoe 2. This is the clear LeBlanc spot here from Who. Blighting Jewel and the Rage already slammed, so sending a message to the rest of the lobby. If you guys want to play LeBlanc, be my guest, but I am 100% going into this line on stage 4.
Meanwhile, for Tianlong, we haven't seen his board yet. Most likely going for a Brawler E type of board, but very interesting slam here. Actually just wants to play tempo early on and building an item that almost nobody uses here in the Hextech Gunblade. Just to stop Rabrahu.
Jual nggak sih?
I don't know if it's
banyakan ini
so
nahan
bad, right? Because you're still getting some amount of AD from the Hextech Gunblade that if you wanted to play the Master Yi, then it at least gives you something, right?
He's trying to go for full win streak, so I could kind of see that, but I have to say it's a very uncommon item slam.
Saw the Blessing Prosperity offer from Soraka. I'm sorry, Necra. No shield for you or your units.
Okay. I would pick Thresh here too.
And everyone in the lobby has agreed with you.
Sama Soraka. Soraka bagus tuh buat anu. Anima tadi. Ada anima ya?
Was it a random or mystery box?
Looks like it was mystery loot.
Ooh, okay.
Mystery harusnya.
Slightly better for reroll early on. You do get a 3-star in 3 of the options here. And Gyosko trying to go into the anima.
It took a few rolls. It looked like, but he's on 30, gonna wait until the very last second to add it in so that our players have as little information as possible. I imagine if we could hear things, we would be hearing them right about now when he first faces a player.
Loh, oke, man. Mirip apa? Mirip gameplaynya si Anu cuy, mirip gameplaynya Jerry.
The Light Shield crest is going to be the artifact picked up by Along, so that's going to help you win streak quite a bit. Along now putting together 3 wins as we are going to look at some of the other lost streakers.
Gyosko kalau punya dapat darah dari Soraka sih bagus sih.
Maybe Gyosko is in trouble.
I think he'll turn it around. He has a Jinx 2 and a Rek'Sai 2. I don't think you want to sell these units. It's almost a very good path towards win streaking all of stage 3. And obviously you want to preserve HP to make it to 9 in the first place. So Gyosko is saved from upsets max, slight height rolls coming into these next few fights.
Yeah. Oh, okay, he did win that last one, so.
I would agree with that. I think Gyosko was very patient in waiting for 2-5 to roll down for his anima. He does get it right here. In the meantime, VCLF looking for a 4-win streak.
Incredibly strong board
to south of Zoe 2 there are 2 other players he's contesting in Along and Tianlong here, so we'll see if the run into each other.
Mungkin dia nonton Jerry cuy.
I did hear a ping.
Di Gilisco.
So that might have been for the anima, but we'll see.
Minta anima anjir.
VCLF versus Tianlong. Only one of them can keep their win streak here.
Diklo.
Does look like it'll be VCLF.
Kenapa dong?
He has much more developed frontline and backline here. So VCLF keeping his dreams and hopes alive. He does pretty much need a first place as we've been talking about. The current cut-off stands at 51 points, so he is very far behind.
I think a lot of value off of not being pulled off. No burst damage from the Zoe. I think what really saved it there. Briar can get away with just doing so much DPS at lower health totals. And VCLF is essentially down an augment, right, with the patient study. Now is his time to be patient in stage 3, potentially. Could take some losses.
I'll be honest, Tianlong might be a genius. I did not think he was going to slam that Dragon's Claw. I was like, what? Like, this is it's a very low value item to slam. You typically just forget about it, but he's like, nah, I'm getting this win streak. I'm getting this 5 streak in. So you can't blame me, okay? It's not fully my jinx. It's also Tianlong, you know, hungry after a streak.
2 unorthodox item slams here, but Tianlong has clearly prioritized getting this win streak to get the economy that way. And you know what? Dragon's Claw, I'm still going to stand by this, is not a terrible item slam when you know there are already people angling towards the AP lines.
It is an AP meta, I would say, for the most part, especially with the Huntress. We're not going to see much Zaya. So I think it's a decent slam. Especially for the high tempo start, the win streak. The level to 6 here, above 40 gold for Tianlong. So really trying to push the tempo of this lobby.
Dua linia. Kemudian
Along, a level 5 Zaya after building that Kraken Slayer very early on. This is kind of Along's specialty, is that he is willing to play a lot of I was going to say play a lot of off-meta compositions, but yes, high roller as well. That definitely does fit the bill.
At least I was thinking, wait a minute, this is not part of the script. Why are you playing Zaya? I thought my Jax was uncontested.
Maybe people will have to think twice after seeing it.
Ini mungkin satu-satunya spot bermain saya di Anu ya. Dengan Stargazer Huntress. Soalnya hero saya, terus itemnya lumayan.
Got a streak snapped.
Not ideal. Gold augments now on 3-2 for all of our competitors. We'll see if there's any kind of warping, spreading roots. We do see it right away from Tianlong there, so some emblems might shake up his game plan. Jedusaur, we're seeing 7 out of 9 Cho'Gath's booster pack picked up as well. See that gave him a few of those one costs as well, and Jedusaur will be playing for the one cost reroll. Not too common from Jedusaur in particular, especially this tournament. He's playing mostly around just very high cap.
Big roll down.
Yeah, a perfect spot for Alon, as we just saw. He's 100 HP, already found Zaya, so willing to just go for forward thinking. Meanwhile, Tianlong, flippity flip.
What the?
Is going to go for the spreading roots.
Harusnya
does find
ya.
a decent hit here. Challenger Urgot, actually one of the few ways you can play
this
pairing.
Atau mungkin masih reroll.
That's awesome. Master Yi definitely feels like it is within the realm of possibility now that you got some of these extra two-piece synergies that can be unlocked.
But,
you know, back to the Jedusaur point, since we're looking at his board, I feel like he is in this position where he just needs a top 4. There are not many players that can catch him in the number of points that he has, so maybe going for one cost reroll is enough.
And it's a great setup. You're staying above 50 here. I imagine there's going to be a pretty big roll down either now or on the next turn on 3-5 to try and hit both of these. At least a Cho'Gath at the very least, just for the scaling. Especially now with this 6th or 8th Cho'Gath and an early Acel as well. Whoa!
Assault pair? What the hell?
Did I keep talking, Clement? Let me know.
Yeah, keep talking.
Okay,
I
that's
think
an Acel pair. He doesn't want him, but he hits a Cho'Gath, and now he should be one of the most strong players in this lobby. Has a Milio 2 option if he wants with a 3 Timebreaker. Finds a Kaisa as well. Has a chance to play 4 Darkstar. But might opt for the 3 Timebreaker for now. I think just with a Cho'Gath, you should likely be strong enough, at least to break this loss streak.
Whenever you're playing this line on Treasure Hunt, there's also a massive high roll that could be coming. If you hit the stage 3 emblem, you could go into 6 Darkstar very early on, and that's just kind of a win streak into stage 4. Very easy position for them. And a lot of players at this point, if they hit the Cho'Gath this early, they don't even need to roll for the Lissandra necessarily. They can kind of wait around and see how the tempo plays out.
Yeah, but you're 4 copies away. 3 actually, because you have the duplicator on your bench. I feel like you should roll for it. That way you're guaranteed. You're like, okay, I know I'm stable. I don't have to worry about it. I can now push levels and try to get Jin.
Just saying I'm a dirty high roller, so I'm going to...
Some of the other players are thinking that too.
He can consider waiting to roll until a little bit later, just to have the option to high roll a Jin as well if he rolls on 7, for example, and to high roll more of his stage 4 and stage 5 board. When you're rolling on 5, you're really just be able to hit the lists.
This is the time I was waiting for. We've got random boons. Who's going to come out ahead? Sometimes, 3-2 here, you could get like very little gold from the Ari augment, or you could get a massive high roll. We're going to have to check each of these boards. Okay, not Jedu's board. Jedu took a rather boring option here.
Hey, big Cho'Gath is never boring.
Okay.
Wow, he's rolling.
That was the Acel 2 from Jedusaur, but he's opting not to buy them. Found a 3rd copy on level 5, which is extremely rare.
Ooh, got the Thief Gloves out of the treasure hunt. And an Ezreal 3. Why not?
Ezreal, okay.
No Lissandros,
Wait, jangan.
Or Kaisas either, so we're going to stick to the 3 Timebreaker for now, especially with the Ezreal.
I actually think this is a little bit of a low roll for him. He would have wanted the emblem, and he would have wanted the Lissandra. You know, the Ezreal is kind of a dead unit. I don't really see him playing like, 4 Timebreaker, 4 Bruiser in this line. I will say though, Jedusaur does like playing the Bruisers a lot. We have seen him play a lot of Bruiser into Challenger MF, but I haven't seen him on as Cho though.
Okay, I am absolutely stun-locked that Jedusaur lost that fight. With a 3-star Cho and a 3-star Ezreal.
It is a 3-item Jax. Replication allowed Lee Xiao to slam essentially best in slot items for this Jax. And if anyone knows how strong Jax is, it's Jedusaur. His very first game yesterday, he was the one just taking over his lobby in the late game with Jax as well. So a lot of reroll in this lobby compared to what we've been seeing across this day.
Yeah, Bra also in a very strong spot here. I think he should... I'm actually surprised that he's lost 3 fights given that he has a Nunu early, and these are great items for a Teemo to be holding, should be able to win this one. Gyosko, on the other hand, already with a Galio in hand, so this is a fairly decent spot for him. He might not get the cash out just yet, though. This is right on the edge. He needs
300,
unit kills
habis ini
from
400.
his Anima.
Ya.
Sterax Aurora, I believe. There we go. Nash is down.
Okay.
And this, of course, was a 2-5 Anima from Gyosko, not
nanggung satu lagi, Jir.
A little bit off. He can win the next fight, though. And he does have Pandora, so he has... I guess he won't have much time to actually try and mitigate the low rolls.
Yeah, I do expect him to just level after this round, after seeing the PvE. Meanwhile, VCLF going for the win streak has a Dawn Core here, a very strong option for something like the Karma. We saw a copy check here, still on 5 copies, but with very decent HP.
There's a lot of upgrades that might be coming through too.
Yeah, he has also been very lucky on the items, being able to full build the BIS onto Jax.
Not many players will be able to spike on 4-1, so there's a good chance Gyosko can win this next fight. It's really just Upset Max, who is very, very rich. The rest of the players, I think, will have to wait till 4-2.
Roll.
He's sitting on 50 gold and 6 free rolls, so it would be very strange for him not to hit both the Mighty Mac and the Aesol. Morgana 2 is massive as well. Can't take out Anima, has to be careful, of course.
We've seen this happen many times. Sell the Jinx too early and go like, oops.
Perfect items on both of his carries as well, so it's looking quite good here. But Kalkloff's putting in a lot of work in terms of Gyosko's economy. What does he face?
VCLF with a Nami might be a little bit dangerous here.
Full gold though, he hasn't really dug too deep.
Yeah, 16 HP, he will survive regardless, but it's just about how many lives he can keep in the bank right here. It does look like the Galio will still be strong enough to hold on. Nami, even with the Dawn Core, can't survive in the front line, and Gyosko does out-tank.
Especially with the Pandoras, having 2 lives gives you that chance that if you really low roll after the Reforger, you can still just leave it on the bench for a turn.
Right. Third augment will be gold to round him out, and that was a lot of influx there for Along. Forward thinking now paying off.
Bagus. Oke, enggak. Kenapa nih?
Expect him to be playing for a...
Loh, main apa?
Oh, because he did hit the Marauder emblem, he's going to be going into the Nova line instead. This is one of the lines that we've seen him play in APAC, where other players were less willing to try for it, and I felt like it was a very cheap level 4 that can speedily go up to level 9. You're playing a lot of one-cost units like the Caitlyn and the Aatrox on this board, and he's already found his kindred here.
And 4 copies of Tom Kench. He's just going to hold one for other people.
Main Nova.
Great position for him. Is going to go into the Fiora later on, so even still preserves a chance to win out.
VCLF has also hit the Nami tools into battle of these ranged 4-cost carries. The rest of the board for VCLF not too strong, mostly 1 cost, but it looks like it might just be enough here against the Kindred. Unless the Kindred heals past all this damage, he doesn't. So Along tax a tiny bit here on 4-2. Gyosko does get the win, it looks like. Upset Max also just dominating this lobby, still on a win streak, a 9 win streak now.
His win streak was crazy because I was checking in on his board and he had all 1-star units, but they were 4 costs. He had just like 1 Rammus, 1 Corki, 1 Riven, and now obviously he has upgraded a lot of those things and that will extend the streak, but wow, it has been kind of lights out from just the Meeple board.
This is such a cool way to play the line from Birthday Reunion. He's saying that I'm going to play it slow and steady, not rushing towards level 9 and being very risky with his board. He's just going to be aiming for maybe that, game 13 angle where we don't usually think of this as a top 1 line, but if you get a top 3 here and you can move further on, it's good enough.
Also, griefing a tiny bit on the roll down, holding onto a lot of key copies of units that players are looking for. The Blitzcrank, the Nunu, the TK there, now making 20. Most likely, his next in will be the Birthday Reunion. So doesn't really have to hold too many more units to complement this board on the line.
He's also so healthy that he could have lost all of stage 4 and still got to 9.
Yeah, great start from him. We have another random boon on the left. Ooh, this one's always a little bit risky. It could disable your shop if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's true. Get a lot of gold, but then you can't use it for anything.
Yeah, this is always kind of the more dangerous situations if you have low health on the lobby. So you see Giosko, he's saying, you know, I don't want to run into an Evelyn. I'm just going to settle for the Soraka right here. It's going to give me the Soraka buff to heal up later on as well.
Let's comment on the HP complexion of this lobby as well. Upset Max way ahead, Giosko way below, but in the middle, everyone is sandwiched between 46 and 39 HP, a 7 HP gap between 6 players. So these next few fights will be incredibly important in terms of what it looks like coming to stage 5. The Yi 2 is found for Tianlong. He has a potential Thieves Glove Slam as well. Is this going to be strong enough to turn around the loss streak? That's a big question.
Depends on where that Master Yi is going to go, but everybody else just looks so strong. Huge roll down here for Li Cao and cannot find the Jax, just one copy off.
Yeah, this is where you expect him to start taking a lot of losses. On the other hand, it will be Barbara whose board. He did find a lucky Sona with the duo cure. One of the best 5 costs you could ask for, just missing out on the LeBlancs to stabilize.
Maybe the best matchup that the Falcons could have hoped for, still on the Jax 2, but it is not even close. At this point in the game, you really need to have that Jax 3 online if you want to start winning these fights.
That would be pretty brutal. Li Cao, 52 points. Doesn't really need a whole lot, but is still on that bubble.
Yeah. There's a Emilio 3 on the bench.
Just sitting on the bench.
Just chilling, like, please, put me in, coach. Thank you.
No, it was just a fleeting moment for you, Panda.
It's a warm-up still.
Shit.
Well, because I think ideally, like, he gets to level and put it in.
Yeah, he's so behind. It's really tragic. It's making everything so much more difficult. And his time's running out. He's losing more and more HP here.
Ooh, running into one of the strongest players in the lobby. Just hit the Master E2 in the previous round. And Li Cao knows it. He's like, okay. I'll play another game. You got me.
Messed up the positioning as well. The Yi immediately targets the Jax. Right after that, Knight procs comes right back to him. And it is a bloodbath here. Another massive loss for Li Cao. He knows it. He needs to find this upgrade right now. A bit of a gold injector from Treasure Dragon might help him. He does have a lot of items, so we're just going to hope to find enough gold to hit and also go 7 to add the Aatrox back in.
Ooh. All along and Upset Max were fighting each other. Upset Max takes his first loss of this streak. So finally broken, but take a look. Still 67 HP. Gold enough to be able to go to 9 at the beginning of stage 5.
Yeah, really strong position from Upset Max, and I think it's also helped by the fact that we have a lot of low rolls coming across the board on these fast 8 boards. Bra not being able to hit, and if we looked at the previous board from VCLF, I also didn't expect him to fall so far after getting an early Nami here. So I think the Corki board kind of got a free pass against a lot of these boards that did miss.
Sometimes it's what it takes, though. Recognizing that there's an uncontested line that you can play to, and you're going to get a free 2-star 5 cost in just a moment.
Wow, Blitz 2 for VCLF is absolutely massive. Level 9, he's pretty much assembled his kind of highest cap. Really just missing Shen here. Should be able to win most of these fights coming to stage 5, especially against these low-roll players who have still missed their key upgrades.
Well,
we solved the mystery of why VCLF was on 17 HP. That's because he went straight for level 9, but this is where this play could be punished. You have a 400 cash out in this lobby, so sometimes preserving HP might have been the correct move.
Oh, BC-nya.
Aesol, though, he's in danger. He has to fly away. He gets the boost. Is it going to be enough? It's not. He's taken down. Just the mech is left alive. Could have been punished, but instead he's the one punishing Giosko despite the Anima cash out.
Giosko can't believe it.
Doesn't have Fiora as well, so he has not been healing. Could be in trouble.
Yeah, Li Cao as well is going to be on single-digit HP, so we're going to focus on both of them as they get ready for their next and potentially last fights. Li Cao has finally found the Pantheon and the Jax 3, but will not be able to get the Lulu upgraded in this game.
Yeah, the front line not looking so great for Lee Sao, and critically he's not level 8. On this board, the Ross does matter quite a bit. You have a ton of low threshold traits right there. Doesn't have the econ to do it. Very low roll position. I do expect Lee Sao to be going 8th here.
Gyosko rolling for Karma 2, does not find it. We'll see if he'll be punished for it.
Gyosko is actually going to be running into Upset Max. We do have a small pause, but if you notice who he's going to be playing, it's going to be Upset Max. And Upset Max out of the birthday reunion got barred too.
That's a little bit scary. HP leader versus last point in the HP. Definitely one life for Gyosko here. And he was sitting level 9, 50 gold with free rolls. His hands were off the wheel. He thought, you know, I'm coasting to level 10. I'm going to have an incredibly strong board. No one's beating me. The moment VCLF takes him down, he's like, wait, what? What do I do now? I have to roll this gold for just rolling for a Karma, essentially. So a very strange last 2 rounds for Gyosko.
Yeah, and it really is about how many units you can remove from the opposing board. Looking at Lee Sao's matchup here, he's going up against probably the strongest person in the lobby outside of Upset Max. It is going to be Along, so it's the bottom 2 versus the top 2 right here. Just because of the fact that Lee Sao is trying to play scaling and it has a melee carry, I think there's actually a decent chance that Gyosko might be able to take more units off the board.
Is Gyosko content with the 7th, though? At the start of this game, into an Anima 400 cash out that looked to be, at the very least, a top 2, a top 3. I think you have to be quite disappointed to be in this position right now.
For sure. I just think that there are so many other boards when you get a chance to look at them like this that you can kind of see where people have struggled. Jedusor hit everything. You have all of your 2-star 4 costs on Upset Max's board. Along, bruh. Tianlong got that mastery so early with these additional emblems that are really helping you scale up the comp.
I really like all 3 of our top 4 players' boards right here. They're rather unorthodox. Jedusor getting a Dawn Core on the Lissandro is actually huge. But now we go into the Hunger Games. Who is going to end up as the last place?
Ribbon is already down as one of the big dangers for this ASOL. It's looking okay for Gyosko. I'd rather say it's looking good for Gyosko. The Rammus is almost taken down as well. The Mighty Mech is holding on for quite a while. And for Lee Sao, I think it's an expected result considering how much he low-rolled both the Jax 3, how far behind he was on tempo in terms of pushing 7. He should have taken over in stage 4 with the Jax 3. He should have dominated boards that were not quite hit yet, but instead he was that loser throughout all the stage.
I want to thank brother Lee Sao for testing out the meta for us. Solo Jax with Huntress, nobody contesting. Still likely not very played.
There were a few Jaxes out of the pool in stage 3 before Tianlong pivoted back into the Kindred.
Wow, Tianlong actually, though, is sitting on a single Fiora, was able to go level 9, but this is looking grim. Another big fight for Gyosko. Can he beat Along, who has a Fiora that can also wrap onto this Aurelian Soul?
Aurelian Soul is headed in the other direction right here, so I do think that Gyosko should be relatively safe. As I say that, Fiora moves away from the carrier, and indeed he is fine. The front line is very hard to crack for these melee carries. I don't really expect Along or Tianlong, both of them actually having Dragon in their name, to be able to beat him out.
We saw how close the HP totals were in this lobby. You win 2 fights, all of a sudden you're top 6, 2 players down. Jedusor on the Cho Lissandra, unfortunately, also free fell. These last 2 fights must have been pretty big losses. He was 3rd coming into the stage 5 and is now ending up in 7th place. Prabhara, who has stabilized, still stuck on 8 due to LeBlanc coming in so late.
Well, now that Jedusor placement must be disappointing. You hit your Cho'Gath, you hit your Lissandra so early that Cho'Gath was scaling. But as you had called out earlier in the game, Panda, the HP totals were so close together that you're seeing it continue here with VCLF at 17, Gyosko at 7. That's only a 10-point differential, and it's just up to matchmaking at that point.
It was also the placement lost, missing on the Darkstar emblem from Treasure Hunt for Jedusor.
Yeah, now Gyosko is going to face an opponent that did beat him previously. This is going to be the Nami board that does have the chance to go into the back line. Doesn't look like it this time, though. The damage very spread across the front. Gyosko is going to sigh a breath of relief right here as he does take down his nemesis. In the meantime, well, we know who the better dragon is, and it is the one from Vietnam.
Not just better dragon, they were both playing the same Marauder Kindred line as well. So very interesting parallels there from 2 of our players. Barbara, who has stayed alive as well, on 1 HP, as has VCLF. I think any Americas fans are really struggling to keep their nerves in line at the end of this game.
Guys, VCLF just hit absolutely everything, though, going into what could be his final fight, as Brahu is getting prepared for his opponent. We will see what will happen. Both of them will be eliminated for sure, and it's unlucky matchmaking for Bra going up against Giosko. VCLF can only hold his hands and pray as Upset Max is on the other side.
Ooh, Bro was stuck on level 8 rolling for LeBlanc. A very low roll game for him. Didn't find it until stage 5, and now he's going to rub up against the 400 cash out. The front line is going down. I do expect him to be dropping out right here. On the other hand, for VCLF, it's and he survives off less than 100 HP to go into the top 4.
Crazy board from VCLF. All of his upgrades at this point in time. A lot of these extra resources from the Thresh really helping out for all of our players now in the top 4. Fiora 2 has been hit already for Along. Is there anything else he can really do to make this board any stronger?
I think crazy. He reforged one of those emblems from the Nova.
The pings are coming out. Upset Max is like, no, don't worry, guys.
No, you don't see any extra copies of the Corky or the Rammus on my bench.
Must be a visual glitch.
Yeah. Do not peek behind the curtain. He's going to roll for it, though.
This is smart from Upset Max. He knows he's playing a lower cap comp. Doesn't really have a chance to do anything on 10. 7 Rammuses, 2 copies off.
Oh, okay. Has a Corky that he can play around as well. Does he
go now? I think he should go now.
He has to, yeah.
Because other people might try to hold them.
Hey, VCLF, wake up. You have 30 gold. I guess he's trying to go 10, so he's saying, hey, someone else has to be the hero. It's not going to be me.
VCLF is thinking about the long game right now, but we will update you as soon as we find out whether or not that Rammus 3 has been hit. But Giosko, level 10, up against Upset Max, was rolling for the Rammus.
Easy win for Giosko last time these two players faced. Not too many more upgrades from Upset Max's side. He's just trying to go for the 3-star win condition. It's a win for Giosko. Now he's sending that hot potato to someone else on this next fight if Upset Max is able to hit. Along, huge win against VCLF. VCLF out in 4th. And now it's APAC Americas and EMEA fighting for that top 1.
Still have not seen any Rammuses purchased by the other 2 boards here, so the door is still wide open for Upset Max. But if he doesn't find it, I do expect Giosko to actually be able to take over this game. I feel like Along has probably a worse matchup against such an established front line that Upset Max has.
What a roller coaster of emotions for Giosko on that loss to VCLF. He was like, wait a minute, am I going to go 8th here? And now he's back in the dominant position in stage 6.
Giosko is also playing some defense. There is a Rammus in his shop. So that is going to be one out of the pool there for Upset Max, who will probably roll if you don't win this next fight.
Yeah, I feel like Along is the one that is not going to hold the Rammuses. Like, he's in a very good point position, and there could be a rock, paper, scissors, shoe situation where Upset Max takes out Giosko for him.
Oh, well, it's getting quite close. The Fiora is still alive, though, until that Corky rocket comes down. And Upset Max is actually going to lose out the fight. Very close now. But Giosko does look like he might end up winning this. But can he actually find the Rammus 3? That would be so fun to see.
Doesn't actually go like this, too. Still trying to look for it. Not going to get it. There's only 1 copy left.
Yeah, he knows he's the weakest player. He knows he has to downgrade his entire board. Maybe even the Corky. I mean, you're not winning at this point without hitting the Rammus 3. Yeah, he's going to downgrade the Corky as well. Not good with the hit still. I think a strong 3rd place from Upset Max. All things considered, a very interesting game the way he played Birth Reunion, as you mentioned earlier, Clement.
Yeah, getting the Bard 2 also helping a lot. Along, I'm just so impressed with this board. Statistically, this is one of the strongest comps that we have seen so far, and you do have a chance for him to just get onto the Aurelian Soul.
Run, Aesol, run!
Fly away!
Fly, I guess, sorry.
Boosters activate. No, I mean, the Fiora is still chunking through everything. I feel like there was enough damage done to the Aurelian Soul. It actually can't hang on through that final Fiora cast. And Gyosko, level 10 with a cash out, is actually going to get knocked out. It's a double elim, and Along takes this game.
Along is not slowing down. He's going for the record play right here. Another great game for him. Very strong early spread, early items, and going for a Nova board that I feel is just underplayed most of the time. It's very cheap on 8. You can go to level 9 quickly, and it also just destroys boards that don't have good enough frontline. You have a lot of these focus power from the Kindred and Master E or Fiora early on.
And great items as well, with the not just the Nova +1, but the Marauder +1 on the Shen. A very interesting build, the 4 Marauder. Is it a chance to break the record? 78 points from Saya last hack round. I'm a believer here.
It's... do you need a first place though, right?
He's on 64, he's on 72 now, I think.
Okay, so he needs the 3rd place.
I mean, considering his current streak, I'm believing.
Okay, well, let's jump into the other lobby that's been playing simultaneously. It is a 1v1 showdown between Dank Memes and Stilo of Bora. APAC really has been on a hot streak today, especially when it's come down to Stilo of Bora. But Dank Memes was able to just get a win. Can these upgrades that Stilo of Bora has made at level 10 be enough to rewrite that script?
Both going down to Shepherd 5 boards. I think it is going to come down to the commands here and what the Graves upgrades can do for the style of Stilo of Bora. Of course, he also has an extra level.
It is a blighting jewel on Danking side, though. A very strong artifact synergy with LeBlanc. The hold the line really strong for Stilo of Bora as well. Very nice combat power on level 10.
Oh, it's looking close, but the front line is falling. Heavy is the crown for the LeBlanc that is on Stilo of Bora's side, but it's not heavy enough. Dank Memes takes it down and wins another game today. Congratulations to a fantastic second place there for Stilo of Bora, but Dank Memes getting the first place is really keeping the dreams for the Americas alive.
And with Jedusor falling to 7th place, that means that top 4 security is suddenly called into question. Now Dank Memes is also in range to kind of jump through and skip that game 13.
Even if not on the game 12 cut, 58.
Okay.
He's not dead. You can try a new bounty the next round. Also,
you can try next bounty the next round.
So he's not dead. You can try a new
bounty attacks, ability cast, or bounty kills, okay?
Bounty the next round. Also, he's a video game character, Kent.
I know, but I just think he would have loved to be invited. You know how much he loves arenas.
Is this a cry for help? Because I know somebody who can get you an invite. Speaking of...
Ini udah masalah ini ya.
Here, and I want to make sure you heard about the TFT Vegas Open.
Ya, malas gua tim Vegas. Gak minat. Kayak gitu lah ya. Temanya hutan, mekaniknya wisps. Tuh ada ikan gitu loh. Ini ada animasinya yang nggak guna. Unitnya kayaknya normal unitnya ya. Kayaknya nggak 100 kayak set 16. Unitnya kayaknya normal kayak set sebelumnya. Ya, normal.
8 points, 11 games in, and is a very good.
1 game left. Dish Soap and Tidal, both of our 2-time TAC round champions, still outside of range.
Well, we do have, we were able to follow the action that we saw in the last parts of the lobby, but we didn't get a chance to see all of it. So that's why we've got our sideline reporters here, Hupeson and Gangly, to fill us in on what else happened.
Thank you, Desk. Yes, you've explained what happens with the points. We want to explain how that happened. Soju, last place right now in points, and he played different. He played with Bodyguard to start, so he didn't have the normal item, the normal economy that he used for tempo, and he tried to risk everything into it, but he only found an Ami 1. So he could never stabilize on level 8. He couldn't go to level 9. That wasn't strong enough. That saw you maybe trying to make a change in gear, but it couldn't happen, and he took the 8 because of that. And Bensak, humble. 3 points that you mentioned, at least he's summing. He played Corki without the source didn't come through, and in the end, it's not a comp that you can push through without it.
The big story of that lobby was the contested AP. We had 5 players playing into the AP line, completely contested, and a Samira reroller with a Nami 2 on their board. I was watching Dish Soap, who was trying to play into the Space Groove line, saw that Soju wanted to play it, Tidal slammed the Space Groove emblem, he had an open spatula and said, forget it, I'm going to play Dark Star. Rolls down on level 8, 0 karmas, does not find a sword the entire game. So he plays a really cool flex board on level 8, meching his mighty mech with an upgraded ASOL in the background and just playing flexible units around it. Eventually able to go 9. Not enough to get him a first place, but a really cool line played from a previous Tactician's Crown champion.
Well, thank you so much for the updates and for filling in the gaps. We are going to be going back to that lobby for our next game because we do have the GOAT battle, as you were saying. So let's take a look at them getting ready for game number 12. As a reminder, we are doing sandwich cuts after this game. Top 4 will go to the grand finals in our overall standings, and the bottom 4 will be sent home as we continue to whittle down the competition. Soju, Dish Soap, Shauga, these are the 3 players that we're looking at that are trying to avoid the elimination, whereas Hwamye, Stilo of Bora, they are on the top. They want to promote.
That being said, if Jedusor has 4 games, there is an opening for Bensak and Dank teams to potentially take that 4th place position. There's 3 players on 58 fighting for that 4th spot. And Jedusor 62 trying to defend it.
And what a lobby to behold. I think this is the most gold, just diamond-studded lobby you could ask for. 5 different TAC round champions just shoved into a single round. 2 of them still needing to get into that finals. The tension is here. The pressure is high. Who will make it out of this final game?
You say 5 different TAC rounds, but the fact that there are 2 players in the lobby that have the lion's share of them all, I think it's crazy. And there's only one way that we can figure out how this game is going to go, and that's going to be to get into it momentarily, and we'll be able to find out the gods that we will be watching. But yeah, I cannot believe my eyes. That is a grand finals lobby.
Yeah, that absolutely is. And not just the TAC round winners, but we have Soju, one of the most consistent players in the TPC era. We have Xiaoge, used to be known as Saka. He's 2 top 4s in TAC round as well, back in the day in set 9 and set 10. So, as you mentioned, star-studded, all-star lobby. That's going to be just so tough to stabilize your board on stage 4 in terms of the level of play here, the level of flexibility, the level of adaptability from all of these players.
There's also 2 more players chasing after a potential record right here. Saya, 78 points, still in range, actually for Hwamye to surpass it if he can take a first place. And for the side of Along, all he needs is just going to be a 4th to jump that. I thought we were going to have a record that was going to stand the test of time, but TFT is full of surprises.
Wow, and what players to be able to do it too. It's just so exciting to be able to watch what these competitors can do when they're showing us everything in their toolkit. They're so sharp. They're playing lines that even though we've had this set for several months, they're coming up with the new tech.
And if Along ties a record at 78, I think we should still give it to him because he had a Mr. 100 game in this TAC round. So I think that should be the tiebreaker in my personal opinion.
Saya might have some disagreements with that. But
He'll show up next set. I think he'll be back to claim his title.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Have you ever had a Mr. 100 game?
Yeah, almost.
At TAC round, no. On ladder, yes. yes, several. Usually once a set.
You do start the ladder playing up against, bots a lot of times, so yeah.
Clement waits a week to start grinding so he can play the bots early.
Oh, okay.
He told me the tech last set.
All right, that's the new tech then. I'll have to try that for set 18. But, final game, those are the stakes. If you're at the top, are you playing for first place? Or is this just okay, I know I always have another game. So even if I try to play for first and I whiff, then I can always play that game 15.
I love a quote from Disto, and he said that playing for top 4 is essentially LARPing. There is no such thing as playing for top 4. You're kind of just trying to go not 8th, and that's kind of the most dangerous situation for you. So I still expect like the top players to maybe they'll go on a quirky rhythm line that's top 3 oriented, but they won't be trying intentionally to go for a slower board.
And even the 58-point players, they have an incentive to play for first because they want to try and take Jedus for a slot. This is the magic of the sandwich cut. This is why this was changed a few sets ago. There is this incentive for every player in this lobby to play for a first. If they want to, they can just think, hey, I'm looking at game 13. I'm looking at a 2-game spread. And I can play more consistently. But I hope to see Bensek and Dank Memes reaching for the stars.
Sekarang yang paling bawah Soju ya?
No.
Soju paling bawah?
Maybe.
Tadi satu dia.
That was a good one. But maybe. I think there are a couple of other things. Like I would be excited to see a different hero augment, but I feel like those have just been not so popular amongst our competitors.
I miss Gragas.
Ini apa namanya? 4 paling atas anu ya?
But we haven't.
Paling atas ini lolos.
I really wanted to see GG9 from America.
Terus ini 4 yang bawah baru lolos di sini ya.
If you know, you know.
Oh,
yep. I'm not gonna say his full name.
Stands for means good game, everybody.
Ini harus berapa ya? Bisa satu lah, Soju ya. Ayo dong, Soju, ayo dong.
Let's find out the gods for our game as we get into game number 12. It's going to be Aurelian Sol, the god of quest. And Varus.
Officially God of Wonder, but yeah, I call him God of Quest.
The God of Quest.
Gempa ya?
We could see a trait quest. We could see random emblems offered. We could see the chance for a Darkstar game, a Space Crew game, maybe even a 10 Meeple game.
Ooh. And we're going to see that Victor is going to upgrade your starting champions to 2 stars.
3 Leonas already being upgraded, actually forcing a lot of these players to go into AP flex lines. We'll see how that kind of impacts the players' decisions right here. Also an additional gold injection for these players if they want to go for the fast 9s.
2 Cho'Gaths as well for Hwamie and for Dish Soap. One of the, I think, just strongest options in terms of 1-cost reroll, especially with the right augment setup. We saw the treasure hunt not quite work out last game for Jeruso, but it can be a very strong line, especially if you high roll that spatula on the second treasure hunt proc.
And we are looking at the cutoffs right here. You have to get beyond 53 points currently is the 12-point cutoff if you want to get into their 13th game. So a lot of these players can, if you're lower on the point value, you don't need to force yourself into a straight first position. There are still some risks that you can avoid.
That's right. There's a lot of stuff that players
harus
will
ngincer
need
satu,
to
coy.
look out for here in this game. And
Go
of
big
course,
or go home.
something you're always very thankful for is that early direction. If you can find it, if you can signal to the rest of the lobby, hey, this is what I'm going for. I don't want to be contested on this line. I want to just go for a nice and easy Jinx reroll. We've seen it do well at least once today. Then it can be really productive for you.
I think only once, unfortunately. It hasn't been one of the star comps.
I was trying to save it. I was trying to save it.
Well, I was going to hype up Shield Maiden, but Steel of Bora immediately rerolled it. I think Necra's wish of another hero augment is not going to come into action. The Pike pair can be quite scary here for Steel of Bora. That upgrade, an absolute menace in Stage 2 in particular.
Yep, straight upgrades, trying to hit that Jinx 2 into a straight win streak. Xiaoge here is going to push his luck, does get an Arbiter, and has gold at the end of combat. Probably not one of the higher win rate ones here. You would have wanted the Leona slightly more stable.
Pretty big low rolls here. Sniper +1 as well. Not really the best options to play around. I think players are already trying to potentially play into the trade quest from Aurelian Sol on stage 2 with these emblems, but the synergy is not quite there yet. Oh, never mind. Soju is on a Meeple +1. He won 8 last game, he won 7th the game before. If anyone needs to fight for a 10 Meeple high roll, it's Soju in this game number 12.
Okay, is that what we're doing now? We're just jinxing players, Panda?
No, blessing.
Oh my goodness. We saw Soju on a +1 Meeple, I believe, throughout yesterday. Did not reach to 10, but set himself up for success for it. You guys were mentioning, of course, it is an Aurelian Sol game, so that is something that is well within the possibilities. We'll need to see, though, if he can find it, if the Reforgers are going to be, well, gracious to Soju here.
a very flippy game, I would say. 4 players going for branching out, trying to string this into the trait quest that Panda was talking about. And we also have Tidal going for a pretty risky power-up. 3-2 power-ups are completely fine. But the 2-1 silver power-ups a lot of times can just mean that you miss out on potential that you get the gold instead of the prismatic here.
Kebaitannya jual aja gak sih? Kita fokus main anima aja.
Online for Xiaoge with a chance for an Aurora 2 as well. He had 2 Auroras in his shop somehow on level 4. I imagine he's not going to go for that upgrade. Wants to play for the full blue streak instead. Players scouting, understanding what everyone's trying to do in this stage is going to be really important in terms of the setup for the rest of this game.
Tidal there, taking a couple early losses, trying to maybe get a loss streak going here as well. Does have 10. Most of our players do. Only Stilo, Aurora, and Dish going to be the ones that are missing out on the extra econ. And Soju actually already on 20 there to get a little bit of a head start on the financials.
We are getting a look at Distop, and unfortunately, he is running straight into Xiaoge, both of them holding on to the Arbiter here. Xiaoge, of course, going on to the Anima, so going into a different AP line, but what I want to point out is 3 Leona starts, a lot of AP players. I think it's the same as Gangli's lobby that he saw. There's going to be a lot of contests.
Great matchmaking for Bensak here. Has pre-leveled to 5, so really wanted to win this round to get that 3-win streak going, to potentially fight for the 5-win streak to recuperate some of that gold. And faces the Anima player, so could not have gone better here for Bensak.
You know, I doubted Bensak earlier on this Lulu game. I'm not going to make that same mistake. So I'm here for the ride. Whatever he decides is going to be a valiant outcome. But first, we're going to need to check in with our gods and see what our gods of quests mainly is going to serve our players. Can they find additional emblems? Is the dream of Meeple still alive?
It's a 50-50 between gold or trade.
All these branching outs now, maybe not the best, the absolute optimal decision here. No extra synergy between the emblems found and the emblems that could be given from that potential trade quest.
Yep, they will still have another Triad at stage 3 is also a 50-50 for trade quest. And for a lot of these players, it's important to remember to hold on to some of those triple trait units to use for that. Early unlocks gives you direction before heading into stage 4 is very useful. So things like the Urgot, things like the Lysandra, you should try to hold on to them if you have the additional gold before 3-5.
It is, of course, much harder to activate the trade quest that late into the game and or not already have a clear direction, whereas in stage 2, you have the benefit of knowing it's there, knowing you don't have to commit maybe too many items just yet, and you can kind of wait to see until you proc it.
Steel of Bora trying to preserve this win streak here, as I'm sure looking at Bensak. We see Bensak on the other side there of the board. They could go against each other. Both of those level players now on level 5, but is not going to be the case. Finds Juanmie instead, and that should be possible for him to win, although that Cho'Gath looks a little bit scary.
I really like this Cho'Gath. It's the Cho that could, you know, he's just standing behind the front line. I know he's going to get sold later on, but it's still a nice use to just have the Cho'Gath get more stacks before he goes out.
The long-range bite. Yep. I'm here for it.
Cho'Gath, if he is in my dreams.
Oh, and he actually wins with it. Never mind.
Wow.
He's a genius.
This is the new tech, Clement.
And he has 5 Chos. He might actually be going for it.
Juanmie wanted to save this tech for final lobby, but I guess he's going to have to use it now.
Important note here, we need to check in with Xiaoge. He was on Anima, and he just won. So that was probably not what he was looking for, unless we were just tempted a little bit, but I don't think so.
Main anima
a little bit unfortunate here.
Is K3 Soju going to save the lobby? He was the only one on the loss streak. So I think it might be Soju.
Yep, it had to be.
Main anima aja dia.
Soju, no one else is open for
Anima kan bisa menang, Cok.
I think Soju will play kind of the OG open fort Corki potentially with the Meeple +1. Maybe we'll try and reforge it.
Bener main anima aja.
Soju and Dank memes are actually open forting is the word that we're getting here. So both of the Americas players trying to save the lobby from the Anima cash out. I'm not sure I love the game plan on the Corki. We saw it earlier in the game where Soju was also trying to coast onto the Corki Riven into a top 4. I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that's the type of lobby we're looking at, and Soju has shown time and time again that he can play to those higher cap boards. I don't think you should feel confident enough to just go for the easy out and kind of scam your way into a fourth place.
It's going to be interesting to see if he wants to try and play for a reroll angle. I think he's going to just pick up whatever is dropped here. Looking at the amount of copies he has, it's really hard to go into a printer meeple line at this point for him. I think he probably does have to go into just a fast 8 and more of a top 3 comp that you were talking about. It's probably a game 13 angle or maybe a 10 meeple angle.
Well, I'd be here for it. I would love to see the 10 meeple. Somebody played it yesterday. Do you guys know who?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it was one of the CN players, but I'm not 100% on that. But definitely somebody did have the 10 meeple throughout this Tactician's Crown already. Why not Soju?
Xiaoge back to work here, trying to play for the lose streak, but of course the reset will slow him down so much. Maybe he can reach 400, but it's going to be a hard challenge.
Nah, 400 coy.
Will be.
Bisa itu.
Tensely Tiny Titan can buy him
Ramos
more
tapi
time.
di
He is playing
ini,
into AP, not just because of the Arbiter, but the item slams there as well. And now Steelo Bora says, hey, it's my turn. I'm going to start lose streaking.
A strong win streak from him earlier on, and he's holding on to a small cash out into most likely a groove board. In the meantime, Bensak has found an out. He can try to skip away from this AP contest line here, getting an early Kindred.
Yeah, early Kindred, but the items are a little bit weird. Double rot here. We have sword and bow as we do get our augments. And keep in mind, Tidal is the one with the upgrade here, so he gets prismatic. Everybody else gets gold. That means he wins the gamble he picked in that first augment round. Could have been gold, silver as well. And it will be Radiant TG, as he does have 3 Thieves' Gloves there.
Doesn't find the next glove component, unfortunately, but we do see Constructed Companion here from Xiaoge, so potentially trying to turn this loss streak around, understanding, hey, I can't go for the 400, let's play for some tempo instead. Has an early LeBlanc with the 3 Arbiter here. I believe he was printing gold, if I'm not mistaken, so you're okay to get some extra econ here and start winning these rounds.
He does have the early LeBlanc as well. A very cool build coming out from Xiaoge. He was the player that did get the Graves 3, and the way he played it was he actually tempoed a 200 cash out into Jinx 2. So one of the very few plays that we've ever seen being done here. Very creative with the animals.
Maybe Cho'Gath 3 for Hwanmie. And makes some sense. You're getting some value out of the Sniper Emblem with the Jin later on. You can just add it to your Kaisa.
And for now, it allows your Cho'Gath to do exactly what we're seeing here and what we saw in the previous fight, right? It has a little bit more range. It does get through those boards just a bit quicker. It's generally a slow unit, so it does add benefit, if not the benefit you were looking for tendentially, but it also just enables that sniper trait now. So you are getting the additional bonus on light beautifully in that late game. Checking in.
Corki, are you serious?
Soju, though, does have an open
happening.
Punya anu loh.
We've got it going.
He does have a frying pan.
Butuh Reforger.
Meeple maybe later in the game. Now needs to preserve HP.
Dia kalah ya. Harusnya menang ya.
You have to make it to 10.
Menang tadi Cok, biar bisa 10
Being able
meeple.
to add both of these emblems onto your
Susah
board.
butuh.
It's possible Soju will not be able to hit 10 meeple and has to play for just the Corki tempo, but you mentioned it earlier, Makes. With 51 points in the standings, he needs a big game. And I'm not sure a second, frying pan emblem will get him strong enough at this HP already to do so. This is not, 17.3 Corki.
I do like what he did here, though, because he did invest some of his gold to at least secure a win out here. You mentioned he needs to be healthy, and that is exactly what Soju is trying to do here. Does get back to 40 on the back end of that, and will go into the gods now. Show me some traits.
Oh, it's Starry Quest again, so we're not going to get the additional emblems, but, Soju only needs a Reforger to still play for that 10 meeple win if he wants to. I think more realistically, he probably just finds a Assassin Rogue emblem and just puts it on the Corki. But I really like what you pointed out, Soju conserving his HP to go for high cap, actually leveling to 7 off of interval to try and go for that condition.
He needs to reforge and lots of gold, right? So I think he's going to need like a 4-2 econ augment if he wants to go for that. And just high rolling a lot of the meeples to not have to roll on 8 at all to be able to push levels. So a lot on the checklist for Soju, but there is a potential for a flashy high roll game. Does high roll a Corki right away? So, I mean, the dream is still there.
It's happening.
You guys are getting too excited. That's the higher you go, the deeper you can fall. Scary perspective there. But Soju, for now, does stabilize, and I'm happy to see that. We also need to check in with Dish here, because Dish, of course, is also building out his perspective, and you can kind of see in the backline there what he's thinking about. So Space Groove, of course, the premier option that
Besok punya
Riven
pair.
he's currently item carrying a Riven, and he does have a Riven pair. So the best of both worlds currently available at the hands of the two-time champion as he finds his way through this lobby.
Incredibly lucky, actually, for Disto, because that's actually one of the heroes that he could use later on in that 5-groove board there. So a lot of high rolls, 3-4 costs early on in stage 3 allows him to send Bensak down, even though I felt Bensak had a very strong board with the MF2. In the meantime, Hwanmie, this is what he is known for, playing unorthodox boards. I really started my Twitter career posting Hwanmie tech, and the way Hwanmie comes up with tech is very different. He doesn't go through the stat websites. He just theorizes. He has this inner muse that he listens to, and he's what makes TFT so fun. You always feel like there's something unexplored, something that you could optimize even more when he is playing, and he's showing it to us with this Sniper Cho.
And you can tell how well he understands the scaling properties of Cho'Gath, picking up the duplicators on 3-2 just to get the Cho'Gath 3, playing something like an adaptive build on the Cho'Gath just to cast more and more often. Is it the best tank build for the late game? No, but it's good enough for now to get this Cho'Gath as bulky as possible. We're seeing the bars on the HP there, how thick it already is, right? It's going to get really scary in the late game.
It's a chunky boy already. In the meantime, we're having an update on Stilo of Bora. Did cash out 102 times, which is kind of what we were expecting. Just trying to influx some of those resources, trying to stabilize on it, as he is using Anima at the moment, but hasn't been having it in since the very start. And we're now going to be getting another set of items. And I was going to say, I want to look at Tidal with those Thieves Gloves. Can he get more crit?
Hear me out. Call to Chaos, 4-2 into triple Thieves Gloves.
Oi, gila lagi coy.
Double gloves do drop here, so that is definitely a very, very good situation for Tidal. I'm not sure if that's something to do with you, Panda.
I think it did. Tidal said,
according to Mix, I only curse players, so
this is the first. This is the first I'm seeing that.
Oh, the Blitz. Does have 28 rolls right here, and I think after this round is where we have the LeBlanc sweepstakes.
Me too is so big. The Epic Roton definitely worked out for Stilo of Bora. On a 7-loss streak, need to turn things around, considering some of the boards that we're going to see forming in stage 4.
Something
should be fine there. We're seeing Schalke already with the LeBlanc as well, and there's also Dank Memes on it. Bensak also is playing the LeBlanc. So the 4-2 kind of rush for that character, as we've seen many times before. Only 35% top 4 rate yesterday, but generally considered the strongest comp of our players on 8.
Guys, I think Hwanmie is losing here because he moved to Sniper Emblem. I think that's very clear analysis. So no longer Sniper Cho, now got 3 items, and it's going to be Golden Augments to round this one out. Can our players find what they need? You were mentioning resources, you were mentioning gold for Soju is not necessarily what we found.
Okay.
So much gold here. The roll down is incredibly important, as you mentioned, Clement, for a ton of different players. No LeBlanc just yet. For Dankum, he's already rolled 40 gold, and not a single copy has been found. He needs to find LeBlanc due to the Rageblade build we're seeing here.
Bensak actually snatches it up with reinforcement. Really smart play, reading the lobby and knowing that he needs to get this online. Lots of denial being played.
All across our board. We did see for Tidal, one of the mechs was found as well, if I saw correctly there, as a lot of our players have invested their savings Stilo Bora is going to go up against Dank Memes here, are two bottom players in the overall HP right now. Still a LeBlanc 1 on the side of Stilo, on the side of Dank Memes, where Stilo doesn't have the Nami team.
Strongest front line for Dank Memes either. It's just the Mordekaiser that's upgraded. Everything else is 1-star on this board, and you have to imagine, how can that be? He was at 60 gold level 8 when he started rolling. We're at 11 gold now. Truly a tragic roll down for Dank Memes here, contrasting with his first place in that last game that we saw.
Oh, Sona pair. Find the Sona pair, that might be the saving grace right here, but I don't think his chances at the LeBlanc 2 are that great. So his items are going to be very difficult to utilize at this point. Stilo of Bora still sitting pretty here. I think he's just coasting straight to level 9. I love the way that he kind of put the space groove together with the can't remember the healing turning into damage pill
side effects.
There you go.
Yeah, it's very nicely done by him. I agree. I do want to quickly remind everybody that these players are going to have a cutoff happen after this game. And some of our players are looking really good on that. They might get instantly promoted into the final day of the Tactician's Crown, but some of them are still fighting to not get eliminated on the back of this game, to get one more game, one more shot to make it there. And Dank Memes, who's currently in that last place, is one of those players who needs a higher finish here to save himself. We're expecting that cutoff to come in around that 61 marker, I believe, for the elimination. And so he really needs something better than this 8th place.
Really important fight win there for Soju. Not able to find the second meeple on the Reforged, but he does find the Voyager +1. He's on 7 meeple, trying to print the Corki, trying to greed his way to 9 because he knows he needs a high cap Corki game. It's not just level to 0, donkey roll to Corki 2, and hope for the best. This is not placement Soju. It's not scavenger Soju. It has to be hero Soju fighting for qualification, considering he's on 51 points coming into this game 12.
Yeah, and just to talk about the cutoff, this is going to be the 12th game so far. So if they want to get it into the next game, they have to go above 12th place. That is expected to be around 58 points.
Yeah, I was going to correct myself. I looked at the wrong line, but you are absolutely correct.
Then you want to get even more than that, hopefully, because there's another cutoff right after in just one game. So there's not that much breathing room, as we have been seeing throughout the rest of this tournament, with 2 games between the cutoffs usually.
But even still, if Dank Memes goes 8th here, he will be on 59, which is probably the worst position to be in. So that point still stands. I do apologize for getting the numbers wrong, though. As we do see him go up against Juanye here, he's still running that LeBlanc 1 in the backline, but has found Karma 2 Sims, which is helping a lot with the damage distribution. Thankfully, also a Blitzcrank into that front line, and that CC is good enough to allow Dank Memes to hang in there just a little while longer.
Well, I mean, probably the player he wanted to face the most, because he's going straight to level 9 on this board. Still has 50 gold in the bank right there. Dank Memes sighs a breath of relief. And to round out the point discussion, the historical points to get in on 13 games would be 66 points. So if he goes 8th here, 59, next game he still has a chance, but it will be very difficult.
And we're seeing Shaga there also at 51. He is trying to hold some of these Corkis to make Soju's life more difficult. He knows that Soju's a direct rival in terms of the cutoff happening in this game 12. Didn't make the Corki 2 at the very least, so not that much of a rat, but was holding 2 copies this entire roll down.
Stilo Bora is one of the players that's looking for the instant promotion to kind of catch on to that last point. He's currently 2nd in the overall standings, and so getting a 7th here might actually move him out of those top 4 and send him into that last game where he will fight one more time, and that is definitely something he would like to avoid here. So let's see if this Nami 2 can be strong enough. It does look like it is going to be the case against the board from Title. Is playing that Aurelion Soul without the mecha upgrade for now, but still has some more gold to work with.
Steel is guaranteed through already, I think, in the top 4, because Jedu's on 62 points, and everyone else is on 58. He's just so far ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, for Stilo of Bora, he's definitely trying to just catch up to Saya. I think that's kind of the quest that he's going on in this game. But yeah, you're right that the numbers do line up that way. For Dank Memes, though, even though he was able to face Juanye, still does not find that Shepherd. Still looking for the LeBlanc. Very dire here. No Vex to potential carry items either. And this is the thing about LeBlanc, why I think she has such an atrocious ADP.
There she is.
And he had to sell the blitzes. What a tragic game from Dank Memes. Truly a massive low roll on every roll down in stage 4 here.
It was also double contested, so I think in terms of probability, especially with Bensack going reinforcement into LeBlanc, it really wasn't that unexpected of a result that someone would have to drop out.
Very, very bad spot for Dank Memes here. It does have Hwanmye and Title in his rifle, if I saw that correctly. So who is actually going to be going up against, as we do see Xiaoge will be leading Title on the other side. So that won't be the enemy for Dank Memes. But Dank Memes, with those 15 HP, not a whole lot to work with.
Both of these players are greeting their gold, not really on their final forms. They are trying to play for the highest cap possible considering their current points. The Vex 2 really helping Xiaoge for now up against this Acel, who isn't doing too much for Title just yet.
Yeah, really loved his risky play for Build a Companion going directly into the Teemo. Having a great item holder is the difference between him and Dank Memes. As Dank Memes just didn't have a good place to get the Guinsus online, is going to fall to 8th place.
He is still very much alive in the tournament, just can't really play promotion right away.
Well, somebody that now needs to start shaking his dish soap. Two-time Tactician's Crown winner. Time and time again, we called him the perfect player. He does have 40 gold to work with here, but can he get to the point where it's actually allowed to work with? Does get a ghost copy on the other side. Let's see if he can beat what I believe is Soju's board on the opposite side there. Has found the quirky ribbon that we were talking about. In the end, becomes the default comp he goes into.
The ribbon is on Nami as well. Nami's been taken down. It's only a Blitzcrank 1. I think that might be lights out for Dish Soap. Really, really terrible fight RNG. Both of the melee carries on Soju's side wrapped onto the Nami very early on.
Dish Soap's spot was probably the hardest to navigate. He was getting an Arbiter coming out from the Aurelian Soul, and he was sandwiched so many ways. Steelo of Bora, I think, definitely, made Dish Soap's life very difficult by going into that stage 3 Anima and into a much faster stage 4 roll down.
Not only that, but Xiaoge also on the +1 Arbiter from the branching out, also on the Anima. So 2 of those players really causing a little bit of chaos for Dish Soap here, and will end up in the 7th place. Very unfortunately. Steelo, though, trying to hang in there, does go up against Hwanmye here. A lobby very, very close in the HP total. Let's see if this Nami can take down a very chunky Cho'Gath. The rest of the board is crumbling. The AoE should be good enough to take down the backline. I am a little worried about this big guy, though, but will be easy for Nami.
Big wrap from the Riven. Hwanmye now down to his last life. It is so close now. 4 players on 1 life. Soju on a 9-win streak on this quirky line.
9-win streak.
I think Soju might be trying to sneak a quirky 3, or at least working towards it. Jin 2 is big for Hwanmye. This is the stabilization he needed. Maybe this 1 fight win could net in the points that he needs. Oh, he's guaranteed as well, I think, for the top 4 already.
We do have our cash outs coming out from Aurelian Soul. Most players are going for 2 completed items here. Is going to find perfect items, in fact, to upgrade his Cho'Gath 2. I feel like the player that is feeling the heat most right now has to be Xiaoge. If he drops out, there's a 4 placement swing potentially in this just 1 fight, then he will follow Dish Soap out in the 2nd round.
Well, for now, we're going to be seeing a matchup between Title and Hwanmye. Both of those players on single digits as well. So let's see who will take the fall first. On the opposite side is that Aurelian Soul. Does have great single target, but not the best AoE, and that will be the matchmaker here as Title and Xiaoge do go out. And it's exactly like you mentioned, Clement. Xiaoge is going to be falling very short on those points.
We thought he was infallible. He would always go 4th place no matter what in the TAC round. But unfortunately, his tournament will be stopped short here. Just 55 points will not be enough to make the next cut.
Steelo of Bora has been 1 life for a while now. He did find that Blitz 2, and that might be enough to just take over. at least the rest of this stage 5. We have to see Soju's board. We haven't seen it in quite a while. We're going to see it now. He is trying to print a few more copies of the Corki. It looks like still only sitting on 4 copies for now, and has not hit the Shen 2 yet either.
He does have a little bit of gold though, so can utilize that, but we need to lock in Bensek, Juanmir, both on 1 alive, and somebody is going to get eliminated here. It will be Bensek in the end. Just waiting for those HP to come in here as the defeat is updated on our leaderboard. It's going to end up in a 4th place.
Nom 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 nom. Juanmir is probably going to finish the day with only top 3s. What a miraculous run from him. You know, it's been over 10 sets since Juanmir actually finished in the top half of a TAC round. This time he's finally there, and he has a Cho'Gath Sniper Cho at the early game with 3,600 extra HP.
The adaptive as well, so much past the Vow now as well, really helping out. The Jin 2 has really helped Juanmir stabilize here. Soju, I think, has done enough as well to stay alive in the tournament. I think he's guaranteed a top 2 depending on the matchmaking here with both Stilo, Bora, and Juanmir at just 1 life here, and Soju still on 27.
Does go level 10 here.
No one's holding Corkis. I wonder if Soju has a potential line
we're rolling,
to move into that 3-star territory to try and fight for a 1st place.
Juanmir also rolling for those upgrades. Does find Mighty Mech too, but we are checking in with Soju on his run to escape the claws of elimination. Unfortunately, no additional Corkis to be found for now.
There's 2 on the board though, so he's on 5 copies, but we do see Stilo is holding 1.
Well, he could be eliminated here as Stilo and Juanmir do meet up. And it is that giant Jin in the background there. Will serve big damage across the field. Can he reach the Nami just in time is going to be the big question, as that Cho'Gath holds so strong. You mentioned it, 3,600 HP before we went into this round. And that is going to be good enough as Stilo takes 3rd place. Soju is guaranteed a top 2.
Now it's the question for Soju. Can he just sell parts of his board to go for that Corki 3? He's not really that close, though. Still 4 Corkis off coming into this one. I feel like he's probably just going to push his luck here. He still has enough HP for 1 more round. We'll see how this one goes, but it doesn't look like it
does not have the Bard 2 either. We did see Juanmir holding copies of Bard, adding it now onto his board. The Riven build is not the best as well, so I think this has to be Juanmir's win. We're looking at this Cho'Gath here. He's moving potentially onto that back line, depending where the Riven dash is. He does drag the Cho'Gath back with her. Corki will be safe on the back line, dealing out damage, but there's just so much HP to chew through here for the Corki, and the Jin is doing so much.
Tembus.
This was super risky positioning from Juanmir, actually, and he just drops out. He actually put his Cho'Gath right in front of the focus fire, and then the other units wrapped into the backline, so he lost all of that sniper value.
Soju, 51 points, does make it with a miracle run into the 1st place. He wins exactly when he needs to. That's been the trend for this entire set, and he shows up once more. We were doubting, we were hating a little bit. We were saying this Riven Corki cannot do enough, but Soju seems to have that secret sauce.
I am still doubting. That was a Meeple Emblem Bard 1 win on Corki in a lobby that had some very scary boards, a full capped Space Crew board as well. How did Soju do this?
I feel like Juanmir overthought his positioning. He actually...
Ngomong dong. Hello. Can you tell something? Can you say something, man?
Why is double Corki good? It's just your board is 7 Meeple. So like,
Talk.
What's the strongest addition to 7 Meeple?
Agak seru. Marah-marah cuy. Pas gue liatnya.
Post this screenshot for the winning.
Agak seru coy. Marah-marah Sojunya. Marah-marah dong.
Oh, that's 7. Wait, really? Even after that, he still didn't beat the record?
Seru cok.
move to Cho'Gath at the last second, but we still have action going on between Lee Sao.
Factor, but the Nami stays alive, dealing out the damage. There's maybe too much beef though on Lee Sao's side. The Tom is still going to cast one more time. The Blindcrack is alive and kicking. It's a massive win for Lee Sao. CN on top. Along, unfortunately, not being able to get the record there for the 7th place position.
And Saya does stay alive here. The 3 players that did have a chance, we had Stilo of Bora, Juan Mie, they all miss out on the 78-point record breaker. But, you know, they're still relatively happy. They are basically guaranteed into the finals. We already have 4 of our members decided. Just those 3 are a little bit further ahead of the pack.
Ini udah lolos ya.
We are of course very curious on how that all looks.
Ini udah lolos
before we go there,
kan
we
kita
want
main
to make
ini
sure
ya.
that we know everything that has been going on. So I believe our friends over on the balcony are ready to tell us everything about what was happening in that lobby there.
Ganrong, Bensak, Lishao, Dengnim, Soju, Title, Bro, sama Upset Max.
Well, I'm so glad that you got a chance to watch the end of that game because it was a fascinating one. And all eyes on Tianlong to see if he could actually take Jetusaur's spot away from him, since he was the only player within arm's reach of being able to promote early in that game. And while you saw it ended up looking really good with Lee Sao and, of course, Tianlong both getting a Space Groove emblem to reach that level 10, Jetusaur did end up getting the 3rd place to be able to keep his spot in firm control.
And let me just say, that game from Jetusaur was awesome. This guy on 3-2 to construct a champion. He's looking to play around Nova. He digs deep until he finds the Aatrox 3. He then on 4-2 takes sweet treats. He gets the Silvermere Dawn. Now, Clement, tell me, is there something about Aatrox that scales extremely well with AD? Do you know off the top of your head what it is?
It would be his Nova.
It's the Nova Strike. So the Nova Strike on Aatrox is the board-wide cleave. Anybody that low-rolled against the Aatrox board got instantly wiped out, and Jetusaur took out everybody who did not hit immediately to get a really strong 3rd place. It was an amazing play from the Emil.
Last game.
That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Thank you guys so much for that information. We do appreciate it. It's fun stuff happening over there in those lobbies.
And this is going to be the first time since set 13 that we actually have a French player making it back to the finals. We always see them dominating in the TAC round, but very rarely going all the way.
Well, our standings are ready, so let's take a look together at who is going to get eliminated and who will move on. At the bottom there, going to be the players that are not going to make it. So that will be VCLF and Gyosco.
The last regional champion is taken down here in Gyosco. 4 players on 59, barely surviving the cut. So it's going to be so close for the final game 13 coming up. I think big props to the 4 players that go down. I think they had a great tournament. Making it even this far with a field as elite as this one is incredibly difficult, but we won't be seeing Disho playing for that 3rd TAC round, unfortunately.
And someone that is still in the run, though, is Title, who we saw on that page. And, of course, our big names at the very top now. Hwanye, Stilo Bora, Along, and Jetusaur will be making it into day 3, into the final lobby of the Tactician's Crown.
This is just an amazing result. Juan Mie going all the way back to set 4 in TAC round. Now, 13 set later, he hasn't aged a day. Might have even gotten better as he comes out as the group stage winner. What a journey from him, from going to valleys of despair, from getting forgotten, from going through the big data edge, to finally coming out on top, set 16 revival into a set 17 group stage win. Wow, he's really been through it all.
Especially in the TAC round stage, Hwanye, it seemed he's been cursed all these years. He did so well in his region, in CN and TOC. He's done so well at the Open, of course. Last set, really returning to top form, but every time he loaded up at the TAC round, it ended up being a 30th place, a 25th place, never really showcasing, I think, what he has in store for us. Great to see him at the very top there at 75 points.
I agree. I think it's super fun that we already have 3 of our major pan regions into day 3 as well. And of course, one is missing that we expected to miss, right, Panda? I mean, the America is not making it in there. They're always very loud and very determined on how good they are. when it comes to performance, maybe not all there.
After Soju won that last game on Corki, I am fairly certain he is going to do the plot armor and make it the final lobby as well. It couldn't be any other way for a player like Soju after his run in TPC the last 2 sets. And his return to TAC Crown after 8 sets all the way back in Dragonlands,
Yes.
I think it would be well deserving for a player of his caliber to be the player that everyone is trying to root for from the Americas.
Well, he's not the only Americas player that still has a chance, of course. So Triple Bra, who, as well as Dank Memes, are still in the run for the Americas fans to make it to day 3 as well. It is all possible here at the Tactician.
Let's go, Soju.
I would be very shocked if none of them make it out of that final lobby. Like you mentioned, that plot armor, but also players like who have been really impressing and surprising us time and time again, and Dank Memes, who is really, I feel like, the player that is most undervalued out of the Americas just based on results. But when you look at him and look at the way that he plays, he really does show up.
Mathematically, we can still have 3 players from the Americas sneak into the finals. It is not over for the region. However, there is a bit of a gap. There's a 2-point gap that they need to overcome. It's going to be straight top 2 compositions from them.
Well, that's not the only player that can still make it, because Lee Sao is also going to be in that final lobby, and we do have a package here ready for you guys to see how he is able to cap his board. So we're going to be starting here out on those 5 space crew.
Wait.
And let's see what he does.
47 udah level 9.
Oh, so that's how you do it. Good to know. A Blitz 2. He is level 9 though, so this is not the high roll that we were expecting. It is 4-7 though, and Blitz 2 this early on, I'm not surprised that he's able to take over this game because Space Crew +1, 7 Space Crew. Blitz 2 is an absolute menace at this point.
He got both of his 5 costs already started up by now. It's just a little bit too smooth for him.
I don't think he wants to stop here. Let's see what else he does with this board. He wants to really get that Nunu in there, does find it effortlessly as he is rolling down. And that is the last fight that we saw from this lobby. So that was the final lobby that you guys just saw the tail end of this fight as we hopped into it against Tianlong, who was playing on the space group as well. Maybe not that version of the space group that Lee Sao found himself.
And Lee Sao will be the player with the most pressure on his shoulders, I think, coming into this next game. He's kind of defending that gap, as you mentioned earlier, Clement, with 4 players on 59. So I am rooting for him, but there's going to be so much pressure considering that Bensak's on 63, Tianlong's on 65. They are quite far away from the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to look out for here in our final lobby of day 2. 8 players remain, but only 4 can make it to tomorrow. Of course, we're expecting them to play for those high results, but sometimes, like we saw from Soju just now, slow and steady can win the race.
Very surprising that Soju was able to make it to first place here. And this has been, I think, a confirmation that even when he's playing for a top 4 style, he can still often angle for a high cap end. When we watch Soju stream, he is trying to push for extremes. That's why he is so popular. Everyone likes a streamer at tournament as well. And now is the time to put on the streamer mode.
Even last game, I thought that the second would be enough for Soju. Ended up being exactly 59 that he needed, so he needed to win with that core which I thought was an impossibility considering he had to reach 59 points. It's kind of the plot armor. We've seen it time and time again with Dank Memes in the past as well, from Tier 2 to Tier 1. A great story to follow, and the chance that there's 3 players from the Americas with a chance at least. You know, it's a hard chance. There is a 4-point gap with Bensak and with Tianlong, but I'm rooting for Dank Memes and Soju in particular.
I would love to see it. And of course, I want all of our regions to be represented in that final day. I think that's always the one that I'm always looking out for. It feels so sad when one of them cannot make it. So certainly the Americas need to get at least 1 more player into that final day. But I believe we are getting closer to that final lobby. Any wishes for the gods?
I just wish for the god of checkmate to make it. That would be title.
That's not what I meant.
Player scarier. I know I hijacked your point. I don't care. We have Hwan Mie waiting for him already. I want to see a finals with another two players that have hoisted the crown once more. Tidal is only on the cut, 59 points here. It would be huge for his region. He already lost two of his teammates in Yatsuhashi and Summertimer, both relegated this set due to a lot of practice for EWC and such. So it's massive to keep the hopes of the Japanese community alive if Tidal can do it.
I'd be cheering for either Dank Memes, Upset Max, or Ben
Let's go.
Lobby, because then they would accomplish the Tier 2 to final lobby journey, which I think is just so cool. It's so aspirational. It helps so many competitive players who are in Tier 2 say, hey, that could be me next set. I could lock in. I could study the stats. I could watch the best players. I can improve and also make it to attack round final lobby. That's one of the coolest stories you can have in TFT.
Yes,
I do agree. I would love
hope
to
I can
see
do
it
that,
as well,
man.
but just look at the overall points here. Once more, there is a big group of players currently all on 59 points, and they are mostly fighting each other. Qianlong, Bensek trying to cruise on through. Lisao also going to be just a smidge safer than everybody else, but of course they cannot afford any low performances in this last game. And we have high expectations for these players to find the results that they're looking for.
Lisao really is the gatekeeper here. He is, because there's a 2-point gap, how well Lisao does kind of decide how high the gate is going to be. It could be even higher than 66 points that we've seen before in history.
Going into game here, it is going to be just a nice and easy start with a little bit of gold subscription. We're also getting the Huntress as our Stargazer, and it is going to be Echo and Kale as our gods, as we saw before. So that will be our starting for the final game as we look upon Lisao's shoulders here.
And Lisao, I think, is not going to want to take too many big risks. He wants to play for more of a top 4 game plan. And everyone else will, in some ways, they might even target grief some of his game plans as well, considering that he does have a big target on his back. And everyone else will have to play a little bit riskier, especially the 59-point players. Qianlong is so far ahead, he really only needs a 7th, I think, or a 6th to guarantee his spot. So he's definitely going to be playing for just very consistent lines.
Yeah, having that possibility is so huge. But I mean, being so early and so close into the points, it gives you a sense of you cannot play for 7th or you cannot play for 6th. It's like you need to put a great game plan, at least first play something good, and then if you pop off, you pop off. So they're just trying to play what the game gives them, have a good possibility here, and of course maintain focus. That's the most important right now.
Yeah, I'm not expecting there to be any specific game plan either. I'm just like, I want to watch a good game of TFT. And we've had great games today. And so I think if you are any of these competitors in the lobby, your only thought should just be, I have to play amazing TFT. I wonder if Tidal takes this. You've got 5 copies of Lissandra.
Oh, Tidal takes this.
Oh, yeah.
And I can confirm to you that in every parallel universe that has ever existed, Tidal buys his Lissandras here, tries to hope that he gets 2 Cho'Gaths in the next shop as well. Especially with the Vow right now, the components are all available for Tidal here. Would be a really, really good start. Potentially learning from flying replication would be big as well. If he finds tiers, building a blue buff and having an extra tier left over.
Inverted Reunion as a possibility here, so going for tempo. Actually, the units could come a little later, but he could maintain tempo in the later stage of the game and just try to push a little. Having still the Lissandra, having the rest a little uncomfortable, so maybe just changing gears here and looking for another plan, or maybe get the free Lissandra and just pop off.
This makes sense for Tidal. Tidal wants to have a lot of agency in his games. He doesn't want to, have his final lobby qualification depend on does he hit Lissandras and Cho'Gaths on his roll down. He wants to have full control over the variants of TFT, which is why he's going for the birthday reunion here.
Interesting for Qianlong also having the aura farming here. Normally an augment that is difficult to manage. He finds the Zona, one of the good ones, if you will. But he really needs to maintain tempo, play around the LeBlanc if possible, and then put the Zona in to pressure the lobby on level 8.
Slightly awkward components here, slightly awkward board. He has an AD carry, but he wants to eventually play into an AP line, so he obviously can't slam any AD carry items for the Ezreal here, unfortunately. We'll have to focus on the tank items for now. Also has a chance to get a Gragas 2 and a Rek'Sai. Those 2 upgrades would be massive. Finds a Zoe pair, which maybe can help him play into AP a little bit easier.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he wants the ball. He wants to just make sure to pressure
banget
with the
nahan
Ginsus
unit,
and
coy.
also be flexible there with the Ezreal. Li Xiao here, going directly to level 9. That's the plan. Clutter mine, already with easy units here, and just trying to get a good arbiter to try to ramp up the LeBlanc. We'll receive confirmation promptly on what is the plan here. He looks disconcerted, maybe. It looks like...
Really awkward components. I think that might be why he can't make any real slams here for the AP line in particular. On the flip side, Bensak playing a high-tempo start, potentially playing into Master Yi. Has a talent item holder for now. This is Bensak's game. He loves playing high-tempo. Is very happy to play into Kindred Flex. Was one of his secret comms throughout all of the MEA regionals. Not surprised to have him commit to this line when everything is on the line.
You played a Necra. I saw you playing that Kindred or that Nova Flex into the late game and then obviously capping out with everything additional. Any comments, any recommendation here for Li Xiao?
Well, I had solo leveling. It was a little different, but I think that the fact you have cluttered mines, you get lots of XP from that. Just hold the units. I think he knows this game better than I do. So whatever recommendation I could give, have fun.
Yeah.
Bensak has a really good level 5 board waiting in the wings. He can slot in the Primordial. Doesn't want to take off the Gragas 2 or this Talon for now. This is a really strong setup. Red buff Talon as well. Spreads it so easily in the early game, bouncing around, and the Gragas will hold on to the aggro for so long, allowing Talon to do his thing. I'll say it now. I'm not scared of cursing Bensak. I think this is a pretty easy 5-win streak without looking at the rest of the boards.
Yeah. I don't want to curse him either, but 63 points, second in points right now, so he just needs a good placement and already having the early game committed and with a good plan, it makes good sense for him, so hopefully he can get out of it.
Okay. Soju menang ya?
I wonder what the gods will offer and what our competitors will take. This is going to be the first offering in our final game. And as a reminder, the choices are Kale and Echo.
Oh, Anvil bagus.
Echo's going to be great for the loose streakers, any potential Anima players, maybe players that are considering rolling on 2-5 for Anima. We've seen it a few times from players like Yosko at this tournament.
Anvil bagus,
that would be great, where you have this second reason to lose HP early, or you have this guarantee of bouncing back when you proc Echo, when you fall under that 30 HP around the 4-1 mark.
But define shot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
When it starts raining, it just
what
doesn't
the hell
stop.
is that?
Velvet 2 is now found.
Velvet 2, Gragas 2.
I will change my prediction.
What the
I said I was happy with a 5-win streak. Now I'm going to commit to a 10-win streak for Bensak in this game 13.
Maybe ask and you shall receive.
Soju,
on the other hand, gets 2 copies of Misfortune. Is that ever? Do you ever carry that in this setup?
You have a Rage Blade. I think it's not a bad idea at all. You're not losing gold for holding it right now. You're open to the high roll. One of the skills that most matters of this level. You have to be adaptable. You have to be ready to hit that next big power spike.
Will depend also on the next neutral rounds, whatever items he gets. Hopefully, he's trying to influx heavily onto the Misfortune as possible. If he gets AP, he can also go LeBlanc here. That was normally possibly his plan, because he has the arbiter, he has the setup. But of course, this could be the out that he needs. Maintaining 100 HP still.
What?
Win streak here for Soju and Bensak. 2 players to watch here.
LeBlanc di 26 coy. Level 5 kan?
Obviously here the favorite. Soju getting a little stronger with the Leona 2.
Soju also found a LeBlanc. So I think he was selling those misfortunes and saying, you know what? Adapt to this.
I did hear the balcony pop off, and I feel like that might be why they were celebrating over there.
My spider senses are tingling. I wonder why it could be.
Sukaannya Soju lagi.
I mean, AP player always wanted to go for the flexible line. Finally finds a good angle in the early game and already committing to this line. So he's happy. Just trying to maintain focus and of course maintain tempo. LeBlanc is helping a lot. He needs to get a good front line in also.
Also happy. This has been one of the standout Anima players throughout the entire tournament. He's rolled for Anima on 2-5. He's found it at 75 stacks already. He is trying to gamble this game. He's on 59 points. He needs to take a big risk. If he's able to cash out 400 and stabilize, we saw he managed to do it with an incredibly difficult game yesterday with the AD items coming in for the Karma. If he has just a normal Anima game, he can be one of the players to qualify to final lobby.
Lisa also finds LeBlanc here. Doesn't have the Winsu, so maybe not committing into this line. but the archetype is very similar, having the arbiter, having the shepherd. So maybe trying to go into the line. It's a line that can get to players, but of course you prefer to be uncontested.
Panah tuh.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Is that a LeBlanc for Litzfau?
It absolutely is a huge disparity in the roles right now, or in the shops really for most of our competitors. Anyone who has a normal game of TFT is looking around and thinking, hey, what about me? This is not fair. It's game 13. Everything's on the line. How is everyone hitting the exact things they need as early as stage 2?
It's just luck.
Doesn't have the Rage Blade, so it's not that high roll as it is for Soju right now. Bensak maintaining tempo here, both of them with ideal win streak. And Bensak is very prevalent. He knows he's strong, so he just needs to be on the weak side of the opponent, try to access backline as soon as possible, and of course pressure.
I wonder how much, though, you fall into a little bit of a trap. I feel like sometimes if I get an early 4 cost in the game, I never see another copy of that unit again.
I mean, for Li Sao, I think it's a possibility. For Soju, having already the wins with the Rage Blade is a great plan. Even if you don't hit, if you get a good front line, it's good enough. But for sure, you can get into bait, especially if you don't have the components, the rest of the team to support you.
I think Necro's just trying to curse our players, so I'll try and defend them from her black magic.
No, I'm all in on the Americas bias. Soju to the top. Recombobulator. Ooh. Did we see a 3-star Lysandra yet from Tidal?
We did not. No 3 stars across the board. Bensak still on the 6 win streak now, picking up the boxing lessons, a very strong combat power augment here as well. 2 boxing lessons for Soju and Bensak, actually. This has been one of the strongest silver combat power augments across these last few patches, so really great pickups. We're seeing combat power almost across the board at the top of the standings, where players are trying to defend their streaks. Group hug for Li Sao as well. Everyone on the bottom is like, give me more gold. I need to start climbing to level 8 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, level 8 or level 9, as Tidal and Tianlong do have augments that really do help to enable that play. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see where everybody lands. Stank Memes 3 copies away from being able to get the Leona 3. Liao is going to stick on this LeBlanc now and just continue to hold units. And you can actually see he is thinking about trying to have the Arbiters in with the Zoes, the Vanguards. This might be a hotly contested line.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, normally the bench gives you more information than the actual board. And we also see Tidal getting the Primordial not into the board, just maintaining his strongest board right now, but thinking about going into that Master line or something similar. And of course, he needs to maintain the Primordial to have that possibility. Access to the backline, LeBlanc is down, and Tidal opens the win streak from now on.
The Gwen doing so much work there with the Edge of Night proc. Early Tom Kench for Tidal as well. He can scale even more. Kench loot Aurora 2 here for Dank Memes. He is trying to find a way to stabilize, understand that, hey, I cannot continue free-falling. There are players with Anima. If I drop down to 1 or 2 lives and the Anima players stabilize, I would be in big trouble.
I'm very close to the Leona 3-star. With this, if he finds the Leona 3-star quickly, this is a fast 9 for Dank Memes, and he can pressure the lobby and try to contest against Soju and Bensak that are still on.
Anyone going to consider trying to contest the lost streak Anima cash out here for Bruh? Tidal is not going to, because you do already have the strong board, 3 items slammed onto this Gwen as well. But I worry a little bit for him when Upset Max is in this lobby, who does love to grief that way. And then Dank Memes is also trying to put together a lost streak.
I think you can. So later into the game now on stage 3, you just have to play your strongest board. And if bro just pops and takes the game, okay, fine. And I take a second, I get a third, but we need the points now.
It's going to be a crazy turn for bro, who, when he gets that savings account procced, when he potentially gets some 5 costs as well, if he wants to go for Echo yet again.
Yeah.
All these loose streak players, if they chose Echo on 2-1 in particular, once they go under 30 HP, they'll have that Divine Intervention proc. So it is going to be a few explosive turns at the start of stage 4 for all of these players.
I'm excited. I feel like we're going to see some really interesting boards get put together, and I always love seeing the high rolls.
It's like we can feel it, right? It gets dramatic, and it's like building
the
up.
Energy in the
and
air.
We know it's coming. So good.
Hati-hati, takut menang.
Opsemax also thinking about the late game. Bodyguard. trying to maintain tempo here, doesn't have a strong board, only finding a Morgana there for the front line, another high roll if you will, but the rest of the board doesn't have cohesion, doesn't have 2 stars strong enough here to maintain a little more tempo.
So many people holding Vanguard.
Triple item LeBlanc already. Does he face Bensack here? This could be the 2 win streak, it will be leased out. Instead, it should be an easy win for Soju. Considering the setup here, I mean, he has a Sunfire, he has boxing lessons, I think the best silver augment for the Vanguard, the Shepherd line in general, and a perfect triple item LeBlanc already. This is 3-5.
Other LeBlanc is saying, hello? Pike, get out of my face. I have a job to do.
Also 4 upgraded 2-star tanks. That's huge here for Soju. Doesn't have a premium one, but still, this is perfect for the early stages of the game. Even if he doesn't hit on stage 4, he has some leeway to actually keep maintaining this. Both players still with the win streak, and they haven't faced each other. 9 rounds.
Wow.
And this next win,
ya lo, nggak mesti nggak ketemu tuh coy, Bensack sama Soju.
For Soju, it could be the deciding factor between
matchmakingnya rusak.
8 or maybe pushing straight to 9. Once you hit a few of your upgrades on level 8, for Soju, just the LeBlanc 2 could be enough.
TB3, Leonanya.
Kind of hope for a better start for Soju and for Bensack. Bensack, of course, 4 points ahead of Soju in the standings, so he's going to be a little bit more relaxed. For Soju, this is a do-or-die moment. He needed to have this kind of start to feel good about this late game.
Yeah, Bensack only needs a 4th in order to confirm a spot in our grand finals tomorrow. Whereas everybody else, they're just hoping that they can finish better than the rest. But there is going to be this matchup between Dank Memes and Tidal. Tidal has a lot of HP and has been on a win streak, but Dank Memes did just hit this Leona 3, so that's going to be helping out a lot in the front line.
Tidal has lunch money, so he really needs to get this win. He really is trying to snowball his lead, snowball the extra econ. The Gwen has been doing so much work in stage 3. The next Aurora cast, does it come out in time is the big question. The Gwen does get the kill. Tidal continuing to farm some gold. And Tidal's so good at playing this type of TFT where he's just on that line.
Ooh, wait.
Well, you asked for it, Panda, and it delivered. Bensack 10 win streak along with Soju.
What the
like
fuck
the
is this,
of
man?
T-Lights fight judging.
Belum ketemu Soju sama Bensack lo.
For Broro here, very close to the 400, getting already the cash out from the augment. A lot of gold for him, a lot to work with. So
Satu lagi ya.
Go 9 here. Of course, he's maybe he don't only 22 HP, but has a perfect spot to roll deep and just try to get the full mega line in.
Mungkin ke 9 coy, gak ada duit.
You will need one next big loss is of course the difference between 2-1
anima
to 5 anima, which is what we saw Bravo committing to in this game. Which makes things difficult because you are forced to do everything on one turn. He's going to be on, I mean, I have to imagine close to 1 life, which is why we're seeing the early roll here, which could put him in the same predicament that we saw him in yesterday, where he rolls first, then gets the cash out, and the items don't quite synergize. He does have a Reforger already, and he just hit the Acel too, so you have to hope, you have to believe he finds the right anima cash out to try and supplement this board.
He's actually going to avoid trying to slam items, but he's going to get components now just to be able to get that bench space prepared to go for that roll down later. But is this going to be a loss? Take a look at this. Leads out hit the LeBlanc 2 with some items. So I wonder how Soju is going to fare.
Level 8, 0 gold. So going to for almost or 10 gold here for his going to 0 here on 4th one, making sure he knows he's contested, gets the LeBlanc, and he gets rewarded here.
It's a great loss for Brabra because he's going to end up getting that 400 cash out. So let's see what he gets.
Definitely 1 life though, that's the big danger. 9 HP, there's no chance. You have to have a Fiora to heal some health.
Prismatic lagi anjir. Bahaya. Lagi low enggak? Buff to buff. I don't know, maybe.
Has to decide fast. He can't take too much time considering he has to assemble his entire board, execute the entire turn. Lioness's Lament here is going to be the option. Is that going to be good enough? He has 2 Reforgers, so he can grieve, but I do think it's going to be good enough for the Mighty Mech.
The
rest of his roll down here. He needs to hit the Mech 2 to feel truly comfortable coming into this next fight. He has the Acel already. He has 40 gold to work with. He has 5 Acels as well. Does he try and sneak in an Acel 3 like Bensack did yesterday?
That would surely be one way to secure your spot in the final, but it is going to be a huge upgraded board. You're missing out on the Mighty Mech, but you've got a pair of Nunu. Actually, make that a fully completed one once you sell off that Blitzcrank. Bro looks pretty stable to me.
Yeah, Nunu 2, Morgana 2, lacking the mech, but I mean, you don't need it. Morgana is the best tank in the game right now. And of course, with the Lioness, now she's very unbeatable.
Dupenya itu dipakai gak sih?
Upset Max had some good upgrades though
too.
This should be good enough for Brahu. The only concern is he just has no Fiora. He's going for the more traditional, I think, now on this patch, ASOL mech build. But that means that this 9 HP is dangerous. If any single player somehow, some way, high rolls out of his mind, assembles a crazy board on stage 4, Brahu could be going out in 8th place.
A really big loss handed over to Upset Max, who is now going to be on single-digit HP. Upset Max, one of the competitors that cannot afford to lose out here because you will be going home with only 59 points. Dank Memes, though, is on the run, also wanting to avoid elimination here with 59 points to his name. Gets a pair of Blitzcrank, but you can't upgrade it quite yet, and is kind of debating whether or not he wants to try to upgrade this Alawi for the next fight.
Yeah, doesn't have enough gold. Even the Karma he cannot hold because she's actually not that strong to hold the damage item. So difficult position.
See the positioning here. Looks like his Riven might be okay, considering the Ornn was just so far away in the front line. The positioning looks like it's pretty good for Upset Max. He has to win this fight to stay alive. The Gwen is wrapping. Needs the Riven to wrap onto the Stunner. That's the big factor that needs to go in his favor here. Looks like the Nami and the Riven will be enough for now up against Tianlong, but it's just going to be every single fight will be this nerve-inducing for Upset Max, considering the 4 HP.
Bruh, as well, Dank Memes takes a loss. Tianlong is also starting to plummet towards the bottom. And Tianlong is one of those competitors, only needs a 6th place in order to promote into the grand finals. So going out 7th or 8th would be devastating. That means elimination. But the farther that these competitors fall, the more likely that scenario becomes.
I think it's 6th to guarantee. But still, he might be able to make it through on 7th and 8th, depending on how the rest of the standings go.
So masih aman.
Want to guarantee at this point?
It becomes scary when you think about where everybody else is and how strong some of these boards are going to get.
Trying to find something else, anything to get stronger here. Has the pair of Tam Kench. Could make the transition here. Needs to pick either he needs Brawler or he goes for the Bastion and the Shen.
I don't know if you can drop the Shen. You lose the Bastion on the Ornn. You lose the sword as well.
Small update as well. If you take a look at our win streakers, it's just Bensak. Bensak beating Soju to snap that streak. Panda just did a little fist bump. Just thought you would all like to know.
Don't tell him, Necro. That's
you're content.
Secret bless.
And Memes here finds the bar. At least has a good carry here for the unit, but it's not 2-star. Now on jail of level 8 and needs to find the 2-star immediately.
One of these players will be going down. The run will be ending for either Upset Max or Dank Memes, both on their last life, both on essentially single-digit HP. The Bard is casting. The Nami's still alive. But Upset Max will be taken down in an unfortunate 8th place in this game 13. Dank Memes survives for at least one more round, but there are still 2 or more Americas players who are on 1 life.
Upset Max, a player that came into the Americas, from playing and directly came here, was not one of the relevant players, but demonstrating that he's elite and he can pop off against the rest. Huge recognition for him and an honor to have him from the America, eliminated right now.
Amazing first showing at a Tactician's Crown for sure, and we'll get a chance to see more of Upset Max during the TFT Pro Circuit. Now, who is next to follow? Tianlong, Dank Memes, and Bra are all on 1 life. And it's going to be Tianlong going up against Tidal, who is already level 9 Vex 2.
Whoa, Anu.
Only frontline here. Has the Blitzcrank, has the Fiora 1. So doesn't even need the tanks. It's just too much power and raw usage of this. Access to backline, not steal. So this should be strong enough. The Vex already ramping.
Fiora does get stunned for a tiny bit. The Nami's still casting. Is it going to be enough? One more Nami class comes through. It's a Blitz versus Nami, the Space Group Showdown. Ooh. It will be Tianlong with a very important win. Dank Memes taken out in 7th place, considering he's on 59 points. That might not be enough.
Tianlong guaranteeing now a spot in the grand finals with these 2 players getting eliminated. So congratulations. We will be seeing Tianlong again tomorrow.
So tough here for Dank Memes.
61.
The previous sets. Lose 1 bad set, doesn't make it to TPC. Now this a great set for him once again. Popping off here and just in the bubble to access the final round. Great performance once again. And American loses 1 more.
Level 9 for Tianlong, adding in the Vex, adding in the Rage Blade. 2 mechs in the shop for Brahu, who maybe he is tempted to try and go for a 3-star 4 cost. I have to imagine it isn't the case. I don't think he still has a duplicator available from the new recruits. I believe it was already used on his initial roll down. So a little bit harder to go for a 3-star forecast. And I think he's strong enough to just continue pushing levels and just trying to go for a more traditional game of TFT.
I think he's going to have to, because take a look at all the other competitors that have hit level 9. Bruh has a 9th slot on his board because of the new recruit, but you would still love to be able to add a bit more power in, maybe even try to combo with some other mechs. It's going to be Bensak up against Bruh. This is a true test of strength. Bensak has been win streaking this entire game and has not lost yet. So can this be the time that Bruh can try to upset the balance of scales? It's going to be the Aurelian Soul versus the Kindred. As the front lines are continuing to fight each other, this top edge will not go down. But the Aurelian Soul finally starts to put some focus into the Kindred in the back. And now that that's down, it's just the top edge. Bensak finally takes a loss.
I think Bensak must be incredibly disappointed to only go on a 15-win streak in a game of this caliber. Joking aside, Bensak has been super happy to play this Kindred line all throughout. I think this is the dream game for him, all things considered. We're seeing the Shen2 here from Tidal, also a player who has completely taken over now in the early game. He's a little bit not so strong position now on the 6th loss streak. He's just missing a lot of key pairs, right? The Shen, the Fiora is still missing as well. The Graves hasn't skilled. He has to sell it off.
He's one of the 59ers. These are the players, Bro, Sera, Tidal, Soju. If they don't pop off any low conditions here, is elimination directly. Going up against Bro, so one of them will be eliminated.
It's either going to be Bra at his first Tactician's crown or Tidal, our 2-time Tactician's crown champion. And it would be a huge miss to not see Tidal in this grand finals. It can Bra be the upstart, the upset that is needed for the Americas. Because right now, it's looking like the answer might be yes. The Vex is down, the Blitzcrank is next, and Tidal is going to get knocked out here as Bra continues his streak forward.
2 slots are already locked in. Bensak and Tianlong. 3 slots are available. Lee Sao has a 2-point lead over Soju and Brahu. Soju and Brahu coming in with 59 points. It might be these 2 players fighting for that final slot, especially if Lee Sao stays alive in this top 4, especially if he gaps both of these 2 other players. So it would be crazy to see the debutants, the rookie Brahu fighting directly against the veteran, the elite, the star in Soju for the American spot
masih bisa dikalahin ya.
Lobby.
Agak susah sih.
He gets a ghost, I believe, here on the right, so he should be safe. And on the left, we see Tianlong, also low in HP, fighting it out against the Super LeBlanc.
The Ace still just so safe. The Mighty Mech does finally go down. The LeBlanc onto the Ace. The Ace does he just have the damage in time?
No time.
There's so many units left to line. It's a very close fight. The Ace is taken down. It came down to Pixel. So little HP on the LeBlanc. Tianlong also down. Wait, Brahu is 4th, but Soju is still alive, and that's his direct competitor, as is Lee Sao.
Yeah, the 59ers that are confirming elimination are Upset Max, and finally Bro. So the ones making the difference here is Soju with 59.
Bensak needed a 4th place or better, so now is mathematically guaranteed. But congratulations as well to Litsao and Soju. They have done enough to guarantee their spot in the grand finals, and we will be seeing them join our competitors tomorrow for the crown.
What a run from Soju. What a necessary comeback. A quirky first place in that last game, and now a beautiful LeBlanc on stage 2. The best possible organization as well. As early as stage 3, he's had the Fist LeBlanc ready to go. The gap here between Bensak and Soju and Lee Sao, I mean, it's just a 70-plus point or HP difference here. Soju does get the win here. The Nami does not cast. Lee Sao does stay alive for a little bit longer, but what a dominant lobby from both Bensak and Soju. We saw it from very early on in stage 2.
The last hope for the Americas. We see it here. The streamer, elite player, K3 Soju, making a difference here. Early game with the LeBlanc, keeping real to his tempo line, being aggressive throughout all games yesterday and today, and getting now the possibility of advancing to tomorrow and making a pop-off in the finals on Sunday.
It's looking like it's going to be a great grand finals. At least every region is going to be represented here. EMEA has some strong contenders, though, with both Jedusor and Bensak. And, of course, TN with a large number of those seats.
Tommy being there as well. One of the GOATs from CN that we were hoping to finally see get a chance at attack round run. A final lobby run as well. A star-studded roster for sure. We're looking at the win here from Bensak. Lee Sao taken down. He does defend his position. That was his mission. The top 3 is more than good enough.
Bisa kalah Sojunya.
He's going to take a hit.
Soju on his way to 10, so he still has a chance to count the board a little bit higher. We are seeing a Teemo still on the board, so there's definitely some room for improvement.
Yeah, Nunu one still also in the front line.
He can flex his capping muscles. Of course, Soju's known mostly as a top 4 player this set, so I think he needs the practice in terms of getting the highest cap first place board possible coming into a checkmate format for the day 3 tomorrow. For Bensak, equally so. I wonder how he's going to cap out this Kindred board. Doesn't have the Fiora online with items yet, so there's still some more room for improvement as well.
Looking for Blitzcrank, has the gym just in case he doesn't hit anything else. And gets, a little more power with Darkstar in also. But for now, just maintaining economy and trying to pop off in the next round.
Soju holding extra LeBlanc copies, potentially waiting or, opting for a 3-star LeBlanc if that's an out, considering the amount of gold he has to roll.
They're both waiting.
Yeah. I mean, you want to have as much gold to work with here, but I just wonder what else Bensak can put into the board. Obviously, we have some pretty key one-to-one upgrades for Soju, but in terms of Bensak, who is absolutely jamming out right now, knowing that the weight is off his shoulders. We'll see where he can go with this, too.
This is one of the things that Bensak is known for. He always has French music on his headset. He's always dancing. Usually not when he's losing, but when he's winning, definitely it's the case. We've seen him in past in set 14.
Gee, that wasn't even close, though. Like, I was kind of expecting there to be a bit more of a fight put up by Soju's board, but we are going to go Soju really waiting until the last moment before he stands it and rolls down with that gold.
Yep. There's the HP totals on the heart rate monitor for a second. These guys are really, really chill about it. I guess they did qualify. Soju especially. He's going to go to sleep.
Bensak found the Graves, normally the one that goes into the war, but he's so late into the game and it's just like few rounds from finishing that he needs immediate power now.
But this game could still extend quite a ways. If Soju loses this round here, goes to 10, rolls, Bensak still has 76 HP worth of hits that he's going to need to take from Soju. So we could be going into a stage 7. But this one, again, does not look super close. So Soju's going to have some major work to do on this roll down and level up.
15 HP is going to be 1 life. So it's a do or die moment now for Soju. Does go 10. I would just immediately sell the Teemo. You know he's not going to be on the board coming in here. We'll see what the final board looks like from Soju. If he can cap out any higher, if he can take down Bensak at least a little bit. Bensak smartly also goes now. He rolls, he levels to 10, and he just tries to end the game here, not let Soju get any stronger.
Finds a little more damage with the Sona 2-star. Doesn't find either the Blitzcrank nor the Nunu. Sells a Blitzcrank just to get a little more power and ensure he can buy the table.
I mean, also just buying the Blitzcrank to keep it away from Soju, because he would love to put a Blitzcrank 2 into this board.
I think the combat power setup might be a little bit too strong from Bensak, both on boxing lessons, but the Soul Awakening in these longer fights, which LeBlanc is trying to aim for. Look at the Yi, he just dances straight into the back line, straight onto the LeBlanc as well. This Yi means business. And Bensak means business. He sent a message with a 15-win streak early on. He sends a message again on this game 13. A huge win for the French player and a scary player coming into the final lobby tomorrow.
To the beat of the music, and Soju is happy. Great game for him. The last one for the Americas. Bensak doing so great, maintaining tempo, pressuring in a strong lobby. Everyone was tense, and this is the final result.
Bensak.
I still look back at that fight between Rahu and Lee Sao. That, so little HP left on that LeBlanc. Ended up taking down Rahu. Such a tense lobby in the end.
I mean, it always is when it's one game to decide our 8 competitors that will be taking the stage for the grand finals. You know that everybody tries their heart, tries their best. Only 4 competitors could join them, and it really was a race to the finish line.
And we felt it. I mean, the show of emotions, the literal bubble, last chance for them to achieve that final lobby.
Selamat untuk Soju bisa lolos ke final ya.
It's not about gameplay. It's not about. It's a moment where
ada 2 orang
give yourself to the gods, if you will.
Ke China ada Epic, ada Imie, ada Amer. Amer cuma 1 doang ya? Cuma Soju doang tuh.
Excited that we got a chance to
see
all of this action on day number 2. 7 games, 13 total for our competitors as they had to rack up the points.
Thank you buat teman-teman yang udah nonton.
But tomorrow is where it's all going to
semoga
end.
Gue bisa ikutan World Next Set ya. Oke. Kita akan ketemu lagi besok di
checkmate format. So let's talk about
Watch
that a
Party
little
yang
bit
sama.
because
Okay.
while we've seen these players try to accumulate points, they want to make sure that they're going to be able to make it into the grand finals to begin with. Really kind of is about the top 4s. But in check